All right, buddy. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. Two-man show today. I think Brian Leonard is traveling back east. I believe he's on his way back to Ohio, so he'll be back tomorrow. But we've got Trig somewhere in central New York, Tokyo Brandon somewhere in central Japan. Is that right?
Yep, that is correct. Correct.
Awesome. And yeah, we're here for the next hour to do what we do. Give out MLB info and hopefully most of it wins. So I want to get right into it, TB. It looks like the game that I always laugh. Do you guys have do you have to go on the subscription services to watch games in Japan, or is most of this stuff, how do you get all the games, I guess is the question, because in the States here, if you want to watch Twins Yankees tonight, I think you got to go to Amazon Prime, one of 5 streaming services we need to watch games.
Yeah, all the Dodgers games obviously are broadcast on national TV and get huge ratings. They also show a lot of Cubs games because there's Imanaga and Suzuki. Other than that, you have to go online and find them streaming somewhere. But
interesting.
We get a lot more access to stuff than Americans do because there's a licensing stuff over there.
Yeah, I noticed that it's a little looser, on the international streaming, no blackouts and stuff like that. I know MLB TV still likes to black your local team out. But yeah, the reason I bring it up is it looks like in the States tonight, if you want to watch Twins Yankees, you're probably doing it on Amazon Prime, at least unless you're in the local market. And, interesting series here, TB, because last week I talked about the Twins. Well, we all talked about the Twins. They obviously sold off their team at the trade deadline, right? 11 trades. I think it was a record. And Brian Leonard brought up, hey, maybe this is a team I want to play against. I was sort of on the other side where I was like, well, I'm excited about some of these young players, and they had a good week last week. But are we seeing the Twins kind of become what they probably are the rest of the season at this point? They lose the first 2 of the series, and now they're looking at being swept at Yankee Stadium. So where are you at in the Twins, and how are you seeing this Twins-Yankees matchup?
So, yeah, the way I look at it, Schlittler's kind of unproven. If you look at how he's been, he's got a pretty high whip, pretty high numbers. Not a huge sample size to go on, but his whip is 166, which is not good. Looking at his splits, he's actually worse at home than he is on the road. And he's at home today against a really good pitcher in Joe Ryan. Looking at Joe Ryan's numbers against these guys, he has a 239 average against and a 699 OPS. As I've said in many shows, I'll say it again. 750 is kind of my line for OPS over unders. He's under that, so it means he's gotten the best of these batters. Minnesota did sell off a lot of their team at the trade deadline. 40% of their roster was actually shipped off at the trade deadline, but they're still hitting better than the Yankees, according to my numbers. In current form, I have them ranked 16, where I have the Yankees ranked 26. A lot of that current form is before Judge came back, perhaps, because since he's come back, I think he's gotten a hit in almost every game except one. So he's definitely someone to be worried about. The Twins bullpen is just absolute trash, though. I got them ranked 26 out of 30 in current form, where the Yankees is pretty good. This is how I would approach this. The Twins' first 5 plus 0.5 is only minus 120. I think that's pretty good value to take Joe Ryan against Schlittler when my numbers have the Twins hitting better in current form. I know the Yankees lineup is a little bit scary with Judge there, but I think that's a pretty good number to get at least a tie or a win in the first 5 with Joe Ryan.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd love to find a way to confidently play the Twins here. So first 5 makes sense. Joe Ryan is a stud. That's the one thing. I truly believe they ran out of time. I think if they had another day, they find a way to trade Joe Ryan as well. So the fact that they didn't is to their benefit for the rest of this year. He's still an ace. I think he'd be an ace on most teams in Major League Baseball. So no question to me, even with Schlittler's upside, which he does have a lot of it, I still would prefer Joe Ryan. If I was just putting those 2 head to head, I'm giving Joe Ryan the edge. Now, a couple things with the Twins here. You mentioned the Twins and their the way they're hitting. I don't think that's really a fluke, because the majority of moves the Twins made around the deadline was selling off relievers. So, you talk about their bullpen. Yeah, that's a concern. No bullpen depth, no high leverage arms. That's an issue. But they get Luke Keschel back. He's hotter than the sun, hitting 354 on the season in a limited sample, but he's been awesome. I still think Alan Roden, a guy that they got back from the Blue Jays in a trade, is going to turn the corner at some point. But Byron Buxton was an all-star. He's back, right? Yep. He didn't play that first week out of the all-star break. And man, Twins fans got to just shake their head and just sigh when they talk about Royce Lewis, because this is a guy that I really thought he was going to be like a star at one point. And he's always hurt, can't seem to get it together. But, they dropped him in the order. He's down there hitting like 6th or 7th now. It's not a bad lineup. And then you want to talk about pitching today, the bullpen being an issue. Well, this might not be the worst day for the Twins bullpen wise, because yesterday they went with Travis Adams, and then Thomas Hatch pretty much cleaned up and pitched like 5 innings. So they really didn't use any of their big time bullpen arms. Mm-hmm. So what I think you might see here, TB, I think you might see Joe Ryan. I think they might have Pearson Ole potentially pitch after him, unless they're good. Maybe they use him, because right now they're listing Bailey Ober as the starter for tomorrow. So I think Ole is probably available out of the bullpen. That's pretty appealing to me. I think if you get, because he's been pretty good. He's one of their better young arms at this point. I think if you get Joe Ryan and Pearson Ole in this game, that's very appealing from a pitching standpoint for the Twins. And then it's just, can they put some runs together? Well, they haven't hit all series. So I don't know. Maybe it is here. You give me Joe Ryan plus 120. I don't hate that. And I agree with you. First 5 makes a lot of sense.
Here's one more stat to throw in before you go to the next game. Joe Ryan on the road in 60-plus innings has a 2.55 ERA. I understand ERA is not the tell-all sign of a good pitcher, but if you go 60 innings, only giving up 2.5 runs in those starts, that's pretty good. Granted, it wasn't all against the Yankees, but still, just a thing. He's not a bad road pitcher, just to throw that in.
That's a great point. And I don't think Joe Ryan gets enough love, if we're being honest. I don't think he's ever got the love as an ace. And I really, truly believe he'd be an ace on 2/3 of the teams in the league. So Jack Barco was the comment I pulled up. He said, anyone think the Twins can take the game with Ryan on the mound? I think TB and I both think the Twins could take this game with Ryan on the mound. And also, Jack says, not normally up this early, can't do it, bad accident, so I'm at the doctor. Means I get to watch my favorite show in the world. We appreciate you. Listen, Jack, we wish you were here under better circumstances. I hope everything's good and whatever the accident was, you take care of. But we love having you live here. So shout out to Jack. Hope he feels better. That sucks, but we love having you live. Go ahead.
Someone else left a comment that usually they can't watch the show live, but today they're watching it live. I can't find it right now. So it looks like we're going to have lots of live viewers. So that's great. Excellent. Thanks for watching, guys. Adam, do you have a play out yet today?
I do, actually.
So do
TB, I've got a 5% play. I hate bringing it up. I let Travis in the chat bring it up, and I'm just going to leave it there. I'm on a good run right now, though. I'm on a good run. Let's put it that way. I don't want to jinx it, but I've got an MLB play I love, and I made it a 5%. So
great.
Check that out on my page. Awesome.
Yep.
And
so go to
I'm trying to keep up with you. I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Well, people might not know this, but when we put a 5% play out, WagerTalk makes us put a free play out as well. So I'm sure Adam has a free play out.
So I'm glad you bring that up, TB, because what I'm going to do is, so my 5% play happens to be one of the games that goes tonight. Anything I play, whether it be AAA, whether it be MLB, any client play I have for the afternoon session, which I'm sure there will be one because there's midday AAA games as well, I will post for free on my page. So make sure you're going to WagerTalk has organized this for you into a free picks tab. So if you go to the WagerTalk website, you can just click free picks and see all the free picks. But if you go to the capper page, they're nicely organized underneath the sale place or the sale brick. So check that out, Adam, for all the handicappers. Yeah.
It's just you and me. I have a free play up as well today. It's just you and me. So I'm going to, I can't do the comments, but Jack Barco just made a comment. You're getting a lot of love for your 5% win the other day with the Rays. You got a lot of love yesterday, and today they're still loving it. That must have been an amazing An amazing cap you did there.
So why don't we do this, TV, because I think there's a segue somewhere in here. I want to talk about Rays A's because okay. I guess like I see some similarities between. So Monday night I made a 5% play on the A's. It was even money, and the reason I thought it was such a bad, just such a good spot for the Rays, and Jack saying, bad line by the books. The A's were coming home from Baltimore, right? They just spent the whole week on the East Coast. They played in Washington, D.C. They played in Baltimore. No travel day. They had to come home and play on a Monday. And as we kind of know, and as we've kind of highlighted, it's not really coming home for the A's. Like, they come back to Sacramento where they play their home games. But I think it's important to point out, like, they haven't embraced Sacramento. And Sacramento really hasn't embraced them. It seems like Sacramento area is mostly Giants fans. Of course, Sutter Health Park is where the Giants AAA team plays. So I'm sure, they get a lot of Giants fans because of that. And the A's have done nothing to like embrace being there. It's almost like they've insulted the city of Sacramento in a lot of ways by talking about how much they don't want to be there. And then I pull up just the record. If you go look at your standings page, I mean, the A's are like 24 and 30. They're like 11 games under 500 at home. They've actually been better on the road. So I kind of like the Rays here. The only difference is now I'm having to pay minus 130 for the Rays, whereas on Monday in like a similar spot matchup, like what I thought was a good matchup for them, I was getting them an even money. So talk to me about this one. You got Rasmussen, Ginn. Like, I see an edge here for the Rays, but now you're being forced to pay for it. How are you looking at this one?
Yeah, let me mention the guys in the comments telling God bless you. You guys are great. Love your show. Thank you for all the love you guys are giving us, because if you weren't watching our show, then WagerTalk would cancel us. So thank you for watching. And go to our replay and leave the comments and let WagerTalk know that you like us, because we're not as popular as the football guys. So well, Adam does football, but I don't. So anyways,
barely, but yeah.
So now that football season's coming up, they're pretty focused on football. So give us some comments and let WagerTalk know that you love our show on the replay. So regarding this game, man, the A's are just hard to bet against, especially in this stadium, because they're just crushing the ball. We talked about this all season long on this show about how they've got probably the best young nucleus of players. If they can keep this lineup together, by the time they're in Las Vegas, they're going to be like playing in division championships and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, they're good. But unfortunately, their pitching is lacking a little bit. And Ginn, however he says his name, is one example of, I mean, if they're starting this guy, their pitching is in shambles, because this guy's bad. He's just not a good pitcher. And so, I mean, I know his ERA is only 4.39, but he's actually not that good, in my opinion. I've seen him and I don't like what I see. However, the problem with taking the Rays here, and Rasmussen has really good numbers against the A's today. Let me pull up my newsletter numbers. Rasmussen has a 211 average against and a 739 OPS. So both of those are within, he's getting the best of them atmosphere. So I would love to take the Rays here. The problem is they're just not hitting well. And, but what can wake up the bats better than going against a guy like Ginn, right? So, look, I got the Rays bullpen ranked 3 in all of MLB, and I've got the starting pitcher Rasmussen on a curve of 30 ranked 5. So, man, they're top 5 in everything except hitting. I got them ranked 20. So, do you think Rasmussen can hold down the A's bats while Tampa scores a few on Ginn and this below mediocre bullpen? Probably, but I'm not going to bet it.
TB, I love that you brought up the Rays bullpen, because I truly believe right now, like if we're just talking right now going forward, this is like a top maybe 3 bullpen in Major League Baseball. I love the fact that they went out and got Griffin Jacks. So we talked about the Twins sort of shipping some of their best relievers out to get guys in return. That was one of the guys that the Twins traded, and that was a tremendous move by the Rays. I truly believe, like, having him and Fairbanks down there at the back end of that bullpen, and then just all the other arms they have that maybe don't get the credit they deserve. Like even like a guy like Ian Seymour, who's a little bit unproven, or Edwin Uceta, who's, kind of pitched some big innings of late. Like the Rays, historically, we know this team, when the Rays are good, their bullpen is awesome. This year, they haven't been as good full season out of the bullpen, but that was something they really addressed at the trade deadline. And I think the rest of the way, the Rays are going to have one of the best bullpens in the league. They've already creeped into like top 10 on the year. And I think it's worth pointing out that they're like making up for lost time. This was not a top 10 bullpen for like the first half of the season. They definitely underachieved. Another thing you brought up that I very much agree with, and this will be what kills this Rays team this year. The lineup just lacks. Like there's no pop in this lineup. I love Caminero. Like he's an awesome player, but 1 to 9, they really lack like big time pop in this lineup. They kind of have to string it together. The bottom of this order is very weak, in my opinion. Like, so it really takes like a timely hit or two for them to score. And, JT Ginn, like I'll defend JT Ginn a little bit. I don't think he's bad. He just hasn't put it together at the big league level yet, because this is a guy that has shown a lot of promise in the minors. He was a very high draft pick, I believe, for the Mets. I think this was a Mets draft pick that was a high draft pick, and he came over in a trade last year for the Mets. I forget who they got in return for him. But point is, like, he's got the pedigree of someone that should be a good starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. He gets ground balls. He's got a very live fastball. Good fastball, good movement. He just hasn't put it all together yet at the big league level. So be that as it may, I think it's worth pointing out he hasn't put it together, and maybe he gets himself into trouble a little bit at times, which could happen here. Now, Drew Rasmussen is bordering on an elite starter in Major League Baseball. I think that's why the Rays are minus 130 here. And then you have to decide, do you want to pay minus 130 because you're paying a premium? Yes, you're getting the better pitcher, no question, Rasmussen, but you still need the Rays to hit. And then to your point, TB, the A's are all young guys that can really rake when they get going. And it's almost like, do you want to even, do you want to step in front of it? Because when when the A's are hitting, it can be a thing of beauty. So it's a very interesting game. I'm glad we brought this one up. I think the Rays are probably the look here, because I do think you have a nice pitching edge, but it's not, I don't know that this will make I don't know at minus 130 that I'm going to like this play the way I did on Monday when I got the A's at even money, or the Rays at even money, I guess is the point.
Right.
Okay. I gotta go to the, there was one in the chat. We have to bring this one up because, people are in the chat saying, this is their favorite show. We appreciate that. I'll tell you what, TV, yep. I don't do Wager Talk Today very often. But the people on Wager Talk Today are probably like, who's this Trig character who came on and talked about the Pirates yesterday? And then they lost by 2 touchdowns. And Travis says, maybe the Pirates should put Triolo in the pen. He's talking about Triolo, the shortstop, because they continue to leave guys down at AAA that are probably better than the guys that are on their big league roster. But man, couple touchdowns for the Brewers yesterday. This team doesn't look like they're slowing down at all. Yeah. What do you even do with this today? Can you step in front of it, or do you just have to admire what they're doing?
Well, since Woodruff's come back, he's been awesome. And today they're facing Mitch Keller, who is 3 pegs lower than Skeens, who they faced yesterday. Look, if this team can crush Skeens like that, look, on the show, I'll be the first to admit, total transparency, I was way wrong on my cap for that game. I thought Skeens was going to hold them down and that it was going to be an under. I even I think my parlay piece yesterday was, no, maybe it wasn't. Anyways, I had Pirates first 5 plus 0.5. I was all in on Skeens. I thought he was going to shut him down. Nope. I was totally off yesterday on this game. And so, look, what makes people more intelligent as time goes on, what gives you wisdom is to be able to adjust your way of thinking according to what you have experienced, right? That's why older people have more wisdom than younger people, because they've experienced more stuff and they act upon that wisdom. So I'm going to gain wisdom by yesterday's game and not bet against the Brewers anymore. Now, the Brewers went on this huge winning streak when I torched them on this show. When they lost a series to the Mets, I said their season is done. And then they go on and win, 20 out of 30 games. So now that I'm talking them up, they're probably going to go on a losing streak. But anyways, let me just break the game down real quick. I got Woodruff ranked very high out of 30. I got him ranked 4 on a curve of 30. I got Mitch Keller ranked 17. Milwaukee's bullpen, slightly better than Pittsburgh, but negligible. I got him Milwaukee 12, Pittsburgh 15. Pittsburgh's bullpen's actually pretty good. And then batting, I've got Milwaukee ranked 4, and I got Pittsburgh ranked 19. So put all that together, Milwaukee is 10 points better than Pittsburgh on the overall rating, which means it's definitely a play on. Maybe even take a -1. But let me see. Do I have Woodruff's stats? Maybe there wasn't a good enough sample size. No, there's probably not a good enough sample size. There is a good enough sample size. Woodruff, 153 average against and a 520 OPS. That's 200 points below what I consider dominating hitters. Mitch Keller, 326 average against and an 869 OPS against the Brewers. So every single arrow points to Milwaukee. And you know what happens when that happens? They lose. So, yeah. But no, I mean, you can't bet Pittsburgh in this game. You just can't. I mean, the only way you could bet them is on a hope or a lottery ticket.
Yeah, listen, after I picked my jaw off the floor yesterday as I was watching Skeens just get pummeled, I started to think about, like, you know, the Brewers theoretically, and the way we do this as handicappers, Brewers sweep a big series against the Mets. They've now won, what was it after that series? They had won 9 games in a row heading into this series with the Pirates. So I think as handicappers, we've done this long enough where we train ourselves to be like, okay, now they're playing a lesser team. There's probably going to be some sort of a letdown. And I think we even, I know myself and Brian kind of brought that up on Monday when you could have gotten them +1.5. And the more I watched that game yesterday, the more I started to think, you know what? This is sort of a unique situation where the Pirates were due for a letdown as well, right? Like the Pirates actually came in, and I've talked about Pirates management and leaving guys like Cam Devaney in AAA and some of their better they've got players in AAA, even bullpen arms that I think should be on this team. Yet the Pirates, in spite of their front office decisions, they came in, they finished July winning 8 of 9 games, and then they came in to this series playing pretty good ball. So the Pirates are actually probably due for this drop off as well, because they're doing it really very much in spite of some of the decisions their front office has made. And so you almost had to look at that and be like, well, how long can the Pirates do this as well? And so I think this was just a unique scenario where the Pirates were like almost just as hot relative to like where they are in the standings as the Brewers. And they came in and they just, now we're seeing the Pirates for what they are. So I don't know that I want to go against the Brewers here. Where I will try to go against the Brewers probably, TB, is this weekend when they have to go to Cincinnati, because suddenly that's a Cincinnati team that is desperately going to need those games. And that's a Cincinnati team that's a good ball club. And I think that's where the Brewers might lose one. I don't know if I want to do it here because the Pirates feel like they might be in a little bit of a free fall mode off of a good streak as well. So, and now you got to think the Brewers too internally now are like, let's run this up. Let's see how long we can get this going. They look like they're having a blast. Yeah, unknown entity says ride the train. You might just have to ride that train.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean, in gambling, you never, I don't know, Adam, if you're subscribed to this theory, but you never bet the something is due theory. It never works. What you do is you ride a streak until it's done, right? Generally speaking, not always, but generally you want to ride a streak till it's done. Man, the Reds, though, I agree with you on the Reds. Man, they killed me yesterday. I had the Phillies as my $5 play, and the Reds really surprised me. They're a pretty good team.
I want to talk about that one because, Reds yesterday, I thought it was an okay spot for them. Jabroni says Cincinnati's a good ball club. I don't understand I'm not picking on him because he brings this up. I feel like there's a lot of Reds hate, and I like just from the market in general, from people I see talking on gambling Twitter, and I don't understand it. The only thing I can understand, the only reason that makes sense to me would be like I know a lot of sharp people were very high on this Reds team coming into the season. Okay, so like maybe they haven't become like maybe they're not going to win this division. But Tokyo Brandon, this is still a team that's 63-58. They're 5 games over 500. At one point, you talked about them, as a team that you thought was going to be really good. I still think they're really I still think they have the upside of a team that could be really good. Now, are they going to catch the Brewers? No. But they're 2 games out of a wild card spot. Do you think the Reds are a playoff team this year? I'll put you on the spot. Are the Reds making the playoffs?
Well, their pitching lacks a little bit, so I think that's their problem. And their bullpen is just atrocious. I mean, I got them ranked 27. That's in current form, but I don't think I've had them ranked higher than 20 all season. I don't remember. Maybe I did, but to win a 7-game series and to compete against teams like the Astros Astros are American League, to compete against the Dodgers and the Phillies in the playoffs, you're going to have to do something about your bullpen. They can't perform like that and win. But can they make the playoffs? Absolutely. Green's back today after a little hiatus. If he pitches as well as he can, he's a strikeout master. If he can get back to that 10 strikeouts per start and not expose the bullpen too much, yeah, because their lineup's not bad. I got their lineup kind of toiling in mediocrity, as I like to say. I got them ranked 15, but I only have the Phillies ranked 11, so they can make the playoffs, but I don't think they can get too far with that bullpen.
Now, let me follow this up. You liked the Phillies yesterday. It didn't work out. This doesn't look like the worst spot to come back with the Phillies. Have you thought about Phillies today?
Oh, absolutely. Phillies are a bona fide championship contender. They usually are year after year, but man, they got so many. See what makes a lot of people maybe who don't watch baseball as much as you and I do, maybe don't realize, but what makes a good team great is the fact that can they run produce when their stars are not producing. So like the Phillies, if Schwarber and Harper are not hitting, do they have guys to pick up the slack? They absolutely do. And that's why the Dodgers are so dangerous despite their horrible bullpen, is because when Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman are not producing, because for some reason it seems like those 3 guys all have bad games on the same day. But then Teoscar Hernandez and Pajes, they pick up the slack. So teams that can do that can win, but teams like Cincinnati maybe can't. So, who's their 7, 8, 9? Can your 7, 8, 9 carry the team when 1, 2, 3, 4 are not producing? So Phillies can, Reds can't. So that's the difference between great and good, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll answer my own question before I give my quick handicap of this game. I don't think the Reds make the playoffs, and it's only because of the caliber of team that's in front of them. Because I look at I'm looking at the standings. I'm like, okay, theoretically, the 3 teams that they're going to have to beat out for a playoff spot are the Cubs, the Padres, or the Dodgers, I suppose, and the Mets. And even though I'm still a Mets believer. We'll get to that later. They had a good game last
Mets
night.
and Cubs are faltering, but the Padres are catching fire again, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm still a Mets believer. We can talk about that later in the show. As far as this game's concerned, Hunter Green. Yeah, they have. Yeah, we'll get to that one in a little bit. But as far as this game is concerned, Hunter Green's been he's been rehabbing for the past month, pretty much. So he had started his rehab post All-Star break. He made 4 starts. Got to be honest, wasn't impressed. He got roughed up a couple of times at AAA.
The comments are saying that right now. Turnbuckle Tommy said he gave up 5 runs in his last start.
Now he still managed 7 strikeouts in his last 2 AAA starts, but a lot out over the middle. I mean, that took he pitched against Toledo, and so here's some AAA perspective for you. Toledo and Omaha right now do not have great AAA lineups, just where they're at in the season. they're two of the lower rated lineups in the International League right now. And I mean, they kind of, Toledo bombed them the other day. So now to your point, the Phillies, I always say this about the Phillies. I prefer this team the way they stack against right-handed pitching more than left-handed pitching. Even though a guy like Kyle Schwarber has like the highest OPS in the league against left-handed pitching, I still prefer the Phillies against righties because Harper is better. You got some of those left-handed guys like Stott that they're gonna platoon a little bit. So I gotta be honest. This might be. I'm like thinking about throwing this one in the parlay. I really like Sanchez. He's a he's you look at his StatCast page. He's pitching run value as rated by Baseball Savant StatCast 99th percentile, top 1% of starters in Major League Baseball. Expected ERA for Christopher Sanchez is actually like where it's supposed to be. So some of these guys that have a good season, you go and look at their expected ERA. Sanchez is right in line where it's supposed to be. So you know what? Let's do it. I'm going to do it. Let's go Phillies. Parlay leg for me, Phillies money line. I think you were a day early on the Phillies TV. I think you should go back to them today in some capacity because I just want to get a line here and quote the correct. I think it's like -130 ish. Let's see.
I don't have anything up right now.
I'm just going to pull up two books real quick and double check that. Oh, and hold on. Even better. The Reds have taken some money. That doesn't surprise me in the least because the Reds take money almost every day. They've taken money the last 2 days in this series, and they're going to take money again today. I'm still going to do it. I just want to make sure. It looks like -115. Let me just double check. I'm going to check.
While you're checking, let me throw out my rankings for the Phillies. I have the Phillies. I have Christopher Sanchez ranked number 3 on a curve of 30. He's pitching amazing, lights out. I got the Phillies bullpen ranked number 2 in all of MLB, where I got the Reds ranked 27. So hitting, I have Phillies 11, and I got the Reds 19. So Phillies have every advantage here. The one thing that scares me is Sanchez has not real good numbers against these batters in his career, but this year he seems like a different guy. I've never really been a Christopher Sanchez fan, but this year he's kind of changing my attitude. I've changed the way I look at him.
Elite changeup. He's really becoming one of the premier sort of left-handed starting pitchers in the league. I'm with you, TB. A couple of years ago, I was out on this guy, and he's made me a believer. He's made me a believer. All the underlying metrics suggest he is what we see from him. Like there's nothing there that says he should regress. And I want to go back to one more point you made that's very important. The Phillies, not only has their bullpen been better, but it should be better because they went out and addressed that need at the deadline. They brought in Johan Duran. They now have an elite closer. And there were some other guys in that bullpen that were underachieving early in the season. So you talk about, you bring in your 9th inning guy. Now you have some of your other bullpen arms kind of pitching to what they should be. It's actually a pretty good bullpen. So let's do that. I'm going to call it -120.
Could be the best. Could be the best in MLB, perhaps.
Hey, when we don't, I wouldn't. That's not a terrible thought.
Not a stretch.
When we get to playoff time, when we get to playoff time, and the Phillies are coming in with John Duran in the 9th inning, and they kind of figure out who their 7th and 8th inning guys are. Yeah, I'm with you. This is a team that is. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say they're heading in the right direction, and their bullpen is sort of climbing my rankings as well.
And I thought the Padres had the best bullpen after they made some acquisitions, but honestly, their closer's not performing that well. He's, they put him in with a 2-run lead. He always gives 1 run up. So it's like, that's not what you want from your closer. You want your closer to be a shutdown guy. And man, the Phillies closer is shut down. I think they might have the best bullpen in MLB, at least right now. I thought it was the Padres, but could be the Phillies.
No question, they got the best reliever at the trade deadline. Getting Johan Duran, that was in my opinion, that was the best reliever out there. They got him. So
the Dodgers needed to do that, but they didn't.
And you could say Mason Miller, so on and so forth. But I just feel like Duran's as the most proven, the most like he's pitched in that spot. for the Twins for years. So I am we'll move on from this one, but I'm putting that in the parlay. So that is
sounds good.
And Mr. Finn, yeah, he says Philly's best bullpen. Don't know about that, but definitely improved. I think that's what we're talking about. Like,
could be the best.
The improvements that they made, and now looking forward, I think they're going to throw their hat in the ring as like an elite bullpen arm. And
could be the best. If they're not the best, who is? Name them. Tell me.
Phillies will be my parlay leg for the day, and I'm going to call it -120. I'm going to call it -120.
Sounds good.
I want to go to, so you talked about the Padres. This is a good segue here because Inky in the chat says, San Fran's got a nasty bullpen. Yeah, those are two pretty good bullpens right there squaring off in this series. Tokyo Brandon, have you ever been to Taiwan? Have you ever been to Taiwan?
Not. No, I have not. I've been to Korea, but not Taiwan.
The reason I ask is
the
because
girls are good looking though.
That's not why I asked, but thank you for trying to do that. The reason I asked is really good looking. Kai-Wei Tang, who will start this game for the San Francisco Giants today, is from Taiwan. And Kai-Wei Tang is a guy that pitched most of the year at AAA last year. And I got to be honest, was a gas can. I mean, he got absolutely lit up at AAA last year. And to his credit, he has come back this year and he has been a completely different pitcher. Like he has looked so different last year, this year in the minors that like it doesn't surprise me that they're sort of giving him a shot in the big leagues right now. So, he was someone that cost me a few bucks early in the year in minor league baseball because I was betting against him. Yeah. And he is a different pitcher than he was last year. So Kai-Wei Tang on the mound for the Giants, but he's up against, I believe it's Pivetta here for the Padres.
Yes.
Talk about this matchup. As the chat has pointed out, two very good bullpens and two teams that are really in need of a win, especially the Giants. The Giants are at risk of playing their way out of this thing. Can Tang bring them back today?
I don't think so. The reason being, he's been pitching. I mean, what do we have? Eight innings total this season that he's pitched. He hasn't been terrible. He got clubbed by the Mets, and then he held down the Nationals. I haven't seen enough of him to make a real good evaluation on him, but I do know that the CPB, which is the league he came from, is a peg below KBO. Now we don't have to we don't have to get back into our argument about where KBO ranks, but let's just say something we can both agree on, which is KBO ranks below Japanese baseball.
Yes,
and
for sure.
And CPB ranks below the KBO. So we could probably agree that the CPB might be around single A, perhaps.
I can agree. I can get down with that. The Taiwan league's definitely worse. Yeah, I can get.
We're not going to start again, but anyways, so he comes from a very low level league, but that you can find good guys from that league. I mean, there have been guys from Taiwan who have played well here in Japan. Not a lot who have played well in Major League Baseball. The thing about this game today, though, is I have the Padres ranked 9 or better in every category across the board. I mean, this team is just firing on all cylinders right now. Batting ranked 9, bullpen ranked 6, starting pitcher Nick Pivetta ranked 9 out of 30 on a curve of 30. The thing that scares me, though, is Pivetta has actually not been that great against the Giants batters in his past. And also a thing that scares me off is the Padres have just not really crushed them. What was it, like they've won 2 games in a row, like 4-1 or something like that. They've shut them down 2 games in a row. Winning 3 in a row is really hard. I'm generally a guy who takes each event as its own single event, and I try not to be too biased about what happened yesterday. But it really is hard to win 3 in a row in Major League Baseball. So that kind of scares me, along with the fact that Pivetta doesn't have the best numbers against these batters. But the Giants rank 24 in batting. Their bullpen ranks 11, and I don't have Tang ranked because he hasn't pitched enough innings yet. So Tang's kind of an X factor. I think the Padres are better than the Giants at everything. And I think what we're probably going to see is another 4-1 win by the Padres here, is what it looks like to me. I'm not going to bet it, though, just because there's 2 X factors that I don't like.
So if I was going to bet this game, and it is a thought, this was the other one I was kind of maybe going to put in the parlay, would be Giants plus 1.5. But Giants money line does make some sense. And you're right. The X factor here is Kai-Wei Tang. The guy I would be betting on is Kai-Wei Tang. Okay. Why I think he had improved so much from last year to this year is his pitch mix. So he basically throws 5 pitches. He throws them all roughly equally. And the fastball is like not the main pitch. So essentially he's throwing like, he's kind of throwing junk, like in a lot of cases. And I just don't think Major League Baseball's got so far in one direction in terms of like hitting velocity and being geared up for velocity.
Yes.
Look at some of these guys, TB, that are having a resurgence this year. Kyle Hendricks, right? Like,
and your guy,
yeah, like, well, who are you on?
Your guy, what, Corbin, your guy.
Yeah, because because he's just a veteran guy that can spot a curveball and stuff. That's a good one.
Yep.
One that comes to mind for me that you pointed out earlier this year was Chris Bassett, who's throwing like 8 variations of a fastball, but he's doing it in a manner that makes it very confusing for the hitter. So that's what you're going to see from Kai-Wei Tang. You're going to see he's going to throw a changeup. He's going to throw a sweeper. He'll hit you with a curve. They're all in like the 80s. It's all junk, but he does it in the zone, and he has confused minor league hitters to the point this year. Let me just read you guys. I want to read you his numbers at AAA Sacramento this year, where he's essentially spent the whole season. And this is a league, mind you, the PCL is a league that is offense forward, a lot of altitude. So sometimes he's pitching in Albuquerque or Salt Lake where he's got to do it in altitude. Here's his numbers in Sacramento. He has a 3.67 ERA, which is fine, whatever. He has a 1.1 whip, 1.11 whip, a 194 batting average against, and 86 strikeouts in 54 innings. 86 strikeouts in 54 innings, Tokyo Brandon. That's insane. Like,
isn't that the league where they score tons of runs in those tiny stadiums?
Yes, it is. And yes, you pointed out he got called up, and the Mets did get to him. And we'll tip the cap to the Mets. Really should be a lineup that's better than they are. But last time out against the Nationals, a little bit of a step down. 5 scoreless, 3 hits, 1 walk. That's the other thing. He's in the zone a lot. So 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. I think he's going to confuse the hell out of this Padres lineup today. And for that reason, I think that this is one that'll have my attention. Like I said, if I give out an early, so what time is this game? I think is this a day game here, TB?
I'm in Japan.
Oh yeah.
No, right. Hang on. Yeah, it's early. Yeah, it's an early game. It's early.
So
it's 3 p.m. your time.
Yeah. So this is one that I'm kind of thinking of for a potential client play. I wanted to see if the Padres would take money because we talked about bullpen, but the Padres have used some bullpen the last couple of days. So even though they typically have I would say their bullpen's better than the Giants, they have used it some. I think if you can find Kai-Wei Tang props, if you maybe want to take a first 5, I think the Padres are going to be very, very baffled when they see him the first time through. And so maybe you find some value there. Go ahead, TB.
Here's one thing, 2 points to make real quick and we can move on. But one thing about when you do sports betting a long time, there's certain things you pick up on. And when a team's facing a pitcher for the very first time, usually the first time around the lineup, he shuts them down. Usually. I'm not saying Tang's going to shut them down today, but usually if you've never seen a pitcher before, it's advantage pitcher. So that's just a sports betting thing that probably every professional capper knows in the back of his head. Here's another point is what you said. I like what you said about how the league has just become fireball throwing, not fireball drinking, but fireball throwing. And these batters they're expecting to see a bunch of sliders and fastballs. And these guys who are not great at anything, but good at a lot of things, they can excel because they can confuse batters, and batters are expecting to see 95-mile fastball and an 89-mile-an-hour slider. They're expecting to see that, and they see changeup, sinker, splitter. It's like, whoa. So yeah, he can keep people off their feet maybe for the first few innings. Yeah, and that's probably all he's going to pitch is the first few innings. So Maybe an
Yeah,
under
I mean,
him.
I think he could. So he's been a regular starter at AAA. So if he's cruising, he'll go 5-6. If he's pitching well, like he'll
He
go
did
5.
in his last few. He went 5.
Yeah, he
right?
went 5 scoreless against the Nats. So that's one. Again, it's like that +1.5 is somewhere in the -130, -140 range. So for me personally, I'll have my eye on that. The Padres are a team that will take money sometimes. So if we get closer to the game time and that dips a little bit, I'll be looking at +1.5 there. But I wouldn't put you off of a Giants money line, just a value play. I think that's great value with the Padres having never seen this guy.
Yeah. So yeah, that's about all I have to say about that one.
Travis, to support these gentlemen, hit the like, comment on the YouTube replay. Yeah,
and also
go ahead.
Grab Adams 5%, and I have an MLB play out too. And like I said earlier, WagerTalk makes us put free plays out every so often, and we both have one up today. So just take 10 seconds, go to our page, and at least look at our free plays.
Yeah, we very much appreciate it. And again, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, that I've been told by management is very, very helpful to us. It's free. Will take you less than 1 minute to go over to YouTube and just hit the subscribe button on our page on the WagerTalk YouTube channel.
Marcus, you're funny. Hit the like button, you filthy animals. Yeah, I like it.
Love that.
We're all filthy animals.
That's we're all baseball. Is that a Home Alone reference there, TB?
Probably, yeah. Our show is not for casual baseball fans. Our show is for baseball geeks like we are, people who eat and breathe baseball. So we appreciate you guys watching, and we always like you guys supporting us and giving us comments on the replay. Please do that.
Jabroni said he saw you missed Monday. TB, how was the drive? Is that like a great drive? I imagine like driving out to central Japan being like this great scenic drive.
Not really. I mean, you can see Mount Fuji from the freeway partway through, but in Japan, like Japan is basically half the U.S. population shoved into California. So so even like the countryside is full of people. So we don't have any, like when I went to the University of Arizona, I would drive back and forth Tucson and Phoenix. I would see no other car for 2 hours.
Sure.
You don't get that in Japan. Even in the boonies of the boonies, there's someone standing behind you everywhere you go. So
yeah, a couple years ago I did that drive. I did Vegas to Phoenix, that drive.
It's awesome.
And it is awesome. But there was about an hour stretch where I was like, if I like blew out a tire or something, I would be very, very concerned that I would not come back.
Hey, funny story that's not baseball related, but the hottest day in Arizona history, my car broke down while I was driving from Phoenix to Tucson. It was 123 degrees, and my car started smoking. It was funny. I'll save that story for another day.
There's like a stretch. Once you get past, I think it's Kingman, Arizona. Like once you get past
on the way to Vegas,
there's like an hour stretch where if you break down, you are in some shit.
There's no gas station. Yep. About an hour. Better have water.
Gas station, no service. You're pretty much flagging someone down that's coming at you 80 on a 2-lane, a double yellow line road, and hoping they're not.
You will see nobody passing you by. And us Arizonans, we know that always take water wherever you go. We all know this, but you snowbirds don't know that. So.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're probably right about that. I doubt I had a water bottle in the car, but yeah, for sure. All right, Turnbuckle Tommy. I think, I got to, TB, I know the Cardinals lost yesterday, but I had already ruined the parlay with the over in the Diamondbacks game. And it's why I come on here and say, like, that's why I don't handicap totals. That's why I don't try to bet totals. I was so confident in that game going over, and it ends up being a 3-2 final. I don't remember if it was Tommy, but someone was like, yeah, this is an under. I'm just going to like kick my feet up on this first 5 under. And sure enough, it was like the easiest under of the day. Props to whoever had D-backs Rangers under yesterday. You were right. That was a dead under, never close. But Turnbuckle Tommy says, do the Astros and Hunter Brown get it done today? He likes the Astros first 5. So I'll go to you, Astros, Red Sox.
Yeah. And, some of those games, we're sports bettors professionally. So we've watched a million baseball games, and by the second inning, you knew that game's not going over. You just knew it. Their bats were just limp. They're just like, I mean, you can just tell. as a sports bettor, if you have the over in that game, you're just like, oh God, I don't even want to watch this crap. In the second inning, you knew that was going to lose. So there's just times like that. You got the under and they score 10 runs in the second inning. You know, sometimes you just know it. But in this game, I love the Astros, and I'll tell you why. Hunter Brown is a guy who I had ranked top 20. I have him ranked top 20 almost all season. He's a stud. And his numbers, let me take a look at his numbers against this team. I don't have them memorized, but I know they're really good. Yeah, he's got a 222 average against and a 525 OPS against. That's amazing. Walker Buehler, on the other hand, against the Astro batters, 284 average against and a 780 OPS, which is not terrible, but that's when he was a good pitcher, and he's not a good pitcher anymore. So I think the Astros are just going to curb stomp Boston today. I got the Astros lineup ranked 4. I got Boston's ranked 9, though. But I think just Hunter Brown being a great pitcher is going to cancel that 9 out. I give huge advantage to the Astros in hitting. Neither bullpen's really that good. They're both 20 or worse. But I got Hunter Brown ranked a lot higher than Walker Buehler. So I think the Astros will definitely come back here. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to make this my parlay piece. Give me the Astros on the money line here for my parlay piece. Hunter Brown is just a great. Hunter Brown's a great pitcher. He's great. There's good pitchers, but he's in the top level.
Yeah, for sure. I was once you started talking about it, in my head I was like, yeah, I hope he just throws this in the parlay, because that's the thing. Like, he's another one. We talked about Joe Ryan earlier, but maybe even more so Hunter Brown. Like, he's another one the league sleeps on a little bit, or like the betting markets tend to sleep on him. Like, for whatever reason, and this is again, like, for whatever reason, the Red Sox are taking money against Hunter Brown. Now, I understand why the Red Sox, as a plus money underdog, would take money against the Astros. I think the thought process there as well, we'll throw the starting pitchers out. These two teams are pretty equal. I think a lot of people probably have the Red Sox rated ahead of the Astros, just in general. So I can understand why they're taking money. But, you want to talk about like a discount. I mean, Hunter Brown is, you pull up his underlying metrics, his StatCast stuff. It is all, I'll do it. I got it on my phone right here. You can barely see it on the screen. That's a lot of red right there, TB. You want to see red on this page, and all you see is red with Hunter Brown. I mean,
Buehler probably a lot of blue. And some people in the comments are saying Buehler's been good lately. I don't see that he's been good lately. I don't see it.
No, he's been good relative to what he was earlier this year. That's for sure. And here's the thing, like, that's the thing with Buehler. People are going to look at him. He's got it in him because we saw it in the postseason last year. Okay. He's got it in him, but yeah, you want to talk about like expected ERA is close to 6. That's not very good. You've been all over his walks, like his command lacks. Again, it's been, you want to talk about him being better. Okay. He had a good outing against the Padres. 6 scoreless, will tip the cap there. He had a good outing against the Padres. Previous 2 outings didn't get out of the 5th inning. He did throw a good game against the Phillies. Yeah, he's definitely been better, but like, I just think people sleep on Hunter Brown. I thought Hunter Brown might win. I thought at one point in time earlier this year, I thought he was going to win the Cy Young in the American League. He dipped for like a month.
Yes.
And then it's like, so, okay, he's out of that race because Skubal and Crochet are going to battle it out for that. But now, like, if you look at post All-Star break, he had that one bad start against the Mariners. It's been 5 innings, 1 run against the A's, 7 innings, 1 run, 6 strikeouts against this Red Sox team. Think they lost that game, but he pitched great. And then he pitched into the 6th inning in a win over. Well, he didn't get the win, but it was a win over the Yankees. They won in extra innings. To me, Hunter Brown, so much better than Walker Buehler. Astros get bombed last night. They've got the bullpen arms ready to go.
Coming back.
I agree with you. I agree with our guy, Turnbuckle Tommy. I think Astros are the way to look today. And go ahead.
After you're done. Sorry, I thought you were.
No, I was just going to say he likes Astros first 5. Can't talk you off that. Certainly makes sense.
Can't talk you off that at all because both bullpens are bad and not reliable in current form. But I have Hunter Brown ranked number 11 out of 220 pitchers. So he's still top 11. He was in the top 5 at the beginning of the season, like constantly. And then, like you said, he had a little blip. But this is a marathon. These guys are not going to be always good. Like Skeens yesterday got bombed. Nobody expected that. Skubal is the one guy who's yet to get bombed this season and might not get bombed this season because he's so good. But yeah, I don't see how you could go against Brown today.
Mark Kinson says, Colin, I'm willing to bet that Adams 5% play today is Mariners money line. It is not. I actually lean the other way. Believe it or not, I kind of lean toward the Orioles here. So I figured we already got the parlay locked in, and we'll read it off at the end of the show. But I saw that comment. Yeah, I kind of lean toward the home team here, TB. I have my reasons why. I'm curious if you agree or disagree.
On the Boston or the Orioles game?
Yeah, Orioles Mariners. We'll finish here.
Okay. Yeah, Gilbert's great, but so is his counterpart. Rogers has been pitching. Rogers has been dealing. And one thing about Gilbert, he's been good, but he actually is. Let me see. He actually does. He has decent numbers against this team, but Rogers has been bombed by Seattle. The thing is, Gilbert's. I think there was one red flag I saw about Gilbert. Let me check real quick. Maybe it was his. Yeah, away. He's got a 5+ ERA away. So that was the flag that I got on Gilbert. And Rogers is a solid pitcher. So do you trust the Orioles bullpen? It's the question. If the Orioles bullpen can be solid, sure, they definitely have a chance of winning this game. Gilbert's a great pitcher, though. But, yeah, he's terrible on the road. And the Orioles are batting quite well. So, yeah, I wouldn't take Seattle, that's for sure.
Great illustration of how two people, myself, you, and you can throw 3 in there with Brian, do things totally different, but oftentimes we arrive at some of the same stuff. Like, we don't rehearse any of this. We don't talk before the show. We literally get on here and just wing it. And you kind of made that. That's probably the biggest point I would make in this handicap is that the Orioles hit the ball at home. Like this team rakes at home. This has been going on for a couple of years. They've been a much better team at home, not just win-loss, but WRC Plus has always been better at home. And it's always, since the Orioles sort of called this crop of players up, what we'll call it like Rushman, Holiday, Westberg, Cowser, like the crew they have up there right now. They've been much better against right-handed pitching. And so you want optimal Orioles. Optimal Orioles are right-handed at home against a right-handed pitcher. And so even though Logan Gilbert is an elite right-handed pitcher, this is the subset that the Orioles thrive in. And Tokyo Brandon just pulled it up for me. His numbers on the road haven't been as good. So the Mariners are going to get priced as a top option. And that you're going to pay the tax for Gilbert. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to pay the tax? The tax meaning the premium to back the Mariners and back Gilbert when you're playing into the best scenario possible for the Orioles and you're playing into a guy in Trevor Rogers that's been hot. So that's kind of my handicap here. Yeah. I was hoping to get +1.5. I don't think that's going to be the case at -140. But again, this is kind of right there with the Giants where +1.5 is probably too expensive, but I do think you have like a good, solid value underdog. So I think let's put it this way. Here's the last point I'll make with this. I think if you were to bet the Giants and the Orioles today, you would make money because I think one of those underdogs is winning today. And so if you split, I think you'd still come out ahead. That's how I'll leave it there.
Possible.
All right, TB. Why don't you give the people one more solid promotion before we get on with the show?
Got it. Adam's being humble. I think he's number 1 the last 3 days in all of WagerTalk. I'm number 1 in 2025 in all of WagerTalk. So you got 2 of the best cappers at WagerTalk here talking to you. And Adam has a 5%er out, and I have a 3%er out. So grab those and grab our free plays as well. We're good cappers, guys, and we do this day in and day out to promote our stuff, but also to give you guys some information. So not just to take free plays, but to actually take the information and be good bettors. So we're trying to educate you guys, and you guys educate us too, because we have probably the best crowd in all of WagerTalk. So thank you for that. Go to our pages, leave a comment on the replay if you would, please. Tell WagerTalk that you like our show.
Well, Steven says they got rid of a couple of their lefty batters. Yeah, Cedric Mullins is no longer in that lineup, but they also get Rushman back. Like, I think that offsets. They called up I think it was Jeremiah Jackson, who I haven't seen how he's done lately, but I guess I wanted to just address his point with the Orioles. I think it balanced out based on like some of the guys they had come back, but it's a good point.
I have the Orioles ranked 16 right now in batting in current form, but they've dropped quite a bit. They were up there pretty high.
Yeah, they had a bad series. I feel like I don't know if it was their most recent one. I'm just like going off memory, but what one series? Maybe it was against the Phillies. So maybe we'll give them a break there because the Phillies they have a pretty solid pitching. Yeah, they didn't hit against the A's really at all either. So that's concerning. They haven't really hit in the last week, but again, it's not my favorite play, but I still think you're paying a premium to back the Mariners. Yeah. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Can't disagree.
Okay. TB, our parlay. So a 2-teamer today. There's a theme here. It's us playing back at some sharp money on the underdog with very good elite teams and elite pitchers. So that's the theme of the parlay. We actually are getting a better price on this parlay now than we would have an hour ago, which I love. So I'm going to use Phillies money line. Tokyo Brandon's going to use Astros money line. It's that simple. Phillies Astros 2-teamer pays plus 210. Hopefully we've got our second parlay win of the week. And then when Brian's back tomorrow, we can maybe hit a 3-teamer, but that's what it's going to be for today. That's what it's going to be for today. Astros, Phillies, 2-team parlay plus 210. We are at the hour mark. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Can't wait to have Brian back tomorrow. Good luck today. Cash all your tickets. Yeah, head on over to my page. Grab the 5%er. We're rolling right now. Hopefully we've got another winner, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
Welcome to WagerTalk TV. Kelly Stewart here with Marco D'Angelo and Teddy Covers of WagerTalk.com. And we're talking about common mistakes sports bettors make. Marco, what is the number one mistake that sports bettors make?
Overreaction to one game. Okay, you see something, you watch a game, and we all love watching the games and betting on them, but don't believe that what you just saw is gospel. Remember this quote. I use it on Bet On It all the time. No team is as good as their best game, nor are they as bad as their worst game. And too often, you see somebody get blown out on a Monday Night Football game. What are you doing the next week? You're betting the team that won, and you're going against the team that lost. There's no value there. That's my first tip.
Teddy, you have a show called The Opening Line Report on Wager Talk, and you guys talk about what we saw. What did sports bettors learn was also a segment on Wager Talk today. Tell me how much that actually should go into your handicap, or should it not go in there at all?
Well, you certainly want to be aware of teams that are playing better and teams that are playing worse, and in general, I'm looking to ride streaks as opposed to jump in front of them. Not so much in the NFL, though. I mean, the NFL is a different animal, and different sports are different animals in that way, because the NFL is so public, everything that happens gets captured in the attention of the betting populace quickly, whereas in a sport like baseball or basketball, someone play good one game, maybe they'll play good for another month before anyone, the betting markets start to notice. So, literally, you can go for weeks on end before the betting markets adjust. That's not the case when it comes to football and one game a week. So you'll often see people overreact far too much to a single good or two good performances in a row, especially when you see, they won twice in a row, they killed them twice in a row. That third week, maybe not so much.
All right, give me your number one mistake that sports bettors make.
The single biggest mistake sports bettors make is not having enough outs or sports books to bet at. And I see this people all across the country where they have 12 legal sports books in this state, and 8 in this state, and 7 in that state. You need to have an account with each and every one of those books, and that account needs to be funded. I moved to Las Vegas specifically because guess what? I can bet here, I can bet there, I can bet there, and they all have different numbers. People say, oh, how do I... This is the key to stopping losing bets by a half a point and starting winning bets by a half a point without buying points. This book's got 6, that book's got 6.5. Oh, later in the week, that book's got 7.5. You can find that variance from book to book, and all you got to do over a course of 100 wagers, turn 2 losses into pushes, turn 2 pushes into wins. You'll be stunned at what that does long-term to your bankroll and your winning percentage. And that's what having outs means.
That's funny because when I first moved here, I worked for a little company called Don Best, and you had to pay a lot of money to get that information. Or your option was to go sportsbook to sportsbook to sportsbook.
Sure. And look, the WagerTalk's got a great product, the Odds Logic Live Odds screen. It's fantastic. Get a free 7-day trial right now, oddslogic.com/Teddy, and you'll see what we're talking about. But yeah, I got it in. Yeah, but it's a good product. I have no problem. I like promoting it because it gives you in real time all of these sports books and the current numbers, and you see stuff. Hey, the market's starting to move. I better make this bet right now. Oh, the market's moved this way already. I can wait till later in the week to do this. And oh, this book's got a 6. This book's got a 6.5. This book's got a 7. If I'm laying, I'll find the book and lay with the 6. If I'm taking, I'll take the book with the 7. And you don't have to open up every app. It's all right there in one place. It's a really valuable tool having a live odds screen. Again, oddslogic.com/Teddy. Free 7-day trial.
Kelly, another thing to do, obviously the outs, but also the VIG. Different books offer different VIGs. And right here at the Westgate where we're filming today, they have a lot of times reduced juice. It's a course of a season, you save 2 cents, $2 on every $100 wagered. That's going to add up on course of losses. But here's a homework assignment. We talked about those half points. Next football season, sit down, get a ledger. Every game that you lost by a half a point, write it down and see how many there are at the end of the season and how that would have changed your season if you pushed that half-point loss.
Sure, and we talk about the half points. There are times throughout the course, one common mistake bettors make, they'll only bet at one time. All right, kickoff's coming in an hour, we better make our bets right now. The savvy bettor is going to make bets Sunday night, Monday morning. That's what the WagerTalk NFL opening line report is all about. What are good bets Monday morning to make? Where's the line going to move? So a better, or one of the mistakes that many beginning bettors make is, I'm only betting at this specific time. If you want to do this at a higher level, at a professional level, you have to be ready to fire away from the minute the lines come out, basically until the minute they close.
That goes back to an earlier video about bankroll. And the reason some players don't do what you're saying, the correct thing is, they don't have the bankroll to bet a game on Monday and have their money tied up till Saturday or Sunday. They want their money so that they can bet the Monday game, the Tuesday games, the Wednesday games, the Thursday games, and they're going day by day. Again, treat it like a business.
Yeah, listen, we know NFL, you don't want to be betting the closing number, generally, right?
Well, if you're playing contrarian, you do.
Well, this is what Teddy's reading my mind over here. But what I've seen more consistently as of late, here in Vegas, they have house players. Somebody comes over from the casino, wants to bet $500,000 2 hours before kickoff. Sportsbooks are getting called from the casino manager saying you got to take this bet. They lost $1 million on the blackjack table last night. And then things start to really change. So you're right, Teddy. Marco, you said this as well. Most of my bets are in before we start bet on it, the show on Wednesday. So Wednesday, let's call it noon Eastern. But sometimes, and as we've started to see the shift with more people getting involved in the marketplace, that's no longer the case. Can you kind of touch on that just to kind of put a bow tie on the line chopping?
Well, sure. So when you talk about what numbers are available, and Mark, you talked about write down every game that you lost by a half point all year. You'll often consistently see lines move a point, 2 points, even 3 points, without an injury, just based on how the money has come in. And of course, those opening numbers that come in are often, this book will hang a 2, that book will hang a 6, and the market will decide which book is right. And usually they tend to come together. So I don't know if that answered that put a bow on it at all, Kelly, but that's the point I was trying to make. Marco will put a bow on it.
I think Marco can, but I do think this, Marco, because there are thresholds where I'm looking, right? Let's use college football. I'm looking for underdogs, outright underdog winners. A team may be 4.5, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not really that interested. I do like them. I do think they have a shot to win, but I'm looking for that touchdown underdog. Come Friday night, come Saturday morning, they may be a 6.5 point underdog. The market loves them, and I say, all right, I said if it hits 6, I'm betting this game, and then I get involved. Where it used to kind of be the other way, where I'd get that 6.5 on a Tuesday, and they'd close 4.5 and then get blown out. It's kind of been a weird shift.
Kelly, another tip for bettors, we talk about getting the different books. We use the phrase square and sharp. There's square and sharp books as well. And here in Vegas, and I'm not going to call out any particular ones.
Why not? Tell them where the square books are, because they want to know when they go on their odds logic screen who's sharp and who's square.
Let me tell you that it's the ones that cater to the locals. Okay, those are what I like to refer
Stations, coast, formerly known as William Hill.
Oh, yeah. Those are, remember Bodog back in the day?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a very recreational sports book. If I'm betting an underdog, I was finding my best number there all the time, because the average sports bettor, the squares, gravitate to overs and to favorites. You're generally going to find your best numbers at those kind of books. Now, if you're betting underdogs, you're going to have better luck, or underdogs there. If you're betting favorites, you'll have better luck at the sharp.
I'm going to say this. One of the things I've noticed now that it's become a nationwide thing, I live in the state of Florida now, we only have one sports book. Do you remember who I bet against last year a lot in college football? Mario Cristobal. And you know where I bet every single week?
Yeah.
At the Hard Rock. Because everybody is going to bet on Florida. They're going to bet on Florida State, and they're going to bet on Miami. And I got the best number, whether I was taking Cal, whether I was taking Virginia Tech, any of those teams, I got the best number in the state of Florida. And that doesn't happen all the time. So maybe check out your local. You live in Tennessee. You live in Illinois. You live in some of these other states. And you want to bet against the hometown, home state team. You may get a half point better than you would versus your local.
Yeah, and of course you talked about the different times of the week. When you bet this on Sunday, bet this on Tuesday, bet this the hour before kickoff. It all, people throw out. I've seen some horrible betting advice. People are like, oh well, you can't bet today of the game.
Why?
Yes, you can. Or you can't. Or all your bets should be in already. It's like I talk about strike price. All right, and this is a key concept for mistakes that bettors make. Is all right. I like this side, but I'm not laying a touchdown. I'm only going to at -6. That's my strike price. And if I don't see a 6, I don't bet it. If I see a 6, boom, there's your bet immediately. Whether that 6 comes on a Sunday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Friday, an hour before kickoff, whenever it is, having a strike price in mind is a key component to knowing, yeah, I want to make my bet now. Yeah, let's hold off and wait till later.
All right, Marco, last mistake that you think we need to do on this video. What is a huge mistake that these guys, I mean, I know there's a ton of them, but give me something else that you think bettors make that is a very common mistake.
I just think they make two-betty parlays. Okay?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Well, because they've made...
What percentage? Okay, so I do one parlay. We're going to use me as an example. I bet a lot of college underdogs, one parlay a week. I pick 3 underdogs to win outright. It has to pay like 35, 40 or better to 1. It's a fun little parlay. It is 0.5% of my bankroll.
And if you win one, you made a profit for the year.
Yes.
Exactly. Because the legalized sports books, the FanDuels, the DraftKings, they tweet out every time somebody hits a $5 lottery ticket. So everybody thinks that is the way to go. They want to do that. Little money to win big money.
Of course.
Do you know how many parlays they've cashed prior to paying out that one that paid $150,000? Okay? All those add up. You're not going to get rich doing that. It's a grind. What's the cliche? It's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Sure.
There's a reason.
And know this. Books make more money off of parlay bets than any other type of wager. There's a reason that they're not promoting straight bets the same way.
There we go. Common mistakes that hopefully you guys will never make again. Thank you to Marco. Thank you to Teddy. And thank you to all of you guys for hanging out with us here on an episode of WagerTalk TV. If you guys want to check out some other videos, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another one.
Five free Major League Baseball plays for Wednesday, August 13th. Went 3-2 yesterday with the Power 5. For today, we're talking Pirates versus Brewers, Rockies versus Cardinals, Cubs versus Blue Jays, Red Sox versus Astros, and the game on FS1, that being Braves versus Mets. A reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree. Number one, we're starting in Milwaukee, where the Brewers are red hot. We're talking 26-4 over their last 30 games. They have won 11 straight. First National League team to have two 11-game win streaks in the same season since 1935. That was a long time ago. So much for Paul Skeens. Brewers got to him yesterday, ended up winning 14-0. But for this afternoon series finale, 2:10 Eastern time start, let's talk about the total, shall we? And we know we can't trust this Pirates offense, which is dead last in all of baseball when it comes to runs per game. They've scored a total of just one run in the first two games of this series. And this afternoon, the Bucs are going to have to deal with Brandon Woodruff. The Brew Crew have won all 6 of Woodruff's starts since his return from the IL. Woodruff has not allowed more than 2 runs in any of those 6 starts. So the question now becomes, how much damage do we think the Brewers offense will do today? My answer, not nearly as much as yesterday. Pirates starter Mitch Keller, not only is he unbeaten over his last 8 starts, but the team is 5-0 in Keller's previous 5 trips to the mound. There have been just 4 starts all season where Keller has allowed more than 3 runs. Only one of those has come since June 6th. Remember, yesterday aside, the Brewers average fewer runs per game at home than they do on the road. So under 7.5 is the play here. Number 2, Rockies Cardinals, also a 2:10 Eastern start. The Rockies, they've got 2 shutout wins this entire season. Both of them have come against St. Louis. The second one came yesterday as the Rockies snapped what had been an 8-game losing streak overall. It was a 3-0 final last night. Should be another low-scoring game this afternoon. Of course, the Rockies, we know what they're all about at the plate. They're not good. 29th in runs per game overall. 30th, i.e. dead last, in runs per game on the road. 6 of the last 8 games, Colorado has scored 4 or fewer runs. And they'll be facing a Cardinals starter in Michael McGreevy, who threw 6 shutout innings his last time out. Now, I know Rocky starter Austin Gomber remains winless in 2025. It's middle of August, Austin, and might want to wake up here and get a win. But he's facing a Cardinals lineup that has scored just 7 runs total in the last 4 games, and only 1 of the last 6 games have involving the Cardinals have seen more than 8 total runs scored. The total for this game opened at 9. It's already moved to 8.5. I agree with the line move. I would bet the under at 8.5. Number 3. Actually, before we get to number 3 here, allow me to thank all of you thank all of you that purchased my first college football bet for the season as part of the $5 Tuesday promotion. Always good to get locked in at a good number. A reminder, beginning next week, WagerTalk's brand new college football show, The Blitz, hosted by me, will debut. We go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be joined by all of the top college football handicappers at WagerTalk, and we will take your questions on the weekend slate. All the big games will be covered. August 21st is the first show, so if you already haven't done so, click that subscribe button down below. All right, now let's get to the nighttime slate. Number 3, we're going to talk Cubs Blue Jays. Let's head north of the border to Toronto, 7:07 Eastern time start. I was wrong about this game yesterday. Thought the Cubs offense would wake up against Barrios. It did not. Well, as the old saying goes, if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. Only this time, I'll play Cubs money line tonight. That's because starting pitcher Cade Horton has not allowed a single run in 4 consecutive starts. 22 2/3 shutout innings for Horton coming into tonight, regardless of last night of that result, a 5-1 loss. I still think the Cubs are a better team than the Blue Jays. I like them as underdogs. Hey, Chicago, go Cubs, go. We move on to Red Sox Astros, 7:10 Eastern. Go back to Monday. On this very program, I said to take the Astros plus 1.5 on the run line. Turns out they did not even need that plus 1.5. They instead won the game outright by a score of 7-6. Well, the Red Sox had quite the response last night, drubbing the Stros by a score of 14-1. I think you can look for a much lower scoring game tonight. However, Hunter Brown on the mound for Houston. After a somewhat rough July, Brown is back in top 4. Gone 17 in the third innings over his last 3 starts, allowed only 4 runs. For the entire season, Brown has allowed 3 runs or less in 20 of his 23 starts overall. Meanwhile, for the Red Sox, Walker Buehler has been much better as of late. 6 straight starts with 3 runs or fewer allowed. Astros are weaker versus righties. Both teams' bullpens ranked top 6 in ERA. This is going to be a low-scoring game. Under 8 is how I would play it. All right. Braves-Mets, 7:10 Eastern on FS1 is our final game for today. I've already given you 3 unders to consider, so how about an over in this one? That's the way the money is going. In fact, I would hurry and bet it now because it looks like the total, which has already moved from 8.5 to 9, could be heading to 9.5, although we're starting to see, as I'm speaking right now, I'm looking at the odds screen, we're starting to see some resistance at 9. I would not play the over in this game at 9.5, but I do like it at 9. Our old friend David Peterson is on the bump tonight for the Mets. Peterson's underlying metrics, they're actually a little bit better this season than they were in 2024. However, the Mets aren't winning as much with him on the mound. How ironic. Also, I am required to point out that while Peterson's actual ERA currently sits at 2.98, his expected ERA is 4.28, so there are some signs of regression still for Peterson. He's being opposed tonight by Carlos Carrasco. The 2 games Carrasco started for Atlanta since coming over at the trade deadline, those games have seen 23 and 14 total runs scored. Mets beat the Braves 13-5 last night. I think it should be another relatively high-scoring game here between these NL East rivals. All right, it is recap time on the Power 5. Number 1, Pirates Brewers under 7.5. Will the Brewers ever lose again? I don't know. Number 2, Rockies Cardinals under 8.5. So that's 2 getaway day unders for you here to start the show. Number 3, I like the Cubs as underdogs against the Blue Jays. I think the Cubs are a better team than the Blue Jays. Number 4, Red Sox Astros under 8. Much lower scoring game than the first 2. I think we're in store for tonight. Buehler, again, has been much better as of late. Hunter Brown's having a great season. Number 5, Braves Mets over 9. Yes, we had 3 unders, but 1 over. Let's not, I know that you over bettors want something to bet on tonight, and I think this is the game to target. Peterson, that expected ERA is still north of 4, and Carlos Carrasco is not someone I trust. All right, comment down below with your thoughts on those plays. Also, if there is another game you would like my opinion on, ask away. If I see the question time, I'll be more than happy to answer. And if you just want to share with us what you'll be betting on tonight as well, do that. Always enjoy seeing what you guys are betting on. Whatever, though, make sure you click that subscribe button. Best way to make sure you don't miss any of this great content that we are providing each and every day here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Then head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. I am up 52.4 units of profit since May 24th. Have not had a losing record in any month so far in 2025. If that sounds good to you, then try 7 days of unlimited access for only $69. No coupon code is needed. Just head on over to wt.buzz/BP right now to take advantage. That's going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, smash that like button if you did. I will be back tomorrow. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
if you like this total, it's already moved. All right. You can still find 41s right now. It's going higher. All right. If you like Kansas City, the 2.5s are disappearing. We're already seeing 3s out there. There are still 2.5s available right now. Kansas City 2.5 over 41. Both of those 2 lines I'm not convinced we're going to be seeing later this week. Last night was 2.5 and 40.5. So we've seen movement. The markets have tilted that direction. We haven't seen the broader move for every book getting pounded yet. I would not be surprised if we do. For Seattle, look, Drew Lock moved the football the whole first half. He did throw a red zone interception, and that's really the only reason that it wasn't a blowout. They still had 16-3 at the break with a missed extra point, but it could have been 24-3 at halftime were it not for that one Lock INT. Jalen Milroe came in the second half, 38 rushing yards, including a 27-yard scramble. That's bet on for a third stringer in preseason. And it's hard to run in August, hard to run consistently in August with the offensive line combinations. Well, Seattle, 32 carries, 170 yards, 5.3 yards per carry, 10 rushing first downs. Those were good numbers. And there's a open competition, not open competition, but there's right guard and center are both still in flux for Seattle. And head coach Mike McDonald said that the competition will continue this week. So there's extra urgency for this offensive line. Of course, a tie for the Seabags in that game. Mike McDonald, quote, "You never want to tie a football game. That kind of stinks." As for Kansas City, Mahomes led a 13-yard touchdown drive, 1 for 1 yard after an Arizona turnover with his passing. I would expect to see him more this week. Then Gardner Minshew came in, 2 drives, 1 touchdown. Then Bailey Zappi. Zappi was not good. Threw a couple of picks. Chris Olajuwon, 6 of 13 for 39. He had 2 drives to win the game with a chance to win the game, and the offense did not work, and they did not come close to field goal range. Worth noting, file away for next year, Andy Reid now 0-3 straight up ATS in preseason openers the last 3 years. And he went 0-3 ATS last year, so it's now an 0-4 ATS run for Reid and company in August. His quote, "There were some good things. I thought the starters played well when they were in. They were sharp. After that, we were too sloppy, too many penalties going backwards." So Reid showing some urgency for this week after a sloppy performance from everyone after the starters last week. That tends to be bet on. And again, we're already seeing that in the markets. The 2.5s, they're becoming 3s. If you like KC, bet it now. Like Las Vegas, again, it's already last night we were seeing in this game, there were 3.5s. It's 6 this morning. I expect it to go to 7 or higher. All right. There was heavy Denver money against San Francisco. +1, it was high as -7, close 6.5 at most books. The 49ers led 9-0 after the first quarter, and then it was a 30-0 Broncos run out. Mac Jones opening touchdown drive, then a 3-and-out, then an interception, then he got benched. Carter Bradley from South Alabama, then Tanner Mordecai from Wisconsin. Neither guy an NFL quarterback. They got 3 quarters worth of playing time last week and didn't produce a point. 3.8 yards per play on offense, 1 of 12 on third downs, and -4 turnovers. Kyle Shanahan, it was frustrating. I liked how we started out, but after that, there wasn't too much to be excited about. We didn't get many first downs, 4 turnovers, 3 picks, the fumble. We made too many mistakes. Shanahan, there's no urgency in winning preseason games. It's not a bet on QB rotation. And San Fran, like another team we're going to talk about later, is a banged up football team. And the 49ers, a team with big goals for this season. When you're banged up in early August, those guys are not going to be on the field against the Raiders. Now, the Raiders are working through different offensive line combinations throughout camp. They had offensive line problems throughout against Seattle. Geno only completed 1 pass. Aston Jonty had -1 rushing yards. They mercifully sat them after 1 drive before they got killed. Aiden O'Connell had a great camp and put him in a real game, and he threw 2 picks, neither of which was pretty. The rookie Cam Miller from North Dakota State actually moved the football well in the fourth quarter. They had 2 touchdown drives in the fourth. And, of course, if you paid attention to the emergency line and betting alerts last week and bet the Raiders right at the get-go, you were able to cash a ticket with the Raiders. The defense got gashed pretty good in that game versus the run, versus the pass, third downs. None of them were pretty. They had a blocked field goal with a chance to win on the final play of the game. Pete Carroll, who's a guy who's interested in winning in August, quote, "We started really poorly. We didn't run the ball well in the first half. We didn't really do anything very well. But we stayed close, and it was an opportunity for us to face that and then come back and see what you do in the second half. And it was a marvelous second half. Carroll always finds positive things to say. That's why his teams love him so much. Let's emergency betting alert this. I have to think there's going to be money come from Chicago, just like we saw. Tyson Bagent and then Case Keenum. That's a bet on 2-0. When you talk about veteran QBs in the NFL, Austin Reed, the third stringer, he was rough. He had 2 drives to win the game and couldn't move the football either time. There was late game shenanigans. We talked about that early. But the quarterback rotation that we like, and it's also worth noting, Dennis Allen was blitzing. We like defense coordinators who blitz. 6 sacks for the Bears. They did have a couple of blown coverages that made it different. The red zone defense wasn't all that good. For Buffalo, they threw the ball all game. Offense at 7.1 yards per play. Mitch Trubisky was good. Mike White was good. Shane Buechele was good. 2 bets with something to prove. McDermott, 11-2 straight up, 10-3 ATS from 2019 through 2023, but 1-2 straight up against the spread last year. This year, 0-1. The game they won last year was 9-3, and Buffalo didn't run the football well last week. I would expect we'll see lots of running the football this week against Chicago. Bears, I expect them to take some money. No surprise here if this line closes 3 or higher. Washington has shown that they didn't give a crap.
Okay.
Worth noting, this line, it's going to say open 3 and still at 3. This line was at 2.5 everywhere last night and is now 3 this morning. So one book might have opened 3. The broader markets open 2.5, and we've seen the broader markets move from 2.5 to 3. We've seen a bunch of over money for this ball game. If you like the over, don't wait. One last emergency betting alert before this line is through. Open 39, or before the show is through. Open 39.5. Now we're looking at 41.5. It's a single event game on Monday night after a week of overs. We expect to see even more over money coming in this one. And look, it's probably not going to be my money. All right. The starting offense looked great for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow with 2 first-quarter touchdown drives. That was Cincy starter versus Philly backups. They couldn't run the football. Desmond Ridder showed us again that he's not an NFL quarterback. He did lead a late fourth-quarter starting drive, but he wasn't good. Jake Browning wasn't very good. His interception essentially ended the game, put Philly up by 3 scores. Do not overreact to Cincinnati's defensive struggles like everybody on social media did. Oh, my God, the Bengals defense again. What Cincy did in that game, base defense only, all right? They weren't showing any looks. They weren't showing any blitzes. They had the first-string defense got lit up, but they were just playing base defense. Joe Burrow got extensive preseason action only the second time in his career. We could see more of that this week. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Burrow and how much he's going to play. As for Washington, again, they allowed an opening kickoff return touchdown. Josh Johnson and Sam Hartman were okay. Hartman got the start. He wasn't good. He was outclassed by the Patriots defense. Johnson played the rest of the way. He threw a pick too, but the offense moved the ball, at least with him behind center. Dan Quinn, we talked about it last week, the joint practice sessions. Be aware of what's going on in the joint practice sessions. Last week, Quinn was happy with the Commanders' look in the joint practice session. As a result, he announced he was going to sit 30-plus guys for the game, and that certainly affected Washington's results, both on the field and the point spread. That being said, his quote after Washington 13 penalties compared to 2 for New England, all 3 phases, I thought it was sloppy. They stacked, and that showed sloppiness to me. And then in practice was just the opposite, so that did not make me happy. Perhaps a bit more urgency this week for the Commanders when it comes to the game. But again, if the joint practices are good, I don't think Quinn's going to worry about it all that much.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Wednesday, August 12th, 2025. I am Drew Martin breaking down the Major League Baseball slate here. Got 3 MLB bets coming your way, 2 early starts as well, guys. So let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. Your picks for today helps grow the show in the YouTube comments below. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got first game up, we are heading to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Game 3 of the series with the Pittsburgh Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers. Brandon Woodruff on the hill for the Brew Crew up against Mitch Keller here going for the Pirates. 7.5 being the total, -185. That's the Brewers as the home favorite. If you've been watching the show, the Brewers have been one of our golden gooses as a team here. Winners of 10 straight games coming into Tuesday night's action. I'm actually recording this before the Tuesday night games are going off. It's taking a little bit of a risk here, but a team that's 30 games over 500, number one record in Major League Baseball. That's the only way I'm looking, particularly with Woodruff on the bump, the 32-year-old out of Mississippi State, the former Bulldog. He's had a short, sample size this season because he came off the IL, late start to the season, but he's already 4-0. He's got a 2.2 ERA, 45-6 strikeout to walk ratio. He's pitched 35 innings. He's only given up 17 hits. That's less than one hit every 2 innings. Some guys give up one hit every inning. So he's a guy I'm only looking to bet on. Add that to being on the Brewers team. This lineup's hot right now. The bullpen's been pitching well, and they're up against the Pirates. This is a battle of first place versus last place in the division. I mean, the Pirates are 24 games back of the Brewers. They're only 17-40 on the road. So when they're playing outside of Pittsburgh, they've been terrible. They got Keller on the hill. Overall, his numbers are decent. He has had 3+ walks in 3 of his last 4 starts. So coming into, the August, September months here, guys struggling with control. I don't like that in terms of looking to bet on the guys. He's only 5-10 overall in terms of record. Brewers are the only way we can look. -185, a little bit pricey. We don't like to go that high. So instead, we'll cut it down -1 line with the Brewers playing at home. We are on the Brewers -1 over the Pirates. We got next one up, 3:45 Eastern, 12:45 local time as we're heading out to the West Coast here to San Francisco. It's the Padres and the Giants. It's the number 2 and the number 3 teams in the standings in the NL West. And it's game 3 of the series. Both teams off tomorrow, so getaway day. It's Nick Pivetta going for the Padres. And it does look like Wei Tang going for the Giants. Now, it's still to be determined, so I don't have a number on this one. But did want to break it down and tell you where I'm looking to bet on this one, because the Giants come in a game under 500. They've lost 3 straight heading into Tuesday night. And if you haven't seen Wei Tang pitch, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's 26 years old. I haven't seen him either, but looking off of his numbers, 26 years old, Taiwanese-born pitcher. He is 6'4", 240 pounds. In AAA, he has 86 strikeouts in 54 innings. That's pretty impressive. But in the major leagues, his numbers aren't that good. He only has 8 innings pitched. So you got to kind of think, how's he going to fare here in the show? Up against the Padres, this lineup has been pretty hot, top 10 lineup over the last week. They got Pivetta on the hill, and Pivetta is a guy that we've been looking to bet on a bunch this season, and it's paid off. He's 11-4 record-wise, sub-3 ERA. He is off of his worst start of the season, but the velocity was there. He just gave up a couple home runs in key spots against the Red Sox. I think he bounces back here. This Giants lineup hasn't been all that great of shakes. Their bullpen's been pretty good. The problem there is the Padres bullpen, the best in baseball by my numbers. So we're going to look to be on the Friars over the Giants, listing Pivetta as the starter. Do have one game left. It will be going prime time on Wednesday night. But a reminder, if you could comment below, it does help grow the show. It's been a great run here on Drew's Daily Diamond. We will we'll recap the record-wise on tomorrow's show. But overall, good profits out there if you've been following along. Any comments, your picks, where you agree, where you disagree, all is welcome. I'll be in there chiming in as well. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. Also, premium picks available, Drew Martin Experts page, WagerTalk.com. Do have a 4% client selection up on the website, a game we are not breaking down on the show. It also goes early. We got the college football NFL package special up. If you buy college football and NFL, you get the rest of Major League Baseball for free through the World Series, through the Super Bowl as well for the other 2 sports. And it's a huge discount off of it as well. So that's a great package if you're looking for an extended premium client picks. All right, back to the action here. 6:40 Eastern. We are heading to Cleveland, Ohio. Some of you guys shaking your heads here, I know. But we're going to be talking the Miami Marlins, Cleveland Guardians here. Guardians -$1.25, 7 and a hook being the total. Yesterday's show, I mentioned it. A couple of you guys getting after me about being a homer. And I'm taking a big risk here because I talked about the Marlins looking to bet on them I don't even know if they won that game last night yet because I'm recording this before it goes off. But I have to go with, what's been working this season, and it's been going after these starting pitching matchups. And I think there's good reason to look to betting on the Fish here. Now, if they lose both of these games, I'm going to put them on the shelf for a while. I promise you that. But Yuri Perez versus Gavin Williams here is the pitching matchup. Perez going for the Fish, the 22-year-old. We've talked about him a bunch. 3.2 ERA. He's been mostly great. His last time out, not so much. 5 earned versus the Braves. But he only threw 82 pitches. And that's the matchup angle I'm going off of because Gavin Williams, his last time out, the 26-year-old out of East Carolina, he went 8 2/3 innings. He was going for a no-hitter against the New York Mets. It was an impressive performance, no doubt. He ended up giving up a hit, and he ended up losing the shutout as well. And the thing is, he threw 126 pitches his last time out. He threw over 50 balls. He had 4 walks. That's a lot of work on your right arm. Coming back the next start, I remember a couple years ago, this was a great fade angle. I'm going to bring it back here, guys. Looking to fade Gavin Williams off of that great start, all of those pitches. I think he regresses here against a Miami Marlins lineup. One of the best things they're doing, if you watch Moneyball with the Oakland A's back in the day, they are the most patient lineup in baseball. They see a lot of pitches. Normally starters don't last too long against this Marlins lineup. They're not the greatest team out there, not the most talented, but they do see a lot of pitches. So I don't think he's going to last all that long. I think Yuri Perez for the Fish has a good start. And I think getting a plus price here on the Marlins worth a swing. So plus 115, the dog is barking in Cleveland. We are on the Marlins over the Guardians. In recap, we got the Padres over the Giants, and we're on the Brewers minus the 1 line over the Pirates to start us off. Guys, that does it for the Wednesday show. Comment below, smash that like button, cash those tickets. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday.
My name is Lawrence Presman. I am a professional sports bettor, have been since 1998. I'm also an entrepreneur, a serial investor into private equity deals, and the co-founder of WagerTalk Media, the best sports betting content site on the planet. Today we're going to be doing Behind the Bettor. I will answer a bunch of questions and you'll hear a little bit more about me. The first question is, college football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Well, as a Canadian, this question is moot. NFL Sundays all the way. I never really had any affinity towards any particular college football team. I do cheer for Clemson because I like their orange. But other than that, I'm a college football bettor, but not a fan. I'm an NFL bettor and an NFL fan. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? The best sporting event I ever attended was in the mid-1990s. I happened to be in Sydney, Australia. I was lucky enough to go see the Sydney Swans win the Australian Rules Football Championship. It was incredible for many reasons. 1, I was new to the sport. 2, I was in a new country. And 3, the passion for Aussie Rules football in Australia only rivals that of hockey in Canada. So that would be the best sporting event I ever attended. What is your most memorable sports bet? One that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. It was a San Francisco NFL game, probably 15 years ago, give or take. I took under 32.5. It was 30-0 at halftime, and I won my bet. It remained under. Those are one of those, every time you have a bad beat, remind yourself about bets like that. What's the best gambling movie ever? I'll tell you right off the bat, I don't love any gambling movie. I think Rounders is the most realistic as far as the hands that were used in Rounders, as opposed to the insanity in something like Casino Royale. And I like Matt Damon, I like John Malkovich, so I'm going to go with Rounders, and I know that's a common answer, but I can't think of any gambling movie that sits at the top of movies. Other than sports betting, what is your favorite way to gamble? I don't gamble, so there is no other favorite way. I have never gambled on anything in my life. I go to casinos. I never play blackjack. I never play roulette. I never play craps or Pai-Gow or Baccarat. I am a poker player. I do not consider that gambling. I only play tournament poker, and I consider that paying an entrance fee to a sporting event that I could win. I'm also a sports bettor, and I do not consider that gambling either. I consider that akin to trading stock. So other than sports betting, what is your favorite way to gamble? I don't gamble. If you could share a VIP booth at a sports book with any 3 famous people for a day, who would they be? John Mayer would be my number one choice based on his music trajectory, and now he's the guitar player for my favorite band, Den & Company. My number 2 choice would probably be somebody like Ronald Reagan. How delicious to sit down with him for a long period of time, from acting to business to being a politician. And lastly, it would probably be, a pope or a devoutly religious imam or rabbi, because, well, fascinating conversations. So there you go. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Look, most of the people are going to sit there and say Billy Walters, Henry from Pinnacle, and I agree. These are incredible sports bettors. But without question, the 4 people that are most likely to end up on the Mount Rushmore of sports betting is 4 people that we've never heard of. Because the greatest sports bettors, the greatest gamblers, the greatest stock buyers, the greatest crypto investors, all of these people are behind the scenes. It's the loud ones that you know of, and loud ones are normally not winners. So although there are a bunch of people, Steve Merrill, Marco, Gianni, Kelly Stewart, a bunch of bettors that I have deep, deep respect for, as far as who the greatest bettors on the planet, people we've never heard of. Best advice for sports bettors: take it seriously. That's my number one piece of advice, because 90% of you guys are looking for a quick buck, and you don't understand that you're actually in an environment that is a business-related environment, not an entertainment-related environment. Take it seriously, don't chase, don't be greedy, and don't do parlays. There's a whole lot for you, but the number one thing would be take it seriously. This is not a game. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? It's the Westgate by far. Firstly, I have an incredible relationship with the Westgate, but I have been in and out of the Westgate for the last 20 years. I'm taping right now in the Westgate. That's an easy one. Is there a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best? If so, when was it? I would say 1978. I don't even know who won that season, but I am South African and I moved to Canada. I knew nobody. I got there at the end of August, and the Dallas Cowboys were on every single Sunday. I became a huge fan of Tony Dorsett, Randy White, Ed Too Tall, Drew Pearson, Preston Pearson, Roger Staubach, and the works. So that year they got me through being a lonely 9-year-old kid who had no friends at the time. So that would be the one season that stands out to me. Do you remember a day that was the most profitable in sports betting? If so, when? Easy. I know nothing about horse racing whatsoever. I had an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old daughter at the time. It was raining. It was the Kentucky Derby. I told each of them to pick a horse. I picked one. I didn't even know how to bet it. I put $60 on the 3 horses we chose to come 1, 2, and 3, and they did. I made $18,000 on that $60 bet, and that's with knowing nothing. Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? My first sports bet was a loser, which is a great thing. I bet that Michael Spinks would beat Mike Tyson. That did not go well. What is the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? Greed. I think ultimately, if you really break it down and you pay your minus 110, you bet minus 110 to win 100, you're making 91% return on your money in the time span of a game. And yet that 91% return in a 3-hour period is not good enough for most of you. Instead, you want a 260% return on a 2-team parlay or a 600% return on a 3-team parlay. So the number one mistake, period, is don't be greedy. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? It would be hockey. That's not only is it the best sport to watch, but it's also the sport that I find the easiest to beat. What was your first job in the sports betting industry? I am an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur. My first job in the sports betting industry was starting my own business, which was called Who to Bet On, which I sold in 2007, and then inevitably started WagerTalk, which is ultimately the same business. That's it. Those are all the questions. I'm Lawrence Presman. Thanks for watching Behind the Bettor. That was fun. And make sure to watch everybody else's. Kelly, Gianni, Crackman, Teddy, Marco. We all are doing these and they're super awesome. So check them all out. You can find them at WagerTalk TV, which is our YouTube channel.
Hi, I'm Marco D'Angelo, co-founder of WagerTalk.com. We're going to do the continuing series of Behind the Bettor. Going to get you to know a little bit about me and what I'm all about. I've been betting sports professionally since 1980, and we're still going strong. Is there a specific season that comes to mind is the best during my career? That is easy, and that's 2010 baseball season. We went an incredible 25 straight winners during the summer of 2010. And the biggest part of that accomplishment that I'm proud of is we never laid more than 120 in any of those baseball games. That will go down as my best season in all of sports. Do you remember a day that most profitable for you in sports betting? Well, not quite sports betting, but one of the most memorable days for me and most satisfying was 2017 Kentucky Derby. I love betting the horses, and I like to share that with my clients. And that day, we were keying off of a horse, and the horse's name was Lookin' at Lee. He was a huge long shot in the Kentucky Derby that year. He finished second, and he brought us back a $336 exacta for $2, and the trifecta came back at $8,276. That was one of the most incredible days betting for me personally, but I love the fact that for a little bit of money, I made my clients a ton of money. Who would be on my Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Well, that's an easy one. You start with Billy Walters. Everybody's going to put Billy Walters there. The next one that I would go with would be Roxy Roxborough. Great lines maker here in Las Vegas for so many years. Another one, probably not as wide known, but this goes back to the heyday, the early days when the books took a stand, put the numbers up, and I would go with Bob Martin, old-time odds maker. And then for the last one on my Mount Rushmore, I'm going to go current, and I'm going to go with Westgate's own Jay Kornegay. What he did at Imperial Palace and brought to the Westgate to what we see now with everything behind us here and the Super Bowl prop bets and everything else, he deserves to be on that Mount Rushmore of sports betting here in Vegas. What's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today? Well, since we've had the legalization of sports betting across the country in many states, places like FanDuel, DraftKings, and so forth, they make it sexy with the parlays. Everybody wants to bet parlays because you want to spend a little bit of money to make a lot of money. I can tell you, if you do that on a consistent basis, 4 or 5 leg parlays, they're going to carry you out on a stretcher. That's my best advice. Stay away from those parlays. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? This is a toss-up for me. I love to play poker here in Vegas, but my true second passion is betting horses. I own horses, I bet horses, I love horse racing. That would be my second most favorite way to gamble. What's the best gambling movie ever? Well, that's going to be a great segue from the last question, because it's going to be a horse racing movie, and that is, without question, Let It Ride. Richard Dreyfuss, Jennifer Tilly, absolutely degenerate gambling movie. If you've never seen it, you got to watch it. It's a great one. And as Trotter said in that movie, I'm having a very good day.
I'm having a very good day.
Do you remember your first sports bet? And if so, what was it? Well, my two first introductions to betting, one would be going to the racetrack with my dad, betting horses. That was probably at age 10. Then for my first sports bet, that would be an NFL 2-team 7-point teaser. My dad would let me play one teaser every week to watch the football games with him, and I was probably 13 or 14 whenever I was doing that, and that was my start to betting football. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Boy, I could go either way there, but I really love college football. I love the emotional aspect of college football, of dealing with young kids on a weekly basis, the highs and lows, the rivalries. College football for me on the Saturdays in the sports book. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? Yeah, we'll go back to college football. I love the aspect of college football. I like that I get to break down the games. You got a week to do the games. You look at the emotion. You can study the injuries. Today, you know, one of the things about NBA, for example, you got to wait to see the lineups, who's in, who's out, load management, all that stuff. College football is still, to me, the purest sport to bet. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? All right, I'm going to cop out on this one. I'm going to give you a two-part answer. I'm going to go old school and new school. Old school, it's not here anymore, and that would be the Stardust. There was nothing like the Stardust Sportsbook. Whenever I was coming out to Vegas, I was coming 3-4 times a year, 5 times before I decided to move here back in 2008. Without question, my favorite sports book was the Stardust. I went there all the time. I had so much logo stuff from the Stardust that I would buy every trip. That was where the Las Vegas line originated. Every Sunday night, everybody waited to see that line come out. Now, my favorite, we're standing in it. The sports book here at the Westgate, the incredible screens, the fact that it is a non-smoking sports book, love that as well. You can sit here all day and enjoy the games. Not one of the best atmospheres in Las Vegas. What's the best sporting event you ever attended? All right, I'm going to go as a teenager back in Pittsburgh. The 1971 World Series, Game 3. The Pittsburgh Pirates were down 2-0 in that series to the Baltimore Orioles. They were up 2-1 in the 7th inning, and Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell led off the inning. Clemente beat out infield single, the base runner, the first baseman got pulled off the base, and then Willie Stargell walked, put 2 runners on. Bob Robertson came up to the plate. The manager, Danny Murtaugh, put on the bunt sign. He was supposed to bunt those 2 guys over to try to get the insurance run. He missed the bunt sign and hit a 3-run homer. I was there, saw that. I was in the outfield, put the Pirates up 5-1 in that game. They went on to win that game and win the World Series that year. That was a big game for me. I remember that one well. Best advice for sports bettors. I'm going to give you something that my dad told me with horse racing, and I ended up applying that to my style of betting in sports. Okay, a lot of guys like to bet a lot of games, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. That's just not my style. I like to limit my plays. When we used to go to the races, to betting horses, my dad would always tell me, you can bet a race, you can beat a race, but you can't beat the races. And I've used that same philosophy in sports betting. I can't beat the entire board, but I can pick my spots, find the highest percentage plays, and then make 1 to 3 plays a day, maybe on the bigger cards on a Saturday, 3 to 5 plays, limit my liability, find what I feel are the best winning situations, and capitalize on them. That's what I would say to young sports bettors today. What's your most memorable sports bet? Well, the Kentucky Derby one that I talked about earlier, but I remember Super Bowl, and I believe it was 1985. It was the Miami Dolphins versus the San Francisco 49ers. I was only 24 at the time, and when I made that bet, it was one of my biggest bets to date. I loved the 49ers in that game. Dan Marino, only second year in the NFL, gets to a Super Bowl. I just thought he was overmatched by the 49er offense, and they got destroyed in that game. One of the easiest wins I ever had, one of my biggest bets early on in my career. So that is one that sticks with me as my most memorable bet. What was my first job in the sports betting industry? Well, that was working for myself. I started my company back in 1980, and I'll never forget how I started the company. I started it the day after the Super Bowl in 1980. I ran an ad in a publication that used to be out here, H&H Sporting Times, and we ran an ad saying, "Attention, all Super Bowl losers. Call me tonight for a free winner." And the game was Florida State in college basketball. We gave them the correct side. I had people call, and all we did whenever they called is I said, listen, this play, no obligation. I want you to take this play. You like the analysis on the game, and you like how we do things. Give me a call tomorrow. I'll tell you about the packages that I have available. We won that game that night, and that started my career in this business. That's it for the questions, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me and getting to know me a little bit. This has been Wager Talk's Behind the Bettor series. Again, I'm Marco D'Angelo, co-founder of WagerTalk.com.
One.
It's the 2025 BMW Championship. Welcome, everyone, to Tea Time. I'm your host, Andy Lang, being joined, as always, by my fellow golf betting expert, Nick Borman. We're going to go over total strokes gained for the top players in the field. Let's face it, they're mostly all top players. We'll break down the course. We'll go over our favorites, worthy long shots, big-name players that can trip you up, and, of course, our DraftKings darlings. But, as always, we start with our one and done. Nick, both of our guys stunk last week. Basically, no change in the standings. I think they were separated by like $4,000. Kind of a forgetful week. I'll go to you first. Who are you using with the one and done?
I'm going to hope he backs up another good week last week, and that's what seems to be pretty consistent with JJ Spawn, that is. So, obviously, near winner last week as the field continues to shrink. He just stands out. I've been having success the last, other than Harris English, but the last, I feel like 6 tournaments with, taking the guy that did well the week prior and not expecting, if their signs are there, not expecting to drop off the following week, and it's worked out pretty well. I think Spawn, there's a reason he's second in the FedEx Cup, and he's a lock for the Ryder Cup team. He's already qualified, so he's just having a fantastic year. Everything about Spawn points to another good week, and of course, at this point of the year, Andy, it's like you're right. This is the BMW. It's 50 best players in the world. Well, we both used pretty much all of the top 15 or 20, so you're kind of trying to find the avenues of, there's one guy I didn't use. So my choices are limited, but Spawn kind of stood out to me as one of the best left. So I think he's going to have another good week this week.
I like it. I don't know if you heard the story about JJ Spawn, but this year has just been crazy. And they said on a broadcast, they realized that he had been misdiagnosed with the wrong form of diabetes. They had been treating him for one, and it was the other.
Yeah, type 1 versus
finally
type 2 or
fixed
whatever?
it. Yeah,
Wow.
They finally figured it out. They fixed it, and he's having a career year. So,
Go figure.
Amazing. Go figure, yeah. I'm going to go to Cameron Young. Just try and ride the hot hand. Guys finished first and fifth the last 2 tournaments.
Yep.
The last time that he had 2 top 5 finishes in a row, he completely fell apart the next week. So I'm playing with fire here. But, yeah, the suspects are getting a little limited. So, Cam Young, every year it seems like one of these guys just goes insane hot to finish the year. I thought it might be Matthew Fitzpatrick. He torpedoed me last week because that's what Matthew Fitzpatrick does to me. So I'll ride with Cameron Young this week. So, all right, Nick, let's talk about the course here. Caves Valley. We're going to Maryland. They have played this in the past, but it has been, I don't want to say completely renovated, but they put a massive overhaul to it. So we're not playing at a par 72. They've taken a couple par 5s, made them just basically long par 4s. So we're dealing with a par 70 here. There's going to be water in play. There's going to be bunkers. So I believe they've grown out the rough. From what I've read, rough shouldn't be a cakewalk to get out of here. So we'll call it 7,600 yards. The fairway widths are it's pretty wide on the landing areas on most holes when you're driving it. So, hitting the fairway shouldn't be too hard, but you do get in the rough, it's going to be pretty tough. So, it's just upgraded conditioning. There's some nice dog leg holes, nothing not too crazy dog legs, but just enough shape where guys are going to have to get pretty creative, especially if the first or second shot doesn't go that well. I don't think it's going to play nearly as easy as it did when they played here. So I would expect perfect conditions. It's going to be hot. The ball's going to fly. There's not too much wind this week. So I think we're looking at a low to mid-teens as the winning score here. So what's your breakdown on this course?
Yeah, Caitlin won it at 27 under when it was here in 2021. So if you just take away the 2 par 5s that you mentioned, now he's at 19 under, right? Those 8 shots over 4 rounds. So you're right on the money. It's probably going to fall in that high teens category. So I agree with you there. It's hard to get a beat in the course. Like Andy said, we have a place we've played, recently, sort of 4 years ago, but majorly different. I mean, they moved locations of tee boxes. They redid all the greens. You look at they even moved some green locations. Then they've added yardage. The overall yardage of the course is 7,600 at the tips, so it can play pretty long. But it didn't seem to be, hindering scoring on the last time around. But the overall length this year, they've added about 61 yards. But if you look at just the first hole is something like 120 yards longer than it was 4 years ago. So they've obviously dropped yardage elsewhere. But it's a lot of changes. So at point being, I don't even know if it's worth – I didn't look at who did well or who even played 4 years ago. I don't think it matters too much. To me, it's more – okay, you got more like a major. You got more of a course that they're not playing regularly. Probably a lot of the field haven't seen, or if they have, they're not going to necessarily recognize it. So in that case, what are you going to go to? You just got to go to the guys that are in the best form with ball striking. Putting's always the one that'll change. And, if you got two guys hitting the ball well, obviously whoever's going to make more putts is going to win. But when you have greens that are new and that usually kind of limits or lessens the effect of the great putter versus the poor putter. So I don't put as much stock into putting pre-tournament. Obviously, if you're putting well throughout the week, you're going to be up there. But this is about who's coming in the best form, ball striking wise, and that's all I'm really looking at. Obviously, the recipe is pretty simple. Any week, hit the ball better and putt better than anybody in that given week, and you're probably going to be there. But look for the guys that are in the form. And when I say form, I'm looking at, in this situation, the playoffs have proven that it's not necessarily the guy that's the hottest over the 12 months, which is what we usually preview, and we'll get into that in the strokes game. It's really who's the hottest in this short-term window. Maybe it's a month, maybe it's 2 months, maybe it's 3 months. I mean, you guys, situations from years past, Zalatoris was very hot before going into the playoffs, finally got a win. Lucas Glover won back-to-back events, including the first playoff event, because he was hot at the right time. So it's really who's coming in with the most momentum. Last week's leaderboard, Justin Rose maybe is the only anomaly. He ended up winning. He's the only anomaly that hasn't been super hot, but he's had flashes of brilliance. Otherwise, everybody on the top of the leaderboard has been playing very, very well, and there was no surprises there. So I expect more this week. So that's really all I have. You hit the weather on the head. I mean, it is a non-factor this week. It's hot. It's humid. There's no wind. There's no rain. It is just going to be golf. So shouldn't have any issues there.
Let's take a look at the total strokes gained, then we'll do the 18th hole rating. So, let's take a look here at the total strokes gained for 12 months, 6 months, and 3 months. And obviously for the purpose of, honestly, for the purpose of this, I was looking at last 30 days total strokes gained, trying to figure out, who's the hottest. So no surprise who's up at the top, but let's walk through this list and who jumps out at you.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. The right-hand column in this screen probably makes more importance than the left-hand column, which is how it's sorted by the 12 months. But very much rinse and repeat from last week, other than shuffling Rory here into the mix. I got to be honest, I'm a little surprised we didn't see, because of what Rory did, we didn't see a few other big names maybe take off this week to get rested for the Tour Championship. But I guess just they're going to keep their momentum going. They want to just keep playing to win. So not a real lot of surprise here. I would tread cautiously with, you can see the guys that are trending the wrong direction. We talk about Morikawa every single week. He did exactly what he's been doing all year long. Started off great, had a couple good rounds, but can't hold together for a tournament and was a non-factor by the time the thing was said and done. Justin Thomas, who was so hot earlier this year, finally got that win. It reminds me of like Ricky Fowler a few years back, Jason Day a few years back. They had this momentum, got the win, and then it's like, So Justin Thomas to me has kind of fallen into that category. But then you got guys like J.J. Spawn, clearly playing very, very well right now. Matt Fitzpatrick, one of the hottest players. He didn't have a great week last week, but really it was just one round. The second round wasn't great. Otherwise, he was very Matt Fitzpatrick-like the rest of the tournament. So I expect a rebound for him this week. Tommy Fleetwood, I mean, talk about a guy that, we don't even need to talk about the fact that he can't close, but just the resilience to still put himself there seemingly time in and week out. It's like, I can't just because, okay, he had a disappointing week, he put all that effort in and didn't win. I don't care. I think he's still going to have a great week. He's playing so good. He does everything so well. It's just, he's going to crumble a little bit on the back end on Sunday. Okay. He'll probably still finish top 5, maybe top 10. The rest of the tournament, the first 63 holes for sure are probably going to be pretty good. The biggest name on here that I'm paying a lot of attention to this week is Xander. He sits 40th in the FedEx Cup. And my God, is there anybody that has a better track record at Eastlake next week in the way they're doing the tournament this week? Get in. Anybody can win. So I think the storylines last week on the 50 number were very good on Sunday. I mean, they were showing that cut line. I mean, Fowler in, out, Kirk in, out. I mean, the flow of that, we're going to see that again this week. And it's from a betting perspective, I'm going to put this out there. A guy like Xander, there's a few others that I'm circling. I don't want to give away everybody, but the guys that are right there in that 40 number, even if they're not in contention to win, they are going to be grinding on every single shot, every single putt come Sunday, right? And I think that matters when you're playing like a top 20 market, right? You'll see this often on the big names. Xander's a perfect example. If he's not going to win, come Sunday, maybe it's a little looser. Maybe it's not quite as much focus. Maybe he falls back and finishes 25th instead of finishing 12th because he just lost a shot or two, not fully focused. I don't think you're going to see that this week. So look for the guys that are right outside that 30 number that are likely to be grinding, and look for live betting opportunities, right? So maybe they're sitting 30th, 20th in the standings or in the tournament after Friday, after Saturday. Look to bet them live top 10, top 20, because those guys, I think, are going to provide some pretty good value and some really good effort, certainly out of them, to try to catch some bets. So that's kind of my take on, first of all, this graphic and who's hot, and then also another just kind of general strategy of how to attack this tournament.
The guy that sticks out to me on that one is Keegan Bradley.
Yeah.
He's a guy that when you look at the last 30 days, you're like, ooh. So
Yeah,
I would say he's making it easy to not pick himself and just focus on being the captain. So
yeah.
All right, let's do the 18th hole rating. I like this 18th hole. This is a good one. I got this 18th hole rated at 6.4. It's a par 4, 470 yards from the back tees. It plays uphill. If there is wind, it could be tough, but I don't think there's any wind this way. It's got kind of a tight landing area because it kind of bends to the left and then to the right. You got bunkers on the left. You got this 8-foot wide creek that's on the right. So there's really not really a miss that you can go for left and right. You got to just find the fairway. If you don't find the fairway, no chance of birdie unless you get really, really lucky. Par is even going to be tough. So really good hole. If this tournament's close, I think this hole could cause some problems for some guys. I think this is a really, really fun one. I love the shape of it. Love the bunkers in the fairway on the left. I love the water on the right. Love that it's a little bit uphill. So really, really good finishing hole. 18th hole rating, 6.4. All right, Nick, let's talk about a favorite. Give the people a big name that you got your eyes on for this week.
Scotty Scheffler? No, that'd be
right.
There's it's so hard to bet that guy this week. Even the top 5 market, I think, is minus 200 or right around there. You already mentioned him, Cam Young. Listen, if there was going to be a week that he was going to falter, it was probably going to be last week. I mean, he finally got the monkey off the back. That's generally when you see a guy stumble a little bit. And maybe you could argue that he did out of the gate. But, man, what I love about him is how he finished on Sunday to finish solo 5th. 64 on Sunday tells me he's ready. He's coming back. He's not just faltering, and that was no fluke that win. So I love to see that. I love to see how guys finish tournaments as a springboard, let's say, for possibly the following week or the next start. This is perfect, I think, for Cam Young. He's got distance, obviously, and at 7,600 yards, you're going to need it, and certainly it's going to be an advantage over a guy like Russell Henley or somebody that can't quite hit it that far. So aside from that, his form, he got the win, but it almost felt like it was just a matter of when, right? He had this stretch, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where he was finishing runner-up in the majors, and you were like, that win is coming. It didn't, but then that streak started to happen again prior to his win. It started with a 7th at the Truist, 4th at the RBC Canadian Open, 4th at the U.S. Open. Then he won the Wyndham, and he followed that up with the 5th last week. So he's got 4 top 5 finishes. And in just his last 7 starts, that shows a guy that's playing very well, very confident. He does have one missed cut in there, but the guarantee this week, it doesn't matter. You can have a bad round on Thursday or Friday, as Cam did. You can still have a weekend round after that because you're guaranteed it, and you can springboard back into contention just like he did. So the fact they were getting 4 rounds here, if he starts slow, I'm not too worried about it. But listen, 4 top 5 finishes in his last 7 starts. Maybe not quite Scotty consistent, but when Scotty's under 3-1 and Cam Young's 30-1, seems like decent value. So love his distance again. He can get very hot with the putter. by the hot hand. I mean, top 10 plus 230, top 20 minus 125. I think are pretty good as well.
I will jump in and say Cam Young is not as consistent as Scotty Scheffler. Yes, that is a very good take.
I mean, not quite, you know.
He's not quite as consistent as Mr. Scheffler. All right, let's go to players that can trip you up. These are 3 players that are priced way too high, in my opinion. You're not going to like one of them. I'm going to start with Patrick Cantlay. He's going to draw interest. Top 10 finished last week. That was only his second one since early March. Not consistent. He's just not the same guy. He ranks 16th in the field in total strokes gained over the last 3 months. Solid, but not dominant. He won here in 2021. We talked about that, but that was when he was basically at his apex, playing his best. And that was before the course was completely renovated. They priced him as a top 3 golfer this week. No chance. No chance.
How is Patrick Cantlay just comfortably in the top 30 right now? Like, I don't remember him like talking about him doing anything this entire year, but he's 19. I second you. I don't get it.
It's really crazy. And again, we talk about this. They're going to put some of these guys in the top 5 and the top 10 that are, you're going to have to lay the hammer to just, to win money on them outright. And then they'll give them a proper head-to-head matchup against somebody that's like 10 spots lower. They know what they're doing. So I have no illusions that they're going to give me a tough head-to-head matchup on Patrick Cantlay. But as far as his prices to win in top 10, no, thank you. We'll move on to Justin Thomas. You mentioned him. He's being priced like a top 6 contender, but results absolutely do not justify this price. He's posted 4 straight finishes of 22nd or worse, 28th last week, and that was, shorter field. It's just not clicking for him this year. He ranks 22nd in the field in total strokes gained. Again, solid, but far from elite. You're just paying for name recognition at this point, not current form. He's going to be a fade for me. All right, Nick, I'm out on Xander Schauffele. I'm just out. Here's why. He rope-a-doped us. He threw us off the scent. Top 10 finishes at the Scottish Open and the Open Championship. Those are not in the United States. So what happens, it comes back, doesn't play well last week. So he has 1 top 10 finish in the U.S., well below expectations. I just don't think he ever got off the ground with that rib injury, and he's just been playing catch-up. He's priced as a top 4 option, despite consistently underwhelming at these tournaments. I just can't buy into him until he proves he can replicate that European form here. Easy fade for me, and I am worried about him at the Ryder Cup. I will just say that. I am worried about him at Bethpage. My buddy lives out there. He's like, they got this thing set up where the ball doesn't roll at all off the tee. You hit it the fairway and it just kind of stops. I'm a little worried about Xander. So hopefully he gets back to form. I'd love to see him play well and get inside the top 30 for next week, but that's not a guy I'm going to be betting on. Patrick Cantlay, Justin Thomas, and Xander Schauffele, 3 players that I think can trip you up. All right, guys, it's a big week in golf. It's also a big week in MMA. I have 2 5% plays that are up. Not 1, but 2 5% plays. We got Dana White Contender Series on Tuesday. If you're watching this on Tuesday, my $5 Tuesday play is a Dana White Contender Series play. We're going to do that every Tuesday for the next 10 weeks. My $5 play is always going to be Dana White Contender Series. Friday, we've got PFL. We got a 5% best bet that's up there. And UFC 319 is Saturday. We've got a 5% best bet that is up. All those plays are up. And the 2 5% plays are in one package. So you are getting a smoking deal. It's basically buy one, get one on 5% best bets. We have hit 71.4% of MMA 5% best bets this year. So go take advantage of that. WT.buzz/AL as we continue a really, really nice profitable year in MMA. All right, Nick, I know you've got a special up. Let's talk about your Worthy Long Shot, but first tell us about your EPL special.
Yeah, so we have soccer seasons, European soccer season starting this weekend. Premier League kicks off on Friday, as does Spain La Liga, and then the other couple domestic leagues the following week. So we have EPL, normally $2.99 for the full season. It is now $1.99 as an early bird special. And then you can get all soccer for 1 year. So that's not limited to a season. That's 365 days, includes every league, which I'll focus on Premier League, Major League Soccer, Champions League, and Spain La Liga, then plus all international soccer matches. So that is $4.99, normally $7.99 for the year, so almost half off. So you can get those. Those are both available now on my page or the deals page over at WagerTalk. Definitely a good time to check those out.
All right.
Andy, I'm going to get into the long shot. So just want to say something. I don't want to say I'm defending myself, but when I brought up Xander, I wasn't suggesting to bet on him pre-tournament. I suggested maybe there's an opportunity, as an example, him for a live bet through the tournament just because of his situation to get in the top 30. Do I think he's going to win this week? No, I agree. I don't think he's got good value to bet standalone. But as the tournament goes on and maybe there's a top 10 or top 20 price, depending on where he stands, that looks attractive, I'm just going to be watching. That's my point. I think those type of players have an opportunity to cash something later in the tournament if they're right on that bubble. That's all. So I agree with that. I'm not really huge on Xander pre-tournament stuff. But I digress. Let's get into the worthy long shot here. I'm looking at Harris English. Now, full transparency, I did make a 1% client play on him last week. It didn't go very well. He did not have a good week. But I'm just going to chalk it up to a little bit of an anomaly. He finished 48th last week in the FedEx. I'm not overly concerned about it, considering how well he was playing prior to last week. He had 8 top 22 finishes in his previous 11 starts. All right, yeah, not Scotty Scheffler consistent, but very good. And it really was rather quiet. I mean, you didn't talk about Harris English, although he did finish runner-up twice at the majors, right? He had the first one at the PGA Championship where he finished runner-up to Scotty. Kind of really nobody talked about him because he was a little bit far behind and maybe kind of made most of his noise late in that tournament. Then a tie for 12th at the Masters. Another runner-up at the Open. His only poor major this year was the U.S. Open. Throw in a 4th place at the Travelers, and he's got 3 top 4 finishes in his last 4 starts. So I like Harris English's form. He's gaining strokes across the board right now. And unlike most accurate drivers, they usually lack distance. He doesn't really completely lack distance. He's got better than average distance. He's not the longest hitter out there, but this week it is long. He's not going to get into too much trouble, but he can contend enough. He's not a Russell Henley guy that doesn't quite hit it far enough to compete this week, but he's a guy that gets enough out there to do it. And I just think his form is good. He's 50-1, Andy. I mean, I think that's a very good price. 3-1 for a top 10 or just even money for a top 20. And you got to remember, in the top 20 market, you're going to get a lot of not sexy prices. You only have to beat 40%. I mean, you're in the top 40%, right? 20 out of 50 to cash this week. And it's actually only 49 because Seth Straka withdrew. So, you're not going to get huge prices on that, but even money for a top 20, I think on Harris English I really like that play. But I think he's going to have a bounce back, let's say, from last week's 48 finish.
All right, Harris English going right back to him. Yeah, sometimes it's a great strategy. A guy has an off week and everyone forgets about him. You go.
Yeah, right and golf is so much. What did you do for me last week? And then you just either you're on him or you write him off. And I kind of like to watch if you're playing well, then you have one down week. Who cares? You're gonna. Chances are you're gonna come right back. It usually works out pretty well.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly ready to not bet on Matthew Fitzpatrick this week and watch him finish second. I'm just preparing
very
myself.
Similar. Yes, very similar.
I'm just preparing myself for that. So we're gonna do DraftKings Darlings. While we're doing that, guys, please take just 1 second out of your day and hit the like button. Really helps the algorithm. And leave us a comment in the comment section. Tell us who you like. Who's going to make it inside to the top 30? Who's going to advance the next week? What best bets do you have for this week? And have you not subscribed to the WagerTalk YouTube channel? What are you doing? Well over 210,000 subscribers. Join the WagerTalk family, guys. It is football season. I know we're here talking golf, but it's football season. We've already got some breakdown videos that are starting to come out. We got some futures, conference winners, so we got a lot of really good content. So make sure you subscribe and hit that bell. That way you get notified when all these videos go up. All right, let's do DraftKings Darlings here. Interesting week. They're all going to see the weekend. So now we're just kind of, looking at some guys, who's got some upside here. And I'll start with Johnny Vegas, who was perfect DFS player for us last week. He was excellent with a 14th place finish. We get 4 rounds from him. He's sitting outside the top 30, so he has every reason to fire at pins and try and go low. Range full of players. I think this is just a fantastic way to start your DFS lineup. We don't really talk about him that much. Brian Harman at 6,900. He is currently inside the top 30, but I believe he's 18th. So he's got to mind his P's and Q's. I would expect a pretty nice, consistent, very Brian Harman-esque type of performance where you're looking at a finish around 20th. So he's coming off a 22nd place finish. He ranks 18th in the field in total strokes gained at 6,900. If we can get a finish like that out of him, we'll be in really, really good shape in DFS. And then I go Denny McCarthy. Struggled with 2 straight missed cuts, but those are in Europe. His U.S. form has been incredibly reliable. No missed cuts, steady finishes. He's just outside the top 30, like barely outside the top 30. So he needs a solid 4 rounds to punch his ticket to next week. Elite putting, as we always talk about, consistent on American courses. I think he's a strong bounce back here. 7,100, very, very high floor for Denny McCarthy. The final lineup is on the free download over at my page, wt.buzz/AL. Same place you can get those 2 5% best bets. Same place you can get that $5 Tuesday play for Dana White Contender Series. Free digital download. It's got my full lineup. We finished 56 out of 150 in the tournament, so we cashed once again. I was telling the guys before, I mean, this has been easily my best year in DFS, so I am looking forward to finishing strong. So if you're a DFS player, go grab that free digital download. It also has player write-ups, course write-up, and all that jazz. So, all right, that's going to do it for us for tea time. Make sure you join us next week for the championship. And Nick, guess where I will be this week?
Indianapolis.
Yes, just north of Indianapolis at the Live event.
Yeah,
I'm going, baby.
Go.
I'm gonna go to the Live event.
You and DeChambeau.
Yeah, well, so what I'm actually, I need I need to get a shirt that just says like Rom T10 because
oh my god,
because I keep if I can get a picture with John
Parlay
Rom,
in the top 10,
says Rom T10, the greatest parlay piece of the last couple years. Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. But yes, I am going to go check out the Live spectacle. Should be pretty interesting.
I want to hear all about it.
I'll report back next week. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. Nick, thanks for joining us as well. Don't forget to take advantage of Nick's EPL special. Don't forget to take advantage of my 2 5% best bets in PFL and UFC. Good luck on your bets this week, and we'll see you next week.
I'm Gianni The Greek, Plus EV Sports Bettor, Advantage Blackjack player, currently sharing information each and every day at WagerTalk.com. And you can catch me on the UFC Fight Pass, where I have a podcast, The Gambler's Perspective. I'm on UFC On the Line now in our 7th season. And of course, the Contenders series on ESPN Plus, where I get to share sports betting information for the UFC. Also, going to cover a little bit of Behind the Bettor today and answer some of these questions. See what they got for me. Start off with, other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? That one's easy. It's got to be blackjack. If I could do nothing else, it would be that. If I could play blackjack every day and not get tossed out, that's what I'd be doing. I enjoy that pretty much more than anything else. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? Just over-betting their bankroll. The edge is small, even for the most seasoned and most profitable sports bettors. And yet, your typical novice bettor just overbets. I mean, they shouldn't be betting more than 1% of their bankroll ever, and yet you tell somebody with a 10-dime bankroll not to bet more than $100, and they look at you like you're nuts. So the best advice I can give is don't overbet your edge, because it's not as big as you think. You manage risk correctly, you can make a lot of money. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? This one's tough. I know most are going to say Billy Walters because he's the Kaiser Soze of the industry. With that said, it would be a tie because you got to throw Spiro the Greek in there. You got to throw the Animals and Mike Ranieri and what he did back in the day. So I'm going to go a little bit different. I'm going to start off with Chip Reese, known as probably the best 7-card stud player on the planet. But what he really did best is damage in baseball. In fact, created one of the best models, and Poker Kids didn't become famous by accident. Destroyed the books in baseball year after year after year. No longer with us, but definitely on the Mount Rushmore. Then you got to throw Archie the Greek in there. Nobody else do I know that took $50 and a $10,000 loan and within 2 years turned that into $40 million. Fact, here in Las Vegas in the 90s, I met him multiple times after he had lost that fortune. So it took them 2 years to build that up to $40 million. Took them about 12 months to lose that. But if you could turn $10,050 into $40 million, you're on Mount Rushmore of gambling. And then a current guy, you got to give it to Spanky. Bottom line, you give him an account, he's going to bury it. And the influence he has right now in the sports betting industry, I got to give my man props. Spanky's on there as well. Do you remember a day that was most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Oh, yeah. When the Chicago White Sox won the World Series. When the season started, I think they had started off like 8-0, 10-0. My friends were in from Philadelphia. I look up at the board because they were staying at the MGM. And it was like 50-1 there. And they were like undefeated. And we were looking to play some future bets. So I unload on the Chicago White Sox. A week later, they're winning. They're playing just as well. Same odds. I unload again, Chicago White Sox. So I have a handful of tickets on the Chicago White Sox. They end up winning the World Series. I didn't hedge a single penny. And CNBC actually reached out and they had this show that they were talking about sports betting, and they asked if I could be on it. They came out here. That was the first time I actually got any like notoriety on television for sports betting. And they followed me around and talked about that big ticket that won. So that, besides any other score, sticks out more than anything else. Is there a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best? If so, what was it? It's got to be 2014. Here's why. I was not only having a really good winning season, but I was top 5 in right here, the Superbook contest. And the New York Times was doing a special for New York Times Magazine because they had the Super Bowl in New York that year. So they came out to Vegas, followed us around for a week. That was a lot of fun. That was by far the most memorable season, plus made a good amount of money. What's next? What's your most memorable sports bet? Oh, this one's easy. Back in the day, 17 years old, maybe 16 years old. I owed more money than I should have for that age. In fact, it was a Monday night game. If you look back, it had to be 1988, November of 1988. Chicago Bears versus Minnesota Vikings. I don't even remember who won that game, but it put me in the hole where I ended up owing the bookie $17,500 with a friend of mine. And I was working in a supermarket at the time, making about $5.50 an hour. So that is a memorable bet that didn't turn out my way, but that I will never forget, never forget. See, most Plus EV guys, they're going to tell you the bad beats. That's what we remember most. Best advice for sports bettors, once again, you got to start off slow. If you look at the top poker players on the planet, unless they inherited money, they all grinded their way up from small stakes. I was here in the 90s where I see a lot of the guys you see now on TV playing for high stakes that were grinding it out at the Mirage at 2-4 no limit. And it's the same way with sports betting. If you can't make money with $1,000, you're not going to make it with $100,000. That's the best advice I can tell you. So you have to bet small in relation to your bankroll, going back to that discipline again, which is one of the hardest things to accomplish. It took me at least, that was the longest bump for me to get over. Even with access to winning information, until I managed my risk correctly, I couldn't turn it into profit. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? Oh, I've been to so many sporting events, but I have to say, when I used to go down to New Orleans and play at Harrah's, and they would hook me up because I was playing high limit blackjack in their box at the Superdome at the time. And they were playing the Cleveland Browns on a Sunday afternoon. The night before, I take a carriage ride home. If you've ever been to New Orleans, those horses that take you home, I went to the hotel, the Harrah's. The guy had just dropped off 3 New Orleans Saints players at their hotel because when they had game day, they didn't sleep at home. They had the coach had them sleep at the hotel. He told me they were wasted. These were 3 starters, not going to mention their names. Next day, not only do I unload on Cleveland, that was getting probably double-digit points, but I even sprinkled money line. And if I remember correctly, Cleveland Browns won the game outright. That was the funnest sporting event that I've been to in my life. Next. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? Hands down, no question, the Stardust. When I landed here in Las Vegas, that was the epicenter of sports betting, the capital of the world. Joe Lupo ran it back then, and they brought out the lines for the entire planet. Everyone else more or less copied their lines, and more importantly, every Sunday for the next week's NFL, they would have a lottery that you would have to put your name in, and they would call out person by person, line them up behind tellers, and you would get first crack at next week's numbers. So every betting syndicate sent all kind of runners there. I eventually got a job doing that, got to hang out at Stardust each and every day. So without a doubt, Stardust has to be number one. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? I enjoy betting MMA because I use my stuff mostly, and the few guys that I do get information from are personal friends of mine that I move for. But most profitable, it has to be baseball. The groups that I work with, if you ask pretty much any of the wise guys, they're going to tell you the same thing. It's baseball because of the opportunities you have and the big sample size of data. You get a whole NFL season by the third week of Major League Baseball. You can start to trust the numbers a lot more. And being a data guy, for me, it's got to be Major League Baseball. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? I'm a worker. It's got to be college football Saturdays because you're going from, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning out here to about 7 p.m. Action all day. First halves, second halves, sides, totals, props. Just gives you so many betting opportunities. Got to be college football. Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? Yeah. I was handing out football pools by like 6th, 7th grade at the latest. But started straight betting. First major bet I remember was 1985, Chicago Bears, New England Patriots Super Bowl. I was on the wrong side. Took the Patriots plus the 2 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken, over Chicago Bears. Just wanted to fade the public. Refrigerator Perry was getting so much hype. And even back then, I was thinking, everybody can't be right. They were. I ended up losing money I probably didn't have back then. What's the best gambling movie ever? Oh, there's a handful of them that I love. I mean, Rounders is top 3, but I gotta pull one out that not all that many have watched, and that's Owning Mahoney. Based on a true story about a Canadian and blackjack. If you get a chance, watch Owning Mahoney. If you could share a VIP booth at a sports book with any 3 famous people for a day, who would it be? Oh, Warren Buffett, because I'd love anything he would share about trading, I'd want to pick up. Billy Walters, because sports betting, something I love, and just being able to watch a game with him and any question he'd answer would be a bonus. And Jesus, who else? Who else would you want to sit with? Next. Other than, we're at the end? We're at the end. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite gamble? So that's going to get to wrap it up.
Welcome to the best sports betting show on the planet. Your host, Andy Lang. It's a very, very big college football Wednesday. Jesse is going to join us to break down three college football teams. And then we're going to talk with Ronald Kabang for some WNBA action on the board. Of course, we got all around the world with some free plays from some various sports. So let's get started. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hit the like button. You guys know what to do. Gianni is not here. Gianni's recording. He's going to be recording on Wednesdays. So I'll do your Steam report here. Not a lot going on in WNBA. In fact, I kind of got nothing. No big moves. I mean, the Connecticut Sun are minus 3.5 point favorites, which is just insane to me. I'm going to bring that up with Ronald. We do have some big moves in MLB. Ton of money coming on Milwaukee, and they are not shy about hammering that big number, and it makes sense. They opened at minus 190. DraftKings all the way up to minus 266, so not shy, and they're also not shy about hitting St. Louis. St. Louis opened minus 200. I see they're up to minus 240, 245 on some books. There was another one. Looks like there's money coming in on Cincinnati with Green on the mound there. A little bit of money coming in on the over in Atlanta, and the Mets moved to the American League. Not a lot going on in the American League. A little bit coming in on Boston with Buehler on the mound. Tampa Bay's taking a little bit of money. Kansas City's taking a little bit of money against Washington. And I think that's about it. By far, the biggest move is on this Milwaukee Brewers team. So apparently everybody's riding the streak with Milwaukee. I did a free play video on their team total. Their team total's 4.5, and I can't take the under on them. They absolutely shelled Skeens, which I don't think anybody saw coming, but sometimes you just got to ride a hot offense. But that being said, today would be the day that they go out and lay an egg when everybody's trying to ride the streak. So, but looks like every penny is on the Milwaukee Brewers today. So, all right. Hope everyone's having a great day. Hope everyone had a great $5 Tuesday. My $5 Tuesday play lost on Contender Series in one of the most bizarre fights I have ever seen in my entire life. Not just on Contender Series, but ever. It was a bizarro night in Contender Series. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later because it was one show I walked away with a life lesson. And it kind of kept me in check personally and professionally. But more on that later. Let's bring in Jesse, and we're going to talk some college football here, Jesse. So happy Wednesday. Hope everything's going good for you. How have you been? And it's go time. We're gearing up for college football. Yes.
Yeah, I've been working for the last 6 weeks, putting out videos on every game in week 0 and week 1. And I'm getting really excited. College football about to kick off here next Saturday. And I'm on my tour here on WagerTalk TV, trying to alienate myself from every fan base in the country. Because every time you pick a college football game, the team you're picking against, their fan base comes after you.
Well, let's make a few more fan bases mad. Let's talk to these Penn State fools, these Baylor fools, and these Southern Miss fools. Let's talk about these fan bases and why their teams may disappoint. What you got today?
Yeah, I'm looking at Penn State, and I was really surprised to see them ranked number 2 in the AP poll. And I think we all thought Ohio State would be ranked number 2, and that Ohio State-Texas game would be 1-2, the 1 and 2 ranked teams, and instead it's Penn State ranked number 2 overall, and I certainly have to think Penn State is overrated. I mean, this is a team that's always a contender. They're always very good. I expect them to be very good again this year. 13-3 last year. They went deep into the playoffs, but at the end of the day, they don't ever seem to get it done. James Franklin, 3-17 straight up against top 10 teams, 4-16 against Ohio State, Michigan, 1-9 straight up against Ohio State. And Drew Aller as a quarterback, he puts up solid numbers. He's not bad. He's okay. But in the big games, you look at his numbers. In the playoffs last year, he's throwing for like 145 yards, touchdowns, and a pick. Nothing about Drew Aller tells me he's a big game quarterback ready to lead Penn State to a national championship. And when they open the season ranked number 2 overall, that's basically saying they're expected to win the Big Ten, go to the national championship game. And I think that's asking too much of a James Franklin Penn State team with Drew Aller at quarterback. But I can tell you the reason why they're so highly rated, why so many bettors love them. Penn State is 36-0 straight up in their last 36 games when favored by a touchdown or more, and they're 27-8-1 against the spread in those games. And that's something that won't be lost with bettors or bookmakers. And it's going to be hard for that team not to be overrated with against the spread numbers and trends like that. We know bettors follow these trends. It's going to be hard to get money against Penn State, and I think that might provide an opportunity when all the money is on Penn State and that number gets a little bit inflated. There may be some opportunities to fade the Nittany Lions this season.
I like it. A friend of mine, he echoes your sentiments. He's like, this is a fade. Also, man, that loss on defense, man, that guy wrecked team. Like I watched him single-handedly dominate games for Penn State. So big loss.
They do have studs though. They got studs on defense. I mean, they can play defense. They can run the ball, but they don't have that extra, that quarterback that's going to lead that fourth down, come from behind, like most of the elite teams. Like the national championship team probably is going to have a quarterback that can do that. I don't think they have that.
Well, let's move to Baylor. Let's talk about Baylor a little bit. Why do you think they're going to come up a little bit low on expectations?
Baylor's not bad. Anybody can win the Big 12. The Big 12's full of dark horses. I mean, there's just not that much separation between the first-ranked Big 12 team and the seventh-ranked Big 12 team. But it seems like everybody and their dog is picking Baylor as their dark horse team this year. And I can see why. They closed the season on a 6-game winning streak last year. They kind of have the pedigree. Dave Aranda gets a lot of respect as a head coach. I don't have anything against him. I'm not saying I think he's bad or anything, but the 6-game winning streak, I think that's a little bit of smoke and mirrors. I mean, their schedule was sort of front-loaded. They lost to the better teams that they played, and they won 6 straight games against the weaker teams. And to me, coming into this season, to think that this team's going to go all the way, win the Big 12, and make the playoffs is a stretch. Their quarterback, Sawyer Robertson, he put up some pretty solid numbers overall for the season last year, but much like the Baylor Bears as a team, a lot of the damage was done against the weaker opponents, and in the big games against the better team, numbers weren't there. Phil Steele's picking Baylor to win the Big 12 this year. I just totally disagree with that. I think Phil Steele might have had too many cocktails before he did his Big 12 preview. I'm not buying the hype with the Baylor Bears.
Oh, last shots fired. Southern Miss. What do you not like about them?
Well, people are probably wondering, why are we even talking about Southern Miss? They're not even the favorite to win the Sun Belt. They're probably not going to get anywhere near the playoffs, but there's a lot of hype surrounding this Southern Miss team, and this team represents a shift in college football philosophy. How do you build a winner in college football? And the traditional way of thinking was always, you get a good coach, you recruit well, you develop talent, you build a culture, and in year 3 of the program under that head coach, you hope to hit lightning in a bottle. Everything sort of clicks, and you might win a conference championship or a national championship. But these days, people have seen the likes of Kurt Signetti go to Indiana, bring a couple of players with them, and make the playoffs in the first year. Or Deion Sanders in Colorado with Travis Hunter and his son Shadur having success right away. And a lot of people are pointing to this Southern Miss team and using those examples, saying this is what's going to happen at Southern Miss with the hire of Charlie Huff from Marshall. Marshall was the Sun Belt champs last year, and Huff is bringing in 20 players from his Marshall team. And there's been a lot of line movement in the week 1 matchup against Mississippi State. Mississippi State opened as a 15.5-point favorite. That's been bet down to 10.5. Much like Baylor, there's a lot of hype surrounding this Southern Miss team. And to be honest with you, I'm just not buying it. I'm looking at the quarterback, Braylon Braxton. He threw for just over 1,600 yards and 19 touchdowns last year. Probably a serviceable quarterback. But when you compare to Kurt Signetti had Curtis Rourke, and Deion had Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter, all the best players from Marshall don't move the needle that much for me with Southern Miss that I think they're going to go and upset an SEC team in week 1 or go on to be a top 25 team or anything like that. At the end of the day, even Charlie Huff's Marshall team got shellacked when they played ranked teams in non-conference play. So I just want to dial it back and with the philosophy of this, let's get it done in 1 year with the transfer portal and hiring a coach that's bringing players over. I think more the traditional recruiting and developing players is still going to be the way moving forward. And one thing is, everybody remembers Kurt Cignetti's success at Indiana. Nobody remembers Scott Frost and Nebraska failing with the same game plan. So I just don't think it's going to work out every time the way it worked out for Cignetti at Indiana.
Well, we owe Cignetti everything as a guy who graduated from IU. I never in my lifetime did I think IU football would be relevant, let alone exciting to watch. So that last year was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Do you have any thoughts on my Hoosiers?
I think they're going to be good again this year. I mean, they got a favorable schedule. They brought in an adequate replacement at quarterback. I think they're going to be just fine.
Sucking up will get you everywhere, Jesse. Nice, nice job.
Just calling it how I see it.
Great job breaking those teams down. And I'm assuming you're talking about, hey, maybe at the beginning of the year we can get some favorable spreads against these teams in the first few weeks before the markets catch up. Is that how you're looking at these guys?
Definitely. Like I said, with Penn State, when you look at the ATS numbers, when they've been a favorite, they've been a great bet as a favorite, and everybody knows that. And anytime you have a trend that just gets out of control, bookmakers are forced to make adjustments. Everybody and their dog knows about these trends and continues to follow them. And eventually the pendulum of the value will swing the other way.
Great segment, Jesse. That's a great breakdown on all those teams. You're running an incredible special here with NFL, with college football, with CFL, and we'll throw in MLB. So tell everyone about that.
Yeah, we're giving away the rest of the Major League Baseball season and the CFL season with the purchase of my all-access college and pro football package. That's priced at $777. Killing it with baseball this year, and even better with CFL. I'm actually hitting 73% with my CFL picks this season.
Great stuff, Jesse. Great records in those, and I know you're one of the busiest guys during football season. So let's have a great college football season, and thanks so much for your breakdowns. Have a great day. Jesse, everybody, let's bring in Ronald Kabang, and let's just keep it going. Let's talk a little WNBA. We got a pretty loaded slate. Ronald, you're going to break down Liberty and Aces, but come on, Ronald. The Connecticut Sun are going to be 3.5-point favorites. What are we doing here? Are we going to let the books get away with that?
It's tough, man. It's tough just because both teams are so terrible right now. I actually do have a play on this game, but it's definitely not on the side. I'll say this. I continue to say this with the WNBA. Man, if you get in early and you are able to originate your numbers, you can get really great numbers, because every single play that I gave out last night, I gave out 4 yesterday, all positive CLV by at least 1 point or 1.5 points. So you can definitely, if that's the goal, and you hear Gianni say it all the time, if CLV is the goal for a lot of these people, WNBA is one of the best spots to do it right now.
All right, well, let's break down this Liberty and Aces game. I mean, listen, you got the Aces that won 4 wins in a row. Liberty, they won 4 out of 5. 2 teams that are playing the opposite of the sky and the sun. We'll just say that right now. So what's your breakdown on this game? Marquee matchup today.
Yeah, so yesterday I was on the wrong side of that Liberty game, so I took the L there. But this is their second game of West Coast road trip. And typically when they travel cross country, and we talked about this in the NBA a lot, it's that second game when you travel multiple time zones where you get that lag. And that's this game tonight against the Aces. Second game of a back-to-back, like I mentioned, the 105-97 win. So potential negative regression on the offensive side of the ball, actually on both sides of the ball here. Obviously, Miesemann has really helped his Liberty team get back on track after really struggling without Breanna Stewart initially. It took a couple of games for Miesemann to get her, her normal minutes up, but She's there now, and they got the win. And that was actually their first cover in a long time yesterday. They also have a potential look ahead to the Lynx up next. And then the Aces side, you mentioned how great they've been playing. They won 6 of their last 7 games. From a matchup perspective, Liberty have won and covered both matchups so far this season. Obviously, both of those had Breanna Stewart, and also they were both in New York. This is the first one in Vegas. If you're looking at recent form, Aces 5th in offensive rating, but dead last in defensive rating. Liberty, after yesterday's game, 4th in offensive rating, but prior to that, they were down towards the bottom of the league. So it just goes to show how crazy they went yesterday against that Sparks defense. Liberty is dead last in rebounding rate, and the Aces are first in offensive rebound and second chance points per game. So that's going to be a huge advantage for the Aces side. Sparks did a great job of taking advantage of the paint yesterday. I think the Aces are going to be able to do that even more efficiently with Asia. From a trend perspective, Aces 8-3 to the team total over as home favorites. Liberty 0-4 ATS and 4-0 to the over as underdogs this season, meaning that their opponent went over their team total in all 4 games. Last time the Liberty put up 100 points, they ended up struggling the next game. Mystics covered and went over their team total, and that game went over. So a lot of trend stats and situational stuff pointing towards one outcome here, and that's towards the Aces team total over 86.5.
All right, I like that, Ronald. SF Niner, Dallas Wings. I don't think the Wings play tonight, do they? Sky Sun.
They played yesterday against the Fever.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Well, we don't need you to break down that game. We watched it. Easy under, by the way, on that. The line move, there was a big line move up, and I was like, "You kidding?"
It went up to like 173, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty mad I didn't take it.
Me too. I did as a free play on this show. I think it hit by like under 12 points. Whatever. So, all right. Let's. You mentioned it's NFL season. You mentioned there was an NFL future you may have your eye on. What was that one?
Yeah, I actually broke this down on VSiN a couple of nights ago, and probably the Detroit office won't like this, but I took the Detroit Lions under 10.5 wins this season. When I broke it down, I saw it around 130 to 140. I think it might still be in that range. And I think it's still a good bet in that range. I think they have one of the toughest schedules in the league. I did some research, and if I looked at multiple websites, they're typically top 3, top 4 in toughest schedules in the league. So one thing to mention, the NFC North, obviously very competitive. If you look at their win totals for every single team in that division, 8.5 or higher. Their non-divisional road schedule is tough. Bengals, Chiefs, Commanders, Eagles, Ravens, and Rams. All of those teams have a projected win total of 9.5 or more. So a lot of those things kind of point towards obviously a tough schedule. I know the Lions, one of the biggest things that the Lions were known for last season was their ability to perform on the road. 8-0 on the road last season. I think one of those types of records are, to me, not sustainable year after year. Those things are going to change. I think they have 9 road games compared to 8 home games this season. So that's going to be a potential negative regression for them. And I think some of the other things to mention, 4-0 in games decided in a field goal or less, that's also something that's not sustainable. That number might flip-flop, and that's going to take their team total down. I think both offense and defensive coordinators, if I'm not mistaken, they're both gone. So this might set them back a little bit also earlier in the season. So there's just a ton of things that's pointing towards negative regression as far as on the win total, and their offensive line took a hit. That's one of their biggest advantages, especially last season. You could tell a lot of the games were won on the line, and that's where they really struggled. Or that's where they're going to really struggle this season with some of the changes. So, yeah, those are some of the things that I was looking at. Even with Dan Campbell back, I think 10.5 wins might be too much.
All right, I like that one. I agree with it. I think me and Dan both picked the under on that one as well.
So you did? Okay.
Oh yeah. Of course. Like, screams regression. Like it almost screams regression too much.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of scared of. But yeah, I like it.
Ronald, you're running a special over at WagerTalk. Tell us about that.
Yeah, they just put this together yesterday. Rest of the 2025 year, the calendar year for $777. So that covers the rest of the WNBA season, NFL, NBA, obviously what most people kind of knew me for before WNBA. NFL actually has been really great since 2022. Number one in NFL sides, ATS numbers. NFL and college football last season hit 56% last season. So football and basketball, both of those key sports are going to be going on for the rest of the year. If you want to take advantage of that, go and ride with me there at WagerTalk.
Love it. Ronald Kabang, great breakdown. WNBA, great breakdown on an NFL future. Thank you very much. Have a great Wednesday, Ronald. All right. Well, Bruce, you asked for it, man. Andy's best bet of the day? Well, we got all around the world coming up here, Bruce. Let's go ahead and do that. So, yeah, we got some free plays here. I think you're going to like this first one. If you guys like chasing plus money, let's get right to it. So, Lerone Murphy plus 154 versus Aaron Pico. I don't understand this line. These Bellator guys have not looked good. Like, in fact, they've looked bad when they're making their UFC debut, and it feels like the UFC is wanting them to have really tough matchups so they lose. And Lerone Murphy is undefeated, and I have not been a Lerone Murphy guy. My God, has he looked great his last few fights. He showed cardio, he showed durability, he showed great movement, he showed good defense, he showed really good striking. And Aaron Pico, his last couple opponents were not good opponents. Pico's got that big left hooked. He'd use it to the body, use it to the head, and Murphy can stay out of the way of that. I think this plus 154 it's a stunner to me. So I would look at Murphy plus 154 here. We'll go to UEFA. This is from Carm. Tottenham at PSG. This is like a same game parlay. PSG to win plus over 2.5 goals here. Tottenham's dealing with a ton of injuries and a lot of travel. Carm thinks if they get behind, they may just pull everybody and put a bunch of subs in to get them some playing time. Meanwhile, PSG is rested. They're coming off of lots of titles. Last year was a great year for them. They have most of their starters available. So, and then we'll take a look at plus money here. This is from Drew Martin on the Miami Marlins. Interesting point here for Williams, the Cleveland pitcher. Threw 125 pitches last game, and the Marlins, one of the most patient lineups. They take a lot of pitches. So we could be looking at a shaky starter. These pitchers that throw for well over 100 pitches typically don't do well. Perez for Miami, he had a bad outing last time, but 6 solid starts before that. It's a nice bounce back look. So give you guys some plus money there. The strategist wants a team total. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Brewers over 4.5. They've been shelling everybody. Just keep riding the streak until they go under for a couple games. I'm not getting in front of that train. They're not going to win the rest of their games with those scores, but they get a great pitching matchup. So that one didn't make the card officially, but I would be looking hard at the Brewers over 4.5 on the team total. All right, we have 7 days of nonstop action for just $69. And after this, guys, I'm going to do my recap from next week. And some of you have asked or said that you really like the bankroll management. So I'm just going to show you my portfolio professionally. We'll see how it works. But if you want 7 days of nonstop action for just $69, that's less than $10 a day. Every single play from your WagerTalk handicapper. There's NFL preseason. There's MLB. There's UFC. There's WNBA. There's soccer. There's golf. You name it, it's covered. Don't forget, soccer starts big time this weekend. So stick with your go-to expert or mix it up with Flex Access. You get all the control. That's the beauty of Flex Picks. I have 2 5% plays that go off on Saturday. You can use me on Saturday and use somebody else on Sunday, use somebody else the Friday before. So it's one crazy low price. This is the same price as a 3-day pass. So jump on it now. Let's cash all week long. Good luck on all your plays. All right. Let's do the recap here, Chris. So I didn't do the recap because my voice was dying earlier in the week. So we had kind of a ho-hum week last week. I mean, you're never going to be upset if you're profitable. That's the name of the game. So golf went 1-2. That was a little bummer. The big loss was in tennis. I'm not really concerned about that. Corbin's tennis plays will be just fine. The big winner was MMA. We hit the 5% play along with another play. So 2-0 on that one. Auto racing continues to be a really nice source of income, just chipping away those 2% plays. Lacrosse, Dan did a great job with that. NFL preseason, I'm liking our reads on NFL preseason. So we only had one official play for clients, but we paper traded quite a few and did really, really well. Other than that, 2-1 in WNBA. We lost our only MLB play, and our cross-sport parlays went 1-1. So you end up with 9 and 8 plus 2.1 units if you followed the wager talk. If you flat bet, you're probably down. You're probably closer to even than up, but we all know how the 5% play goes. You hit your 5% play, that's a big deal for us. So, and I'll just, hey, listen, I'll be open. We'll share my personal portfolio with everybody. You know what's going on kind of in my life, Chris, if you have that graphic. Sports betting bankroll is down some for the year. We got a ways to go. I'm fine with where we're at. My production company, we're having our best year ever. So what we're doing with all the extra cash, we're aggressively paying off debt and we're saving hard for the winter. The stocks and crypto, if you guys are into that, it's been really, really good. I expect some regression on that. And I'm launching a brand new business, which is just ridiculously expensive. So my summary, I'm cash poor right now. When I'm investing in a new business, there's just not a lot of cash around. I probably will be for 6 to 12 months while I'm building businesses, but my long-term assets look really, really strong. But personally, I just got to weather the storm and get this business launched for the next 6 to 12 months. So, that's my portfolio. If you found it interesting, leave a comment. If you want me to talk about it from time to time, I'm more than happy to share my journey and share the steps along the way. So, all right. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. It was a very, very quick show. And yeah, Gianni's not going to be here on Wednesdays. They're going to record Bet on It. That's a juggernaut. So they got to record that way it can come out in the afternoon. So for football season, he won't be here on Wednesdays. So thank you, Ethan. It's your guys' show. I'll talk about whatever you guys want. So you guys enjoy seeing it, then I'll talk about it here or there. So don't forget to hit the like button, guys, and subscribe to the Wager Talk channel. Be a part of the Wager Talk YouTube family and take advantage of those flex picks. I have a golf best bet that is up for Live Golf, which I will be going to this weekend. It's 20 minutes away from my house in Indianapolis. And I got 2 5% plays up in PFL and in UFC. So you get 2 5% plays in one pack. So 3-day pass starting on Friday might be a wise investment. So thank you very much for joining us, guys. Appreciate you. Good luck on all your bets. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
I'm Gianni The Greek, Plus EV Sports Bettor, Advantage Blackjack player, currently sharing information each and every day at WagerTalk.com. You can catch me.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Wednesday, August 13th, 2025. My name is Nick Parsons, and this is the Betting Memo. You know the deal by now, guys. This is the show that gets you caught up with everything going on over at Sportsmemo. We have an exciting show today because I did an interview with our featured capper today, Sniper Wes, who has an NFL play posted for the weekend. We'll also have my featured Parsons Best Bet. We got back in the winner's circle last night with the New York Liberty. There will be a round of rapid fire free picks. I also tell you about some of the specials going on over at Sportsmemo. But first, guys, we're going to get into the GoldSheet free play. And the GoldSheet, they are on fire right now with both of their free picks that they supply with me on every Betting Memo show, but also with their client plays, guys. Go check out the leaderboards. In fact, we will touch on the leaderboards here shortly. But let's just get right into the GoldSheet Wednesday free play. And so, guys, as I was saying, the GoldSheet, it is a company that has been around since the late 1950s. They operate doing many different things. They have a world-class newsletter, and they also release picks on both WagerTalk and at Sportsmemo. And as I say, they also give me a GoldSheet free play on every Betting Memo show. They've done extremely well with their free plays over the last month here on the show. And they've also been doing extremely well with their client picks. They're 10-1 in their last 11. But guys, here we go. The GoldSheet, the team is ready for kickoff, and they're going to share some of their season win totals and season-long futures over the next couple of weeks. And so they're going to kick things off in the Conference USA, where they're looking at Jacksonville State going under 5.5 wins. And that's available at -115 at DraftKings on Wednesday morning. And they go on to say that the Gamecocks are welcoming in a new regime after Rich Rodriguez left for West Virginia. His replacement, Charles Kelly, is 57 years old, but has never been a head coach at any level prior to this gig. Jacksonville State is essentially starting with a completely new roster, and incoming quarterback Gavin Wimsatt has completed less than 50% of his passes at his prior stops at Rutgers and Kentucky. And they finished by saying, "We're expecting the Gamecocks to be 1-4 at the end of September." So guys, not only does the GoldSheet have great free content every day, but their premium releases, as I have said, they've done extremely well. They're 10-1 with their last 11 picks over at Sportsmemo. They actually lead the MLB leaderboard over the last 30 days. So guys, if you're looking to find out what the GoldSheet is all about, here is a great opportunity to do just that. They, for all early bird subscribers to their 25-26 football GoldSheet newsletter, you will gain access to all of their exclusive off-season content. And so that includes their NFL preseason releases over the next 2 weeks. So guys, visit wagertalk.com/goldsheet/football to subscribe. Once again, wagertalk.com/goldsheet/football. So there are a couple of specials going on over at Sportsmemo that you need to know about, especially one that's only going to be around for a couple of days. So let's just get right into it. And so right now, for a limited time, guys, you can get a 7-day all access or 7-day flex pass for just $69. And so that's under $10 a day. This is the #1 deal going on over at Sportsmemo this week, guys. There's no code needed. So there you go. The #1 deal going on right now is the 7 days flex pass or 7 days all access for just $69. Today is Wednesday, guys, and that means that it's $5 Wednesday over at Sportsmemo. Every Wednesday, it's $5 Wednesday throughout the summer. It's a great opportunity to load up on a variety of top plays from a variety of different handicappers. And then also 50% off Fridays. Guys, it's very similar to $5 Wednesday in that every handicapper releases one 50% off package. Another great opportunity to take advantage and save at the same time. Okay, time for the Parsons best bet. I bounced back on Tuesday. I had a play on the New York Liberty. I actually had on the money line because I got down early and got sort of a favorable line. I did say that I liked it all the way up to -4. I saw that it closed at -3.5. Whatever line you got, it won there, guys. And so we're back in the winner's circle there. But for Wednesday, I'm shifting gears here. I'm back at the ballpark, and the game I'm looking at is Game 3 between the Dodgers and the Angels. So guys, for the most part, when I bet totals, I'm betting what I perceive to be a great situation. And that is the case with this one as well. Both sides have been playing to several overs of late. I believe everything points to a bit of a duel here finally in the finale of this 3-game interleague series. The Dodgers are 68-52 right now, including just 30-28 on the road after dropping the first 2 games of this series, and now 3 straight overall. The Angels are now 6 games back of the final AL wildcard. I mean, anything is possible, I suppose, but the Angels would have to go on quite the run to earn a spot in the playoffs. Either way, after seeing the total go over in 7 straight for the Angels, I think the value has now firmly swung the other way as far as the total is concerned. Let's take a look at the pictures. Now, the visitors go with Shohei Ohtani. He has a 2.37 ERA overall. Last week, he went 4 innings and he gave up 1 run in a no decision against St. Louis. Of course, Ohtani spent 6 years with the Angels, and he's going to face his former team for the first time. So he'll have that extra motivation to perform here for sure. He'll only go 4 innings, but the Dodgers bullpen still holds a respectable 3.97 ERA for the season. The home side counters with Kyle Hendricks. He's 6-8 with a 4.63 ERA, and he's also often a no decision. against the Tigers. He allowed 3 runs over 5 innings, and he struck out 6. The veteran has looked better over the second half, and he's now thrown 5 innings in 15 of his last 17 trips to the hill. Hendricks has also been better at home than on the road, posting a 5.45 ERA away from friendly confines and a 3.89 ERA in front of the hometown crowd. So guys, while the first 2 games have flown well over the number, I think the finale will finally swing the other way. These teams are loaded with offensive talent, but in my opinion, this matchup on Wednesday finally points to a lower scoring under. So that's it, guys. My Parsons best bet for Wednesday is on the under 9.5 in the Dodgers and the Angels. Guys, I'm looking forward to the next segment. I'm going to be welcoming on Sniper West. He has an NFL play posted for the weekend. He talks about his reasoning for that. And I'm looking forward to giving out plenty more client picks as we head into the bulk of the football season here, guys. But to do that, I'm going to have to please ask you to smash the like button. Please also leave a comment whether you agree or disagree. It truly helps out with the algorithm. Also, hit the bell icon. Every time we go live, you guys will get notified, and you can take advantage of the information we're putting out there for you guys. All of this stuff, super simple to do. It really does help us out, though, and it allows us to continue to put out this content for you guys. Okay, guys, and today's featured capper here on Wednesday is Sniper West, and for the first time ever, we have a guest here in the studio to explain their own reasoning on their free pick. Sniper came over to Sportsmemo about 3 months ago. He's been all over the leaderboards at different times, and so Sniper, this is a pick, NFL pick on Friday. It sees Tennessee heading to Atlanta. So what are your thoughts on this game?
Well, I will tell you what, Nick. This line has moved from Atlanta plus 3.5 to plus 5.5 now. So it's moving in Tennessee's favor. I think the reason for that is Raheem Morris. He announced today, we're shooting this video on Tuesday, that, no Michael Penix, no Kirk Cousins. So I think the public is kind of overreacting to that, and they're probably, pounding Tennessee. But I still like Atlanta here, and I like them even more with more points, right? So Cam Ward, he was pretty efficient. He was 5 for 8, 67 yards versus the Buccaneers. But the Buccaneers nearly doubled the Titans' yardage, right? They had 348 yards versus Tennessee's 201 yards. So that's not very good. You would think that Cam Ward does see some more playing time here. I think he does. Obviously, no Penix or Cousins here. But Easton Stick, he actually had a pretty good game. He went 15 of 18 for 149 yards. Emory Jones actually did pretty well, too. He went 4 of 5 for 49 yards. And also keep in mind, too, the Falcons, they only played 3 quarters, right, due to the injury, that cornerback on Detroit. So Raheem Morris, he's going to want to see, he's already 1 quarter behind the 8 ball versus all the other coaches other than Dan Campbell in the league. So he's going to want to see what his team has here, and I think they're going to play hard for him. And I like the fact that we're getting more points. I like the fact that Easton Stick played well, and Emory Jones played well. And I like the Atlanta here. I'm going to take the plus 5.5. If you wait, you might even be able to get 6 if the public keeps taking, the Titans here. But I'm going to roll with the Falcons here. I think it's the play. Give me the points with Atlanta.
Yeah, I really like underdogs, and I think that sounds super logical to me. So, Sniper, I know that you're well known for your UFC picks, and as I say, you have been on the leaderboards off and on. Why don't you tell some of the people some of your streaks and what you have available right now?
Yeah, well, it's that time of summer. We got football, starting back up, but, never any rest for the weary. UFC goes all year long, and I have been dominating UFC on a fantastic run all season long. CFL has been going pretty well, too, and Major League Baseball, right? It's a grind. It's a 162-game season and goes all summer. So, typically every single day I'll have a 3-pack up, a combination of WNBA, CFL, Major League Baseball, obviously preseason football now on the weekends. So, it's a great time of year, Nick. So happy to be over here at Sportsmemo. I'm part of the team. And, as our good buddy Rice says, let's cash some tickets.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for coming on, Wes. You're the first handicapper that I've had on the betting memo. It was great. And I'm looking forward to having you on again soon. Thanks for Wes for coming on the show. I plan to have more handicappers on as much as I can moving forward, guys. So just to quickly recap, my official Parsons best bet for Wednesday is on the under 9.5 in the Dodgers and the Angels. The GoldSheet's college football futures free play of the day is on Jacksonville State going under 5.5 wins. That's available at minus 115. And the featured free play from Sniper West is a look-ahead play to Friday night. He likes the Atlanta Falcons and the points. One of the coolest features about Sportsmemo are the leaderboards, guys. They are dynamic. They change every morning. And with all of the new faces over at Sportsmemo, it's never been this competitive. I've never seen it this competitive. So why don't we get caught up on the leaderboards right now? Guys, Dan Kaiser has caught fire. He's leading the site over the last 3 in the last 7 days, but it's Steve Seagrave that leads Sportsmemo across all sports over the last 30 days with a 34-19 record. I did mention earlier about how well the GoldSheet is doing right now at the ballpark. They're 4-0 over the last 7 days, and they also lead MLB over the last 30 days with a 14-5 record. And I'm coming off a winner in the WNBA last night. I've been playing with house money in the WNBA since day one this year, but it's Steve Seagrave that leads on the WNBA hardwood over the last 30 days with a 13-5 record. And finally, guys, in the CFL, it's all Tim Michael. He's 8-0 over the last 3 weeks, and he's 17-6 overall this season. We have now reached the rapid fire free picks section, guys. These are just all of the free picks available on the free picks page over at Sportsmemo, and they're coming at you rapid fire style. And so pro sports picks, they say take the Royals and lay the steeper price at home to the Nationals. Ricky Tran, he has a play on the under 8.5 in the Mariners and the Orioles. If you guys remember yesterday, Tran had a play on the Pirates, and I had a free play on the Brewers. And so that, in fact, turned out to be Milwaukee's biggest blowout win of the year, and that was at even money as well. Tim Michael, he has a play on the LA Dodgers on the run line, so that's -1.5, -117 at the Angels. LC Sports says take the Connecticut Sun, -2 at home to the Chicago Sky in WNBA action. Billy Coleman has a play on the Las Vegas Aces, -2.5 at home to the Liberty. Mark David says take the under 8.5 in the Rockies and Cardinals. And finally, guys, Dan Kaiser says take the Mariners -138 on the road at Baltimore. So guys, including the 3 official show plays, I gave out 10 total picks on the betting memo today. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with another featured capper, another GoldSheet free play, my Parsons best bet, and another round of rapid fire free picks. Before you guys leave though, don't forget to smash the like button, to please leave some comments, hit the bell icon. Good luck with the baseball, the WNBA, and everything else tonight. See you tomorrow. Take care.
Welcome to WagerTalk TV. Kelly Stewart, also known as Kelly in Vegas, joined by Teddy Covers and Marco D'Angelo, WagerTalk.com. Today we're doing a little roundtable discussion, something I really enjoy. The pros versus the Joes. And as the resident contrarian bettor at WagerTalk, I love when some of my favorite Joes are against me on that college football Saturday morning. I got that underdog Teddy, and I'm feeling so good when I see they laid it with the favorite.
Sure, but I mean, I think people spend a little bit too much time worrying about who the pros like and who the Joes like. And let's not forget, the books are going to lose a lot of those games. All they need is one of the big public sides to lose, and they'll be okay because that kills all the parlays. So it's not a scenario where every time that the pros are against the Joes, automatically you want to be on the pro side. In fact, there's lots of times I don't mind being on the Joe side. In particular times of the year, October NFL, all right? And the concept here is the same. The pros are always going to look at the longer-term picture, what teams were supposed to be, what the advanced metrics are saying. The Joes are going to believe what they see with their eyes. And when you talk about specific times of the year, like October NFL, every year in October you see 2, 3 public weekends where the public, the books are like, oh, we got destroyed again. And all the pros are like, oh, we got destroyed again. And the Joes cleaned up and hit a bunch of parlays. So the NBA Finals or the NBA playoffs are a great example of that, where if you're watching the games as a Joe, you're going to see stuff that the pros who are betting the long-term statistical profiles aren't going to see. So there's something to be said for the Joe side of this equation. It's not a scenario of pro versus Joes. And as a bettor, the longer I do this, the less interested I am in who the pros like and who the Joes like, to be perfectly honest.
That's interesting, because Marco and I chat all the time with our good friend Gianni Detroit, and then he'll say, wow, 10 pros all on the same side, what could go wrong? It's almost like it is a kiss of death.
It is sometimes, but the counter to what you just said, Teddy, is yes, they're going to have their short-term runs.
Yes.
But I'm in this for the long term. In long term, they're going to lose.
Yes.
And I'm just going to tell you, just look behind us. Do you see these screens? Do you see this 4K video wall here at the beautiful Westgate?
I do.
Okay. Do you know how that got paid for?
Yes, from casino revenue.
Yeah, casino revenue. And the Joes, okay? They're not tearing the books apart. That's why you have these elaborate sports books. I've been doing this since 1980, okay? Our goal, two things, and you're a guy, and Kelly, you love to talk about, the closing line value and everything else. We're always looking for the value. What you see in a recency bias with what happens on the field, on TV, especially when a team was on TV the week before. Monday Night Football, okay, they blow somebody out. Automatically, that's the best team in the NFL. Sure. 1 week, because they saw them blow somebody out. Where's the value next week going against that team?
Teddy, let's talk about that, because if you guys haven't seen it, Teddy hosts a very early Monday morning first to market show, opening line report. And that is one of the things that you do touch on. What did we see on Sunday?
Sure. And how real is it, and how much is that going to carry forward, and how much is the team fat and happy, and all of that. So it's not.
I believe it's fat and sassy, but.
So he says fat and sassy. I've been saying fat and happy, and he's been doing it since 1980. He's older than me, clearly. But my expression's always been fat and happy, and that's one that I've been using for 30 years, maybe, not quite the 40 plus you have. But the basic scenario here is, don't worry about who the pros have. Don't worry about who the Joes have. Handicap the frickin' game and decide which side you like. If you handicap the game and you see 90% of the pros are on this side, doesn't make me like it more, makes me like it less. If I handicap the game and 90% of the Joes are on that side, doesn't make me like it more, makes me like it less. But it's not a scenario where I'm going to get on a play just to fade the public or just to back the wise guys. That'll never happen in my world.
Marco, last word.
Last word. It is a little story for you, real quick. Go back to 1980. I told Teddy this story earlier today. Everybody
I can't go back to 1980.
Well, I'm sorry, you're a youngin', but here's the thing. Way back in the day, we didn't have bet percentages, okay? You didn't have the sites like, Odds Logic that we have at WagerTalk and our screen. Back in the 80s, back in the bowling alley, I used to pay the local bookie that was the runner. Remember the parlay tickets?
Oh, the parlay cards.
Yes. Sure. Before he would turn them in to his boss, I paid him to tally those up and let me know what everybody was on, because there's nothing more public than Joe Public from a bowling alley circling those parlay tickets. So I was ahead of the bet percentages before we had the bet percentages.
That said, things have changed. And in the modern betting world, fading the public as a betting strategy?
Well, let's back that up. Are the Joes more educated? Is that what it
much
comes
more
down to?
educated. 1,000 times more educated than they were 40 years ago. That doesn't make them better bettors. But
your favorite phrase, square sharp. How many times do you say that?
You're right. There are square sides, but again, the square sides do win. I think pros versus Joes, sharps versus squares is synonymous.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, it's something to consider. It's not anything that's going to generally get me on or off a bet. I like to handicap the game, and then maybe if there's a huge consensus one way, all right, that's going to talk me off it. Maybe if the pros like it, if the wise guys like it, you've already lost the best of the numbers, so you're not probably betting it anyway.
Right. And the pros will be wrong. I'll tell you a perfect example. Remember a few years ago, and I do a show with your buddy, John Murray, every week? Every week we talk to him. Oh, the sharps are all on the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Okay, remember that year?
And let me jump in one more point, because it's key to note. We talk about the wise guys, the sharp money. They're very content cashing 54% of their bets. 54% of them, they're going to make a big profit if you're betting big money over a long sample size. That's not a huge edge. In poker, you call that a coin flip, a 55-45. In sports betting, you call that a huge edge. I'm not going to do it. So there's lots and lots of bets that the pros are going to make that are going to lose. And to follow them,
All right, guys, if you like this video, make sure you hit that like button, give us a thumbs up, hit the subscribe to not miss another video here on WagerTalk TV.
5 free Major League Baseball plays for Wednesday, August 13th. Went 3-2 yesterday with the Power 5. For today, we're talking Pirates versus Brewers, Rockies versus Cardinals, Cubs versus Blue Jays, Red Sox versus Astros, and the game on FS1, that being Braves versus Mets. A reminder to go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree. Number one, we're starting in Milwaukee, where the Brewers are red hot. We're talking 26-4 over their last 30 games. They have won 11 straight. First National League team to have two 11-game win streaks in the same season since 1935. That was a long time ago. So much for Paul Skeens. Brewers got to him yesterday, ended up winning 14-0. But for this afternoon series finale, 2:10 Eastern time start, let's talk about the total, shall we? And we know we can't trust this Pirates offense, which is dead last in all of baseball when it comes to runs per game. They've scored a total of just one run in the first two games of this series. And this afternoon, the Bucs are going to have to deal with Brandon Woodruff. The Brew Crew have won all 6 of Woodruff's starts since his return from the IL. Woodruff has not allowed more than 2 runs in any of those 6 starts. So the question now becomes, how much damage do we think the Brewers offense will do today? My answer, not nearly as much as yesterday. Pirates starter Mitch Keller, not only is he unbeaten over his last 8 starts, but the team is 5-0 in Keller's previous 5 trips to the mound. There have been just 4 starts all season where Keller has allowed more than 3 runs. Only one of those has come since June 6th. Remember, yesterday aside, the Brewers average fewer runs per game at home than they do on the road. So under 7.5 is the play here. Number 2, Rockies Cardinals, also a 2:10 Eastern start. The Rockies, they've got 2 shutout wins this entire season. Both of them have come against St. Louis. The second one came yesterday as the Rockies snapped what had been an 8-game losing streak overall. It was a 3-0 final last night. Should be another low-scoring game this afternoon. Of course, the Rockies, we know what they're all about at the plate. They're not good. 29th in runs per game overall. 30th, i.e. dead last, in runs per game on the road. 6 of the last 8 games, Colorado has scored 4 or fewer runs. And they'll be facing a Cardinals starter in Michael McGreevy, who threw 6 shutout innings his last time out. Now, I know Rocky starter Austin Gomber remains winless in 2025. Middle of August, Austin, and might want to wake up here and get a win. But he's facing a Cardinals lineup that has scored just 7 runs total in the last 4 games, and only 1 of the last 6 games have involving the Cardinals have seen more than 8 total runs scored. The total for this game opened at 9. It's already moved to 8.5. I agree with the line move. I would bet the under at 8.5. Number 3. Actually, before we get to number 3 here, allow me to thank all of you thank all of you that purchased my first college football bet for the season as part of the $5 Tuesday promotion. Always good to get locked in at a good number. A reminder, beginning next week, WagerTalk's brand new college football show, The Blitz, hosted by me, will debut. We go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll be joined by all of the top college football handicappers at WagerTalk, and we will take your questions on the weekend slate. All the big games will be covered. August 21st is the first show, so if you already haven't done so, click that subscribe button down below. All right, now let's get to the nighttime slate. Number 3, we're going to talk Cubs Blue Jays. Let's head north of the border to Toronto, 7:07 Eastern time start. I was wrong about this game yesterday. Thought the Cubs offense would wake up against Barrios. It did not. Well, as the old saying goes, if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. Only this time, I'll play Cubs money line tonight. That's because starting pitcher Cade Horton has not allowed a single run in 4 consecutive starts. 22 2/3 shutout innings for Horton coming into tonight, regardless of last night of that result, a 5-1 loss. I still think the Cubs are a better team than the Blue Jays. I like them as underdogs. Hey, Chicago, go Cubs, go. We move on to Red Sox Astros, 7:10 Eastern. Go back to Monday. On this very program, I said to take the Astros plus 1.5 on the run line. Turns out they did not even need that plus 1.5. They instead won the game outright by a score of 7-6. Well, the Red Sox had quite the response last night, drubbing the Stros by a score of 14-1. I think you can look for a much lower scoring game tonight. However, Hunter Brown on the mound for Houston. After a somewhat rough July, Brown is back in top 4. Gone 17 in the third innings over his last 3 starts, allowed only 4 runs. For the entire season, Brown has allowed 3 runs or less in 20 of his 23 starts overall. Meanwhile, for the Red Sox, Walker Buehler has been much better as of late. 6 straight starts with 3 runs or fewer allowed. Astros are weaker versus righties. Both teams' bullpens ranked top 6 in ERA. This could be a low-scoring game. Under 8 is how I would play it. All right, Braves-Mets, 7:10 Eastern on FS1 is our final game for today. I've already given you 3 unders to consider, so how about an over in this one? That's the way the money is going. In fact, I would hurry and bet it now because it looks like the total, which has already moved from 8.5 to 9, could be heading to 9.5, although we're starting to see, as I'm speaking right now, I'm looking at the odds screen, we're starting to see some resistance at 9. I would not play the over in this game at 9.5, but I do like it at 9. Our old friend David Peterson is on the bump tonight for the Mets. Peterson's underlying metrics, they're actually a little bit better this season than they were in 2024. However, the Mets aren't winning as much with him on the mound. How ironic. Also, I am required to point out that while Peterson's actual ERA currently sits at 2.98, his expected ERA is 4.28, so there are some signs of regression still for Peterson. He's being opposed tonight by Carlos Carrasco. The 2 games Carrasco started for Atlanta since coming over at the trade deadline, those games have seen 23 and 14 total runs scored. Mets beat the Braves 13-5 last night. I think it should be another relatively high-scoring game here between these NL East rivals. All right, it is recap time on the Power 5. Number 1, Pirates Brewers under 7.5. Will the Brewers ever lose again? I don't know. Number 2, Rockies Cardinals under 8.5. So that's 2 getaway day unders for you here to start the show. Number 3, I like the Cubs as underdogs against the Blue Jays. I think the Cubs are a better team than the Blue Jays. Number 4, Red Sox Astros under 8. Much lower scoring game than the first 2. I think we're in store for tonight. Buehler, again, has been much better as of late. Hunter Brown's having a great season. Number 5, Braves Mets over 9. Yes, we had 3 unders, but 1 over. Let's not, I know that you over bettors want something to bet on tonight, and I think this is the game to target. Peterson, that expected ERA is still north of 4, and Carlos Carrasco is not someone I trust. All right, comment down below with your thoughts on those plays. Also, if there is another game you would like my opinion on, ask away. If I see the question time, I'll be more than happy to answer. And if you just want to share with us what you'll be betting on tonight as well, do that. Always enjoy seeing what you guys are betting on. Whatever, though, make sure you click that subscribe button. Best way to make sure you don't miss any of this great content that we are providing each and every day here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Then head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. I am up 52.4 units of profit since May 24th. Have not had a losing record in any month so far in 2025. If that sounds good to you, then try 7 days of unlimited access for only $69. No coupon code is needed. Just head on over to wt.buzz/BP right now to take advantage. That's going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, smash that like button if you did. I will be back tomorrow. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Hey everyone, I'm Kelly Stewart. Some people call me Kelly in Vegas. You've probably seen me on several media outlets in the past. Currently, I am an owner of WagerTalk.com, home of the largest free sports betting content on the planet. Also dabble in some podcasts here at the Westgate right now, doing the Kelly and Murray show. It's been a really fun run, and we're gonna get to know behind the bettor. Do you remember your first sports bet? Yeah, I hope I don't get myself in trouble for this one, but I won a trip to Vegas when I was 19 years old, and I had a fake ID, which they didn't even ask for, but I was at the New York, and I put 40-1 on K-State to win the national championship that year. Me and my dad split it, $100. What is your most memorable sports bet? I think memorable is different than favorite, because favorite is the last one I just won. Most memorable, probably the big parlay I hit that was 85-1 because it completely catapulted me to where I am today.
And by some miracle, if this hits, it pays $82.50 on a $100 bet.
But the most memorable was actually hitting two of those back-to-back in the fall of 2021. That was pretty memorable. What is your best advice for sports bettors? Ooh. I would probably say show some discipline. Have fun with it. You want to be a $5 parlay bettor? Eat your heart out. I think that a lot of people try to keep up with their buddies or they try to overbet, and that gets them in a lot of trouble. And it also gives the industry a bad look, right? You've all heard horrible stories about marriages being ruined and people being completely bankrupt from it. Like, know your limits. What is your all-time favorite sportsbook in Las Vegas? Well, you are here in it right now. It is the Westgate, and I still get in trouble because sometimes I still call the Superbook here at the Westgate Las Vegas the Hilton, because it was the Hilton when I first moved here. It's changed. It's undergone a lot of facelifts over the years to be this beautiful book that it is now, but the Hilton has a lot of old school memories for me. Ooh, if you could share a VIP booth at a sportsbook with any three famous people for a day, who would they be? Oh man, I'm kind of a monster to watch sports with, so like I'd have to like pick people that I'm not going to embarrass myself with. Like you got to choose wisely here, because for me, I want to still going to be myself. Yes! But also I don't want to be judged for, you know, chucking a remote across the the clubhouse behind us. John Murray, he's very famous. Jay Kornegay is really famous. Three famous is a lot. All right, fine. Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, John Daly. All degenerates. That's why, because they won't judge me. And I've actually watched a couple of games with Charles before in a sportsbook. Oh, this is a dumb question. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? There's only one correct answer, and you guys know it's absolutely college football Saturdays. What is the best sporting event you've ever attended? So I don't know if this was the best, but it was like, okay, you asked memorable earlier. The most memorable sporting event I ever attended. And then to find out that K-State was a favorite and they didn't cover was crazy. But it was K-State, Nebraska in 1996. The snow is like falling down, and K-State finally ended their losing streak to Nebraska. Then to see the next day that Eric Crouch's helmet was turned all the way around made it even better, because it was a missed call by the Zebras. But that was like a big time memorable event for me. Okay, this one got asked to me on Twitter, and people didn't like my answer. What is the best gambling movie ever? It's The Hangover. It's all about coming to Vegas, getting absolutely obliterated out of your mind, and making horrible life decisions. That is what gambling really is. Gambling movie. They are gambling. They have to win the money back so they can get their friend home to his wedding on time. That is a gambling movie. The Hangover. Absolutely one of my favorites of all time. What was your first job in the sports betting industry? I started KellyInVegas.com, and I started working with the lovely guys over at Don Best Sports. They gave me my first job, and I learned an immense amount of things about the industry from Todd Furman, Kenny White, Brian Blessing, and so many others. It was a really great opportunity for me. Other than sports betting, what is your favorite way to gamble? Nobody knows this because nobody pays attention. I like to play blackjack. I love baccarat. Monkey. 9. Barking when you have a king and a 9. Being absolutely obnoxious, being able to rip up the cards, do whatever you want. When you have the biggest bet on the table, nobody can ruin that for you, unlike blackjack. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore? Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? We now have the Sports Betting Hall of Fame, so there is a lot of people in there. Number 1, Billy Walters, absolutely should be on the Mount Rushmore. I would have to say Roxy probably should be on the Mount Rushmore. And then it gets really thick. Like guys 3 through 10, you could make an argument for any of them. I'm going to piss some people off. I'm going to offend some really prominent people in this industry because I'm not going to pick them. It is really tough. Those first 2, very easy. So I mentioned earlier that Don Best was an integral part of my success. There was another side of that. Then I went to work at the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and one of the first bookmakers I met in town was Jimmy Vaccaro. So he absolutely belongs on the Mount Rushmore. Imperial Palace Sportsbook Director, now Vice President of Sportsbook Operations here at the Westgate, Jay Cornegay, deserves that 4th spot on Mount Rushmore. There are several others that went unnamed, so I don't want to hear about it. Actually, tell me about it in the comment section. Ooh, what is one thing about sports betting today that you hate? Social media, probably. Like, I think at the end of the day, we all forget we're all laying 11 to win 10. We're supposed to be against the sports books, not against each other. Just because we might be on opposite sides of a game, there's just so much hate and vitriol out there. Yeah, that's what I hate about sports betting. What is one thing about sports betting today that you love? We were laughing about this the other day, Ariel Epstein and I, and she goes, "You just love meeting random strangers on the internet." And I said, "Bitch, I met you on the internet." Like, all of my friends that are still good friends of mine today, I have met in some capacity because of sports gambling. And it's mind-boggling. The couple that we went to dinner with last night, I met him over there in the clubhouse about 6 years ago. My best friend Chris that flew in from Boston to spend SuperCon this weekend with me. Sports gambling. My boyfriend, I met in because he was also in sports gambling. I love that as much as the social media side of things can be so full of hate, that in person, I really think that there is a really good core group of people who actively share the same insights and ideas, and their goal is the same thing, and that is to win. Most underrated handicapper content creator right now. Oh boy. Ooh, this is hard. Well, damn sure it's not Trent. This is tough, man. There is a ton of really talented kids on all sorts of social platforms out there grinding every single day, looking for winners, putting forth the effort, doing their homework. This is a really difficult question that I will have to think on. What is your opinion on the current state of the sports betting industry? This one's really interesting, guys, because we've seen since PASPA got repealed in 2018, which was 6 years ago, such a crazy shift in this industry. And I think right now, it's not good. I think we saw a peak, and now we're starting to level out. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of people losing their jobs and switching careers, and that sucks. But I think that there will be another big push. I think there are a couple of operators that are kind of bullyish towards smaller operators, and you hate to see that. Just because you have deep pockets doesn't mean you should get to dictate where the industry is going. So I'm going to say right now, the industry is going through a little funk. But we've seen it before, right before major legalization, and we're going to see a big push here over the next few years.
Bill Krackomberger, professional sports bettor, make my living betting sports. Looking forward to answering some questions here, letting you know a little bit more about me here, and I have a whole bunch of these questions. I really don't even know what they are yet. Here on Behind the Bettor. All right, let's go into the first one. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors make today? Biggest mistake, I'm going to say probably going all in, not having any proper bankroll management. Even my buddies back east that I grew up with, even though they know I make my living betting sports, they still come to Vegas, like during the big tournament or whatever, they're bringing $2,000. They're supposed to bet like 2%, maybe $50 a game. No way. They're betting $300 a game, $500 a game. And by the way, they can't win doing that. You can have the sharpest information in the world. If you're not using proper bankroll management, you have no chance. Gamblers ruin, R-U-I-N. And I know what happens in the end. They're over at the Western Union on the Strip getting money sent from back home. All right. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? I like video poker. I like getting deals on video poker, though. I'm not just going to blindly play video poker without getting a deal. So some walk-in money, some bonuses. I need money. I don't want no set of pots or pans or steak knives. Please keep that. I want cash coming in. But I'll give you a big play. If I get cash coming in, I'll give you a big play. And I don't have to win, trust me. What's the best gambling movie ever? Wow, gambling movie. Well, I love to watch Casino. I only watch like 50 or 60 movies over and over again in my life. Hard for me to watch anything. I'm an old soul, a creature of habit. I like Casino. Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone. What a great movie about the way Vegas used to be. It was filmed at the Riviera. It was actually supposed to be the Stardust. That's the real Casino with Lefty Rosenthal and Tony Spilotro. I love that movie. But for gambling movies, maybe The Gambler is a great one. There are some great gambling movies. I still love Rounders too. Even though I'm not really a poker guy, I love Rounders because I grew up in those underground poker, and after-hour joints back in New York. So I kind of like that too. Do you remember your first sports bet? Yeah, of course. I was a little DJ when I was a kid, like most of you. Of course we were. My parents didn't know, growing up where we did, it was a rite of passage to gamble. So, of course, those parlay cards, which they have at the sports book here, back then you used to have your local guy running around the city with the parlay cards, betting 4-teamers and 5-teamers and 6-teamers. That was my first thing at like 9, 10 years old. Total little DJ with those things. Terrible. If I knew what I knew now, those same guys, knockaround guys from back home, by the way, they wouldn't like my bets very much because I'd be betting the antiquated lines closer to game time. That's my first bets. Okay, college football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Well, the NFL is everything. It's everything here in Vegas. Probably make as much money in college football as I do NFL player props. That's what I like to play. Player props, some totals also mixed in there, some first half totals. I've had a lot of success. But it's probably going to be NFL Sundays, though. That's the bigger thing here, too. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what will it be? Okay, that's going to be the same answer. I'm going to say NFL player props. I'm looking to win. I don't do this for fun. I don't do this to enjoy myself. No, I'm looking to win. So player props, looking to win. I understand everyone else will probably say, what would it be? It would be football, NFL sides, and totals. And listen, it's very hard to beat that stuff. All right. What's your favorite all-time sports book? Let me tell you. I love this place that we're in. I know it's hard to say. Like, if you how can you say, oh, I like one of the dumps somewhere else or something? I'm not going to say that. Here at Westgate Superbook, they take my bets. First of all, I've taken large checks. I give John Murray permission to tell you the checks I've taken out at the end of the season here, 6-figure checks. This place is really good to me. They take my bets, and it's the Superbook. Where else would you want to be in this town? There you go. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? Well, I'll tell you, probably the Subway Series. Maybe the Subway Series Mets Yankees. I loved that the first time I went. I really love doing that. But I also, living in Vegas now, I was never a hockey fan. Golden Knights come here. When they were in the Stanley Cup versus Washington, my first hockey game I went to, it was so excited. This sounds sick. I was betting opposite of Vegas. I was betting Washington, yet I was rooting for Vegas with the crowd. It was the sickest thing because you felt like you had to. So it's going to be that. What a fan-friendly environment here. Las Vegas Golden Knights, great place. Best advice for sports bettors. Well, this could be, going back to something I said earlier, it is that bankroll management. It is not chasing the last game. I know it sounds like a vanilla answer, but it's the truth. It's not chasing that last bet of the night. You know, Sunday night football comes, you want to bet the Sunday night game because you lost Sunday. You didn't like the game at the beginning of the day, but it's the only thing, it's the only game in town. That's why the old New York bookmakers, the East Coast bookmakers, they used to end their week on Monday because they knew everyone is going to chase and everyone's going to bet that Monday Night Football game to get out. So listen, I want to be on the bookmakers' side. They're smart. Don't bet every game just because it's on TV. I know most people aren't going to listen, but hey, you want to take this serious or you want to just have fun, enjoy yourself, and be broke the rest of your life? What's your most memorable sports bet? It's probably going to be my best win is Banchero. Banchero, being the number one pick, won a lot of money on that. Beat this place out of 20 grand. They had like 20 to 1. I think it was 20 to 1. I had 21 to 1, 18 to 1. I bet 14 to 1, 12 to 1 multiple times. Then the information came out that my guy Banchero was not going to be number one. I went back to 15 to 1 again. I just kept on betting it and betting and betting. And not that I was over betting it. I was inside my bankroll. But it was a really nice six-figure score. That's going to be definitely my most memorable sports bet. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of sports betting, of people in sports betting? Mount Rushmore, huh? Well, I respect anyone that wins. I respect the guys that I'll actually watch them and their shows, and I'll watch. Listen, I'm not watching no fluff. I'm not watching. I'm sorry, I'm not going to learn anything off anyone on ESPN or anything like that. It's not happening. So I just my guys that I've gone back to over the years are the originators of this sport. Michael Kent, who was Billy Walters' main guy. Genius, absolute genius. The old man's still alive, Doc Midland. He's around 95. It's amazing, this guy. He's a freak of nature. He still gets some of the best information. So I'll put them up there with anyone else. I just interviewed Alan Boston yesterday. He's great, also a great sports bettor. Won a lot of money with him over the years. If you could share a VIP booth with any sports book, 3 famous people, who would they be? Oh, my God. VIP sport. I don't even know if Pacino's a gambler, but I love Al Pacino. I did a Q&A at the Mirage with him, and it was so cool just to be able to ask him questions from the audience. And I just wish I had more time with him. I love Pacino. He's born in the Bronx, like my family is all from. And I love Al Pacino. I would put him up there. I don't know, 3 famous people. You know, I've known Billy Walters for many years, and it's easy just to throw up his name out there. But just to listen to some of his stories, when I interview people like that, I just sit back and listen and let them tell the stories. My friend's Tony Orlando is an old school singer. You guys, a lot of guys might not know him, but he has such great stories of being around with Sinatra in the old days. There you go. I want to tell you right now, I interviewed Sinatra's right-hand man for 15 years. That's who I'd want, though. I'd want Sinatra. Frank Sinatra, Tony Orlando, Billy Walters, and I'm going to throw that like I said, that 4th guy in there, Al Pacino. Is there a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best? Boy, I tell you, we did really good on props this year in the NFL, but every season I look forward to because that market's not an efficient market. The NFL season, when it comes to these sports books putting up, 20, 30, 40 props per game, by the way. Some of these sports books put up 50 a game. You can't get the lines right on with 600 lines compared to the sports book that, it's easy to them, the sports book, just to have, no question, it's really easy for them just to get a line on a game. However, can you actually get the correct line on over-under yards on 50 or 60 different props per game? No way. So it's going to be NFL season every season. Well, guys, listen. Thanks for joining us here behind the bettor. Really appreciate it. I love doing these kind of things. So any suggestions, we'll do it again. Love it.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Wednesday, August 12th, 2025. I am Drew Martin breaking down the Major League Baseball slate here. Got 3 MLB bets coming your way, 2 early starts as well, guys. So let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. Your picks for today helps grow the show in the YouTube comments below. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got first game up, we are heading to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Game 3 of the series with the Pittsburgh Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers. Brandon Woodruff on the hill for the Brew Crew, up against Mitch Keller here, going for the Pirates. 7.5 being the total, -185. That's the Brewers as the home favorite. If you've been watching the show, the Brewers have been one of our golden gooses as a team here. Winners of 10 straight games coming into Tuesday night's action. I'm actually recording this before the Tuesday night games are going off. It's taking a little bit of a risk here, but a team that's 30 games over 500, number one record in Major League Baseball. That's the only way I'm looking, particularly with Woodruff on the bump, the 32-year-old out of Mississippi State, the former Bulldog. He's had a short, sample size this season because he came off the IL, late start to the season, but he's already 4-0. He's got a 2.2 ERA, 45-6 strikeout to walk ratio. He's pitched 35 innings. He's only given up 17 hits. That's less than one hit every 2 innings. Some guys give up 1 hit every inning. So he's a guy I'm only looking to bet on. Add that to being on the Brewers team. This lineup's hot right now. The bullpen's been pitching well, and they're up against the Pirates. This is a battle of first place versus last place in the division. I mean, the Pirates are 24 games back of the Brewers. They're only 17-40 on the road. So when they're playing outside of Pittsburgh, they've been terrible. They got Keller on the hill. Overall, his numbers are decent. He has had 3+ walks in 3 of his last 4 starts. So coming into, the August, September months here, guys struggling with control. I don't like that in terms of looking to bet on the guys. He's only 5-10 overall in terms of record. Brewers are the only way we can look. -185, a little bit pricey. We don't like to go that high. So instead, we'll cut it down -1 line with the Brewers playing at home. We are on the Brewers, -1 over the Pirates. We got next one up, 3:45 Eastern, 12:45 local time as we're heading out to the West Coast here to San Francisco. It's the Padres and the Giants. It's the number 2 and the number 3 teams in the standings in the NL West. And it's game 3 of the series. Both teams off tomorrow, so getaway day. It's Nick Pivetta going for the Padres. And it does look like Wei Tang going for the Giants. Now, it's still to be determined, so I don't have a number on this one. But did want to break it down and tell you where I'm looking to bet on this one, because the Giants come in a game under 500. They've lost 3 straight heading into Tuesday night. And if you haven't seen Wei Tang pitch, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But he's 26 years old. I haven't seen him either, but looking off of his numbers, 26 years old, Taiwanese-born pitcher. He is 6'4", 240 pounds. In AAA, he has 86 strikeouts in 54 innings. That's pretty impressive. But in the major leagues, his numbers aren't that good. He only has 8 innings pitched. So you got to kind of think, how's he going to fare here in the show? Up against the Padres, this lineup has been pretty hot, top 10 lineup over the last week. They got Pivetta on the hill, and Pivetta is a guy that we've been looking to bet on a bunch this season, and it's paid off. He's 11-4 record-wise, sub-3 ERA. He is off of his worst start of the season, but the velocity was there. He just gave up a couple home runs in key spots against the Red Sox. I think he bounces back here. This Giants lineup hasn't been all that great of shakes. Their bullpen's been pretty good. The problem there is the Padres bullpen, the best in baseball by my numbers. So we're going to look to be on the Friars over the Giants, listing Pivetta as the starter. Do have one game left. It will be going prime time on Wednesday night. But a reminder, if you could comment below, it does help grow the show. It's been a great run here on Drew's Daily Diamond. We will we'll recap the record-wise on tomorrow's show. But overall, good profits out there if you've been following along. Any comments, your picks, where you agree, where you disagree, all is welcome. I'll be in there chiming in as well. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. Also, premium picks available, Drew Martin Experts page, WagerTalk.com. Do have a 4% client selection up on the website, a game we are not breaking down on the show. It also goes early. We got the college football NFL package special up. If you buy college football and NFL, you get the rest of Major League Baseball for free through the World Series, through the Super Bowl as well for the other 2 sports. And it's a huge discount off of it as well. So that's a great package if you're looking for an extended premium client picks. All right, back to the action here. 6:40 Eastern. We are heading to Cleveland, Ohio. Some of you guys shaking your heads here, I know. But we're going to be talking the Miami Marlins, Cleveland Guardians here. Guardians minus $1.25, 7 hook being the total. Yesterday's show, I mentioned it. A couple of you guys getting after me about being a homer, and I'm taking a big risk here because I talked about the Marlins looking to bet on them. I don't even know if they won that game last night yet because I'm recording this before it goes off. But I have to go with, what's been working this season, and it's been going after these starting pitching matchups. And I think there's good reason to look to betting on the fish here. Now, if they lose both of these games, I'm going to put them on the shelf for a while. I promise you that. But Yuri Perez versus Gavin Williams here is the pitching matchup. Perez going for the fish, the 22-year-old. We've talked about him a bunch. 3.2 ERA. He's been mostly great. His last time out, not so much. 5 earned versus the Braves. But he only threw 82 pitches. And that's the matchup angle I'm going off of because Gavin Williams, his last time out, the 26-year-old out of East Carolina, he went 8 2/3 innings. He was going for a no-hitter against the New York Mets. It was an impressive performance, no doubt. He ended up giving up a hit, and he ended up losing the shutout as well. And the thing is, he threw 126 pitches his last time out. He threw over 50 balls. He had 4 walks. That's a lot of work on your right arm. Coming back the next start, I remember a couple years ago, this was a great fade angle. I'm going to bring it back here, guys. Looking to fade Gavin Williams off of that great start, all of those pitches. I think he regresses here against a Miami Marlins lineup. One of the best things they're doing, if you watch Moneyball with the Oakland A's back in the day, they are the most patient lineup in baseball. They see a lot of pitches. Normally starters don't last too long against this Marlins lineup. They're not the greatest team out there, not the most talented, but they do see a lot of pitches. So I don't think he's going to last all that long. I think Yuri Perez for the fish has a good start. And I think getting a plus price here on the Marlins, worth a swing. So plus 115, the dog is barking in Cleveland. We are on the Marlins over the Guardians. In recap, we got the Padres over the Giants, and we're on the Brewers minus the 1 line over the Pirates to start us off. Guys, that does it for the Wednesday show. Comment below, smash that like button, cash those tickets. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday.
Welcome to WagerTalk TV. Kelly Stewart here with Teddy Covers and Marco D'Angelo of WagerTalk.com. Today we're going all things bankroll management. Why? Because we believe here at WagerTalk that is the most important key to your success as a sports bettor. Teddy, I'm going to go to you first. Bankroll management is so key. It is going to make or break someone. Can you kind of explain one step backwards why it is so important?
So it's not going to make someone, it's only going to break someone. The issue that most bettors have is they overestimate their winning percentages and they overestimate the chances of them going on a negative run. And the truth is, I've been doing this since the 90s. Marco, you've been doing this since the 80s. We've all had good years, we all have bad years. But more than that, you have good weeks, you have bad weeks. And over the course of time, you expect to have more good weeks than bad weeks. But inevitably, the best handicappers in the world are going to go through negative stretches. So the biggest issue that people face when they're overestimating how many wins they're going to get or what the chances of them having a slump are, that they burn their bankroll during any slump. And I did it when I was a beginning bettor. I'm confident you did it when you were a beginning bettor. I remember double or nothing through the whole NBA playoffs. And Reggie Miller game, I had a double or nothing on a bet on the Knicks. Ha, ha, ha. I'm laughing with my bookie on the couch. And then true story. And that was a double or nothing. It was the biggest bet I ever made in my life at that time. Because I'd been getting my ass kicked at double or nothing and double or nothing. Once you build a bankroll, you can't do that stuff anymore. And you're talking about relatively small percentages. If you have no bankroll, I'm not going to tell anyone that isn't a bankroll, you can't bet more than 3% of your, if you have $100 to bet, you're not making a $3 bet. You're making a $10 bet or a $15 bet or a $20 bet. But as your bankroll increases, you can't do that. Your percentage of bankroll has to be small, and that means money management.
Yeah, Marco, let's talk about that because Teddy's speaking to, I'm guessing, guys that are betting nickels and dimes and looking for the long game here, right? We always talk about that at Wager Talk. This is for the long haul. We're not talking to the guys betting $5 parlays, those ones you see on, DraftKings or those crazy FanDuel slips with the egregious cash outs. That's a whole nother video. These are the guys that are wanting to do this, maybe not for a living, but as a really great part-time hobby, and assure that their wife is not going to kill them for blowing through, $20,000, $30,000 in a year.
Well, if you want this as a side hustle, so to speak, yes. But you got to treat it like a business. That's the very first thing that you got to do. And if you were starting a business, you would have to have capital to start a business, right? So that is your bankroll, your capital. You take that and you have to protect that. And by protecting that, for me personally, and yes, I'll agree with you, you learn the hard way. You learn from your mistakes and what you do. For me, I'm on a conservative nature. I will never have on any single day more than 10% of my bankroll in play. And I'm talking when I'm on a Saturday in college football or college basketball when you have a monster slate. I minimize what my plays are because that also minimizes your risk. And it's step and repeat every day. You're going to have losing days. You have to be able to accept the fact that a losing day is the cost of doing business, and you don't try to chase. That's the mistake that most people make. If you ask me one mistake that people make the most, you have a guy that maybe, let's say he's a $100 player. He bets the Thursday night game. He loses. All right, Friday night there's another game. He makes another $100 bet. Saturday he might make 4 plays, goes 2-2. Sunday he goes 1-2. Now he's down 300 plus juice going into Monday night. All of a sudden, that guy is not a $100 bettor.
Okay, nothing.
Yeah, he's betting 400 because he wants to show a profit for the week, and that's how you take a losing week into a disastrous week. Those are the mistakes that people make, and especially if you're betting at credit shops versus here. And that's why I always said, remember the debate when everybody was trying to legalize sports betting in a different state? You're going to ruin families. That was the best thing because there was always bookies. There was always a guy on the corner.
There were always going to be bookies.
Okay.
And they'll take bets on credit.
Right.
Versus actually having to put the cash out.
Yeah. You can't lose more than you have in a legal sports book. Correct. Nobody's giving you credit. You got to take the money to the window.
And Marco, you said the single most important statement, and I want to re-emphasize that. If you want to do this successfully long-term as a business, you have to treat it like a business. If you treat it like a casual hobby, you'll get those type of results. If you actually want to say, I'm going to make money long-term betting on sports, you're not risking huge percentage of your bankroll in any given wager, and you're taking it as a professional approach and not I'm down 400, let's bet 600. Exactly. Yeah. Which again, we've all done. I did it. I'm confident we've all done it as beginning bettors. But if you last in this business, or you last even as a casual bettor, if you're going to last more than a year or two, bankroll management is the most important skill you can have, because that way you don't blow it when you have a bad day or a bad week, or inevitably you're going to have a bad month. And that matters.
To elaborate, you could actually pick more winners than losers, but if you're somebody that's tying everything up into parlays, you're going to be a loser.
Sure, and especially, you win this bet, you win this bet, you win that bet. Oh, I'm really good. Yeah. I'm going to bet 5 times my normal amount. That's the one you lose. Oh, I just went. I hit 78% this weekend and lost money. That's what we try to avoid.
I'll say this, give a little shameless plug to my friends over at Pickett. Ever since I attached my legal sportsbooks to my Pickett account, I have realized, hey, maybe college football totals are not your thing. Maybe even if you get good information, maybe you should not bet them. Going 1-8, that kind of killed me on a year that I went 74-72 in college football. I mean, I didn't make money last year in college football. I had a couple of nice outright underdogs, but it was a rough year for me. But holding yourself accountable on some of these apps that you can attach to your legal sports books are a really great way to look at it. If not, go old school. Put them in a spreadsheet. That's what I did for years. You can kind of start to see, oh, wait, maybe player props isn't my forte. Maybe if I didn't bet those, my college football or college basketball season would have been a little bit different.
And that's a really key point. People think money management. If you recognize what your best sports are and what your best wagers in those sports are, you can make appropriately sized wagers and still be in action on other stuff as you try to improve that skill, but for a lower bankroll amount.
Oh, trust me, Teddy, if the PLL, they would let me bet more than $250 a game, we would just probably never bet college football ever again. All jokes aside, Marco D'Angelo, WagerTalk.com. You guys can check him out on Bet On It every week. Teddy covers WagerTalk.com. You can check him out Monday mornings on the Opening Line Report. If you guys are interested in any of our other videos, stick around. We got another one coming right up.
If you are new, we always show by being transparent. Yesterday, I went 2-2, so lost a little bit there. The best bet for the show, easy winner, over 175, they get to 200. So hopefully you guys did take that one. Vino, I know you gave out another winner as best bet as well. How was your day yesterday, and how you doing today?
Doing good, Ski. That was my play for the day yesterday. So we went 1-0 with the Liberty team total over. So if you had, combined the two of us yesterday, you get a 2-0 here on the show. Liberty 105 points against the Sparks defense. Real quick, Ski, to show how bad that Sparks defense is. I mean, I went back. I haven't seen this all season long. Every single starter in the Liberty lineup shot 50% or better from the field. Every starter. It just doesn't happen. And the Liberty got 105 points without having one single fast break opportunity. They scored 0 fast break points and still got to 105. That's how bad the Sparks defense is, but boy, their offense is good. They almost pulled it off 105-97, but it cashed tickets for both of us.
Let's see if we can do it here again. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Kyle Wright tapping in. Jeffrey B. Let's get to it. 4 games on the slate. Like we always do, we go in rotation order. That means 6-17, 6-18, Chicago, and Connecticut. Connecticut opened up as a 1.5 point favorite. It's since gone up to 3.5 pretty much across the board. Total open 157.5, and it's as high as 160 depending where you shop. Injury report, I don't see anybody on there for Connecticut. All of a sudden, okay, here we go. Ariel Atkins and HBL are probable. Thought they were going to be questionable. Angel Reese remains out. Both of these teams, I think, are coming off really bad losses, if I'm not mistaken. I know Chicago hasn't played in a few days. Yeah, Chicago lost by 22 to Indiana. Connecticut put up 57 points, lost by 17 to Golden State. So both off really, really bad losses. Like I mentioned, Chicago does have the rest advantage here. I believe 3 days compared to 1. And for Connecticut, first game home after a 4-game road trip. So we'll see if it's a little bit of a flat spot. They are expected to have Tina back out there. I think that's why they were doing a lot of struggling in their last game. But Vino, this total continues to go up, right? This Sky team hasn't hit 80 points in at least 4 games. I know that. And with Golden State coming off a game where they barely touched 60, the thought process. We look for them to come to a little bit more towards the norm. Both defenses are bad. I think the total is going in the right direction, heading up. What do you think?
I think so too, and I just can't bring myself as of yet to get there, but I probably will. I looked at the Connecticut team total by itself. I think it was 81.5, Ski. And if the game's going to get over, maybe they have to get to 82 in this particular contest. The long road trip and now the first game home after the road trip, always an issue. But for the Connecticut Sun, it's like night and day. You play the Golden State defense, and now you get to come home and play the Sky defense. You mentioned they're both bad. I'll just give you last 10 game numbers. Chicago Sky allowing over 86 per game. Connecticut giving up over 84 per game. That's 170 right there between the two defenses. They can't stop anybody. This quote from Rachel Banham also kind of pushed me in the direction of the over. After the last game, she said, we didn't play with any pace. We didn't play aggressive. We played right into their zone. They're talking about the Indiana Fever, of which against 2, they only scored 70 points. So to me, it sounds like Chicago wants to speed up. They had been playing fairly quick. They just don't have enough. Like we said, their backcourt is so bad. And it's another point I wanted to make here where Connecticut is concerned. I think we talked yesterday in the discussion about the Sparks game, how bad that Chicago defense and especially the backcourt is. The Connecticut starting 3 guards, they kind of play a 3-guard offense. I'll consider Mabry, who starts at the 3 as a swing, as a guard. But the 3 guards, Hartley, Lakin, and Mabry, they shot 4 for 26 last game, 15%. They shot 1 for 16 from 3. It probably doesn't happen against the Sky. I'll go back and reference your point to, the Sky probably pick it up a little bit offensively. I think Connecticut does too. Not a lot of defense on the other side of the floor on the perimeter. So to me, it adds up to an over. 160, asking these two offense. When you think about it from an offensive perspective, you say to yourself, well, these two offenses, maybe I don't want to get involved in, 80th a piece. But the defenses have to play too. And these offenses certainly, I think, can attack both defenses. So for me, it would be a look towards the over.
All right, we're pretty much in agreement there. Mark likes the Sun on the money line. Looks like he got in a little bit early. Good job on that. Let's move it on over to the next game, Robino. Valkyries and Mystics. Mystics open as a 1.5 point favorite. I mean, it's between pick'em or -1 for them still. Honestly, it depends where you shop. The line is all over the place. We'll call it a pick'em right now. Total open 150.5, down as low as 148.5. And let's just refresh this just to make sure for the injury report. So Shakira Austin is game time decision for tonight for Washington. And then on the Golden State side, you have Kate Martin, game time. They'll be without Mo Billings and Maria C. Shakira, I mean, if they didn't win that last game, I would say the Mystics got to be tanking. I mean, you trade away Brittany Sykes, then Shakira is out the game. Like, I don't know, man. But they did come away with the win last time. I feel like they don't have much to play for. Like, I don't think they really think they're going to make the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? And the Valkyries are really fighting for it. So if I think like that, I mean, it's a one-way ticket to look towards the Valkyries. However, they are at a rest disadvantage. It is a chance for the Mystics to get some revenge too. I think they lost both meetings to this team. 1 point game, I think, in both too. And however, it is the first game home after a 4-game road trip for Washington. So this one's, I mean, just because they need to win, doesn't mean they will win. How are you viewing this one?
Yeah, it's so funny that you led off that analysis with Washington could be tanking, because I was going to ask you, do they really care? And they did win that last game, and is that more a product of Dallas just being Dallas in the second half? I mean, Washington was behind 11 at halftime, and then Dallas totally fell apart. Golden State's not going to fall apart defensively. We know that they've allowed less than 60 in their last 2 games. They may not be able to score it real well, but boy, they can shut you down. And when you start looking up and down the Washington roster or the rotation, if in fact Shakira Austin doesn't play, aside from the starting forwards, you find it very difficult to find players that can score on that team. Washington backcourt-wise is really limited with their scoring. Alicia Clark brought over, I guess, to, produce some meaningful minutes and kind of be more of a mentor at her age than anything else. And J.C. Sheldon certainly shows some fire on the defensive end. But I don't know that Washington matches up. As to the playoff race that you said, Washington 2 games behind Golden State. So a win here would cut it to 1. But again, it just seems to me that after watching the last 2 Golden State games, and I get it, they were at home. Golden State's a way different team at home. Very, very good in that college atmosphere. But they look like a team that wants to make the playoffs to me. They play real hard for 40 minutes. And if this gets into a absolute half-court slugfest, which Golden State would love it to be, I think they've got more potential. One thing is for sure, they'll launch more threes, and they don't always make them, but maybe volume produces enough that go in to get them the win. I will say real quickly that Stephanie Dolson stepping in as a starting center the other game, she did shoot it as well as she shot it all season long. She's kind of disappeared from existence on this team this year after leading the W in 3-point shooting percentage last year. But the situation pointed me towards Washington, but the reality of who's going to be on the floor kind of points me to Golden State.
One thing, we know Golden State first half has been good all season. Mark says he's going right back to the well with the first half. Mystics have been slow out the gate post All-Star. They've only been ahead 1 game out of 6. So could be something to get in and get out. I mean, I hear the coach talk all the time about for Golden State that they need to throw the first punch. I'm not mad at that first half. Look, shout out to my guy UCapper in the building. Remind everybody hit the like button. Appreciate that. Not sure what that last comment he's been talking about. No clue. All right, we'll go to the next game. Liberty and Aces. Looks like, so that's 621, 622. Opened up Aces -2. They're up to about 2.5 or 3. A lot of threes out there. Total open 170. And it's as high as 172.5. Who will be available or who's not available? Stewie, Sabali, and Harrison for New York. And we never know. You could get more people throughout the day because they are on the second of a back-to-back. For the Aces, I only see Cheyenne Parker-Tyus, who has not been playing all season long. So, Vino, we have, like I said, the Liberty on a back-to-back here. The Aces come in well-rested. They've had 2 days off to prepare for this game. And the Aces, they made a little bit of a push. Currently 5th in the standings when they were just not long ago. I feel like they were almost, if not outside of the playoff race. So now up to 5th, playing a little bit better lately. I mean, situationally, it favors Vegas. They still need wins. I know Liberty want to keep the dream at bay because they're right on their tail. But do you think that back-to-back is just a little bit too much to overcome in this one?
It could be, Ski. And I think a lot of situationals point toward Las Vegas here. The back-to-back for 1. The need for victories 2. We talked about New York's need for victories as well. They played themselves into that point. It's funny looking at the Aces in the 5th spot, Ski, because it's more a product of Seattle and Indiana playing themselves down the standings. Seattle's lost 5 in a row, straight down to the 8th spot. Indiana hasn't played well, straight down. And now Las Vegas with a 3-2 record in their last 5. If you stretch it out to last 5, it's not overly impressive, 3-2. And the wins, to tell you the truth, aren't overly impressive. They crushed Golden State in what was a horrible scheduling spot for Golden State. They beat Connecticut by 8. They did beat Seattle by 4 here in a close game. But the other 2 losses weren't good. Absolutely destroyed by Minnesota, etc. So it's hard. It's really hard to tell still for me which Las Vegas we're going to get. I will say this. There's no way New York shoots the basketball the way they shot it last night. That's just, you're playing Los Angeles and you make shots and you score points against Los Angeles. I went through the numbers. All 5 starters, 50% or better. Las Vegas isn't a great defense, but they won't give up points in bushels like that. I had an inclination to play under 172, thinking this game might take on a little bit of a playoff atmosphere and New York might be a little fatigued, or at least they wouldn't play as good offensively. For Las Vegas, 3 players are taking all the shots lately. If you just go through their box scores and their game logs, the last 3 games, Jackie Young, Asia Wilson, Jewel Lloyd. They're really the only 3 players who shoot the basketball anymore. And what is Kirsten Bell even doing on the floor nowadays? And it's funny because it's almost as if Becky thinks that I got to bring Jewel Lloyd off the bench because ever since I did it, she's played better. I don't know when she's going to get or if she's going to get back into the starting lineup, but certainly Bell doesn't deserve to be out there as the starter. 88 minutes played in her last 6 games. 88 minutes. She scored 15 points, got 11 rebounds. She's shooting 18.6% from the floor, 13% from 3. So this is just a, I don't know if it was a confidence builder for Jewel Lloyd. I did read a report where she had a little bit of a leg injury and maybe she's better now. Las Vegas is still, to me, they're still a little bit above average. When Asia Wilson is on fire, they're going to win games, but I don't know that I trust the rest of the team. That being said, again, the situation is not good for New York, and they won't shoot the way they did last night. So the closest I came to a play in this game was under 172. I just think that number's a bit too high here.
Man, maybe just bet Asia Wilson PRA like Kyle Wright over there in the chat. UCAP are reminding us that the Liberty also have the links on deck. And with that in mind, I mean, they don't play them for a couple more days. They don't play them till the 16th. And you mentioned how well the Liberty shot in their last game yesterday. They were coming off of that loss versus the Lynx, right? And all I kept hearing was how pissed they were about that. And that's why we got the performance we saw yesterday. Do we think that stops just after one game? I mean, They know the Dream are right behind them. They know they play the Lynx again coming up. I don't know. I
hear you.
understand everybody running to the window because the Aces have the rest advantage, but these Aces this season, Ravino, they've been inconsistent. I know they've been playing well lately, but it would fit their MO to just come out there and get smoked today. Like that would be fitting of the Aces of 2025. I like the way Mason has been playing lately. It looks like she's getting more comfortable over there. I think the Liberty are still motivated, and I think they're the better team right now. So, you know what? I want to get in there with the Liberty the more I think about it. Everybody in the chat, everybody likes the Aces, huh? Double revenge. Liberty's legs are tired. Nobody wants the Liberty. UCapper says last time Liberty scored 100, they failed to cover against the Mystics, and Mystics went up and over their team total in that game. Nobody wants the Liberty, Ravino. Liberty without Stewart, you're trash. Says Slick Vic. That B-Man knows. B-Man knows. I don't know, Vino. I might be pushing that button before the day's over. I want to try to find reasons to back the Liberty. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Looks so easy to go and take the Aces right now. I don't think you know how I always say, Rob. You know, I've seen this before.
I've seen this one before, and I'm with you. New York is the better team. The problem with betting New York is we have all these situationals against us, right? Back to back. Vegas needs a win, blah, blah, blah. But we did point out yesterday, and you just pointed it out again, that the Liberty have to create space for that number 2 seed as well. They don't want to fall to 3. They win last night. It looks like they were motivated. If they're motivated, I'm looking at the minutes that they all played here last night, Ski. 4 of the 5 starters between 31 and 32 minutes. Phoebish, 26, almost 27 minutes. But those weren't really taxing minutes. Those were freelance scoring minutes. So I don't know. I could definitely see them mindset-wise, focus-wise, going into the locker room after that game and saying we have one more to go. I really could see the head coach telling them one more win here, and then we'll go on to Minnesota. So I'm in the same dilemma you're at. I would love to bet New York. Situational scream Las Vegas. I don't trust Las Vegas. I thought maybe under 172 might be the best route, but I'm still not there with that either.
I could understand. I mean, I do think the Liberty are going to come and play defense. I don't necessarily trust the Aces side, but
the Becky press conference if they don't.
Oh, it'll be beautiful. It'll be one of my faves again. Let's see. Anything else in the chat on this game? Let's see. Mark says our guy GLB Bets likes the Aces in the third quarter. So maybe Liberty come out and throw that first punch off a back-to-back. And the Aces respond. It's kind of how he's looking at it. Don't think I see anything else here. But I'll put this on the screen because I was just looking at it while we talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we all know the situation, right? You can see this? No, you can't see it. Here we go. Now you can see.
Yep.
And I got to get back to my, which one is it? I have so many tabs open. All right, there we go. So home favorites with more than 1 day rest versus unrested opponents. We know 51 and 14 straight up, 78.5%. ATS 57.1%. Says to run to the window and back the Aces, right? But I'm just gonna play with it a little bit really quick. What if they lost their last matchup? I mean, it's still 21 and 5 straight up, 13, 11, and 2 ATS. What if they're a worse team? Win percentage less than opponents' win percentage. 10 and 3 straight up, 6 and 7 ATS. The average line was minus 4.1. That's interesting. Interesting. I mean, there's reasons to back them. But if my memory serves me correct, this season, it hasn't really mattered. Rest equals 0 this season. Let's see how these teams do. They're 14 and 9. It hasn't mattered that they're unrested. 14 and 9 straight up, 15 and 8 against the spread. I don't know, Vino. I might be there by the end of the day. That's all I'm gonna say on this one. All right, we'll move it over to the last game, and that looks like Dream and Storm. This one opened up -1.5 for Atlanta. We have seen a flip of favorites. It's now -2.5 for Seattle. Total open 159.5, and I see it as high as 161. Injury report, you have Jordan Canada out for this game, and then you have Ryan Howard listed as probable. For Seattle, I don't see anybody on the injury report. Yeah, that last game, Ravino, it was kind of ugly. I mean, Jordan Canada went down twice. Like, she went down once and was kind of grabbing at her, like the back of her right leg. And then like a few minutes later, she went down again and had to be carried off the court. So that sucks for them. It looks like she might be out for, like, she couldn't barely put weight on it. You know, they carried her off. She might be out for a little bit of time. But the Dream, I mean, they played some games without her. I believe they played 8. The Storm and the Dream, the other side of that Liberty, right? They're the team right behind the Liberty in the standings. I believe like a half a game behind them, or maybe one game at the most. The Storm, they've been in a free fall. They've lost at least 5 games in a row. They're barely clinging on to a playoff spot right now. If the Sparks would have won last night, they would be looking out. I mean, outside looking in from the playoffs. They're desperate for a win, Ravino. They've been in these games lately, very, very close, but just unable to get over the hump. Do you think that playing this one at home versus maybe a shorthanded Dream team, do you think they can get it done this time around?
Well, let's start from the Dream side real quickly. They obviously watched New York win last night. New York moves a half a game ahead of them for that number 2. And the number 2 spot is extremely important, right? 1 and 2 are going to see a lot of home floor advantage. You fall to 3, you don't get as much. So it's important. Atlanta knows that New York's on a back-to-back tonight in Las Vegas. If they should lose, Atlanta wins. Atlanta's right back in the 2 spot. So it's important for both teams here. It's extremely important for Seattle as well. We pointed it out, 16-16. They've fallen all the way down to number 8. If they lose, they're tied with LA again for the final wild card spot, or final playoff spot. So importance in the game is the same on both sides. If Atlanta had Jordan Canada in this game, I would have played this one much stronger than I did. It was the first play I made, and that was Atlanta team total over 79.5. You talked about it. They've played without starters, including Jordan Canada, quite a bit this season. No Jordan Canada to start the year. Pow comes in and plays starting point guard, plays really well. Ryan Howard out for a while. Brittany Griner out for a while. And all Atlanta does is win and score. They didn't score in their last game. And again, you hear me say it all the time. I'm pretty significant bounce back player when a team is a really good offense like Atlanta is, and they have a down day, the 74-66 victory. They won the game. They just didn't play offense. I think that they're going to score here against Seattle. If they had Canada, I probably wouldn't have gotten 79.5, but I would have felt even better about it. I think they'll score on Seattle. I think Seattle now with Brittany Sykes, she scores 27 the other night. Seattle's becoming a little more offensive minded, a little less defensive minded. That was the case last game. It's been the case in like 2 of the last 3 games, really, where Seattle's defense is just given way to the offensive side. So for me, it's a team total on Atlanta. That's the bet I made. I would not argue anybody from playing the full game over, to tell you the truth. I think Seattle's got Malonga has come along to be quite the offensive player for them as well in the paint. So I could see a full game over here, but I preferred to take the Atlanta team total. I just thought that number was low. Asking the Dream to get to 80, no matter who's in their starting lineup, doesn't seem to be that difficult this season.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Specifically on the road without Canada, they've played 5 games, and all of them have gone over. All of them, the Dream have scored 88 points or more. Matter of fact, they faced the Storm in one of those games, and they beat the Storm 94-87. So the Dream are more than capable of scoring without Canada, although it sucks that she's not in there. I agree with you on that. But I think you did right by not including Seattle. Maybe you talked about Malonga. I mean, she has been good. Seattle, all they want to do is force the ball inside, and I'm just not the surest that they're going to have success. I mean, this has been like we know. I mean, if you just look at personnel, the Dream have bigs. They can protect the paint. You're not going to just bully them and go to the rim all game. I don't see the Storm as very much of a 3-point shooting team, and the Dream, they're very willing to let it fly from deep. So for that reason, that makes me hesitate on the Storm side. But I do agree the Dream should be able to get to 79, 80 points here in this matchup. Any B-Man says only 79.5. I'm in. Say no more. I'm in, he says. All right. I think we got through everything. We did it pretty fast. Oh no, misspoke. We took us 26 minutes to get through 4 games. But I think we did a pretty good job. So now we'll move it over to best bets, and no graphics today. I will mention that you can get a 7-day all access pass for $69, I believe, right now. So that is discounted if you want to be involved for a week of service. And Vino, I'll pass it to you. I'll ask you if there's anything else you would like to promote. And if you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it. If not, all good.
Yeah, and just to tack onto that, Ski, if you were looking for a longer all-access package, I think they're $299. But now that NFL is in swing, college football is going to be in swing, 30 days is going to encompass a lot of sports. So you're getting a lot more for your payment now as we head into what is the busiest time of year as far as sports betting action is concerned. So all access packages up and available on each of our pages. Our links are down below. You can see Ski's got the production angle covered today. The scroll is rolling right through. And I'll say one last time, or one more time, if you are looking for an odds service, go ahead over to WagerTalk today. Pick up a 7-day free trial to oddslogic.com. You'll be on top of everything, injuries, weather, the number changes. Again, there's like 30 different shops where you can get numbers from. So if you're that intent on playing these games every day and you want to be on top of the information battle, then Odds Logic, the place for you. Once again, over to wagertalk.com. Best bet, Ski. Let's get right to it because it's the one bet I made. It's the one I like the best. Like I said, if Jordan Canada were involved, I would have probably, what would we be looking at? 81.5, 82.5. I still would have been over, and I probably would have been over that number even stronger. But I do think Atlanta has played through adversity as well as anybody this season, and I think they've really exceeded a lot of expectations preseason. To ask them to get to 80 points with their lineup and their firepower coming off a game where they didn't shoot well, that's my kind of play. So that's my best bet for today. The Atlanta Dream team total up and over 79.5.
I like it. And, we did give them when we usually team up, we usually do pretty well, but we'll give them a little something different for today. Before I give my best bet though, want to let everybody know that I do have a 5% best bet up and available for today. Last one was a winner. Don't really have them that often. The last one was recent, but before that, it's been over a month and a half. But play presented itself today. It had a 26-0 angle, and I like it. I'm rocking with it. So 5% best bet up and available on my page at WagerTalk. Best bet for the show. I'll read you this little bit of what I wrote, and I said it earlier, but I took the Sky and Sun over 158. Best number you can get right now. You can actually get a 158.5 at a couple shops. And I'll read this little bit right here. So dating back to 2014, road teams that have failed to clear 80 points in 4 straight games are 10-3. That's 76.9% to the over when facing an opponent that scores 60 or less in their previous game. So like I said, we're looking for positive regression on both sides there. Chicago's had 3 days off, gives them more than enough time to work on their offense, and both teams bottom 3 in defensive rating this season. So seems like a recipe for points for me. That will be my best bet for the show. Chicago, Connecticut over 158 for myself. Vino, think we did a pretty good job here. I always enjoy breaking down the games with you. Thank you for taking the time to do so. Everybody in the chat, we appreciate you watching and sharing your insight. Everybody who, even if you're not in the YouTube chat, you might be on YouTube Shorts, you might be on Twitch, X, Kick, Spotify, Apple. I don't know why the people in this chat always laugh at Kick for whatever reason, but we appreciate the people on Kick too. We'll be back again, not tomorrow. It's a rare Thursday with no games. So looks like we'll be back on Friday where we have a loaded 5-game slate. So best of luck on all of your action, and we will catch you all then.